Hi, I'm Hi, I'm
Yo, yo, yo. You guys know what today is. Today is a content reveal reaction coming your way. We got the live stream that dropped, I don't know, like 10 hours ago. But I was sleeping, taking it easy. And I figured I would just sort of nosy around the forums, see what people are saying. I don't know a whole lot about what's going on in this patch, to be honest. But, well, some of you guys may have seen this, some of you may not. Some of you might have been holding out for me because you're the real ones. Either way, regardless of which camp you fall in, you're welcome to hang around. We're going to go over this content reveal. I guess it's 42 minutes. And then we'll follow it up with some patch notes. Maybe Ziggy D interview. I don't know. We'll see. The time is now. Play.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2, and welcome to
Let me know if the volume is... It should match similar to my volume. Let me know if that's right.
GG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal for what's coming next for Path of Exile 2. Twitch drops are enabled.
Got the Japanese subtitle. What? What? Chinese subtitles? Sorry. Let's get the yeah, let's make sure we enforce it.
On today's live stream. So you'll be able to claim your Verdant Wilds dodge roll effect by following the instructions below. Now today, it's finally time to show off a new class that we know everyone in the community's been waiting for. So let's roll the trailer for Path of Exile 2, The Last of the Druids.
New character. He's naked.
Well, well. What have we got here then?
You lost, fella?
Hey, we're talking to you.
I asked you a question.
Where'd you get those clothes?
What's wrong with him?
He's lost his bloody mind.
Pretty epic. Does that look good? Another twister, guys. We got another twister. Wait, what if you put your twisters in the twister and make more twisters? More twisters. What do you mean you can't hear me? Too loud, you can't hear me? Oh, okay. Okay. Alright, here, let me, No, actually, all I need to do is this. Alright, let's do it again then. Yeah, I was hoping you guys might help me figure out if it's too high or too low. What about this? Is this good?
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2, and welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal for what...
Like, it's best if their voice is the same volume as my voice, preferably. Although it gets kind of loud in there.
What's coming next for Path of Exile 2. Twitch drops are enabled on today's livestream.
I am talking.
So you'll be able to claim your Verdant Wilds dodge roll effect by following the instructions below. Now today, it's finally time to show off a new class that we know everyone in the community's been waiting for. So let's roll the trailer for Path of Exile 2, the last of the Druids.
All right, can you guys hear it?
Hi.
You still hear me, right? Okay,
Hi.
go.
I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2.
Hi,
And
Jonathan.
welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal for what's coming next for Path of Exile 2. Twitch
Welcome,
drops
everybody.
are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim your Verdant Wilds dodge roll effect by following the instructions below. Now today, it's finally time
dodge
to show off
roll
a new
effect.
class that we know everyone in the community's been waiting for. So let's roll the trailer for Path of Exile 2, the last of the Druids.
All right, it's good. I want to see this epic Druid trailer again. He's naked. First, he's naked.
Well, well. What have we got here then?
You
I
lost,
think I'll find the
fella.
patch notes interesting.
Hey,
We'll look at him
we're
soon.
talking to you.
I asked you a question.
Is there a connection between Druid and Ritual? Like, I guess there would be. Huh?
What's wrong with him?
What's wrong with him is he's wearing clothes. Clothes are lame when you're a Druid. So does he... If you roll the Druid, are you just naked all the time? Wait, how do you shapeshift back into wearing clothes? That doesn't make any sense. That takes me out of it completely. That's so dumb. You should actually not be allowed to wear any gear if you're a Druid. You should just be gearless. Be like Hollow Palm except for every piece of gear. Oh no. Hollow body. What the frick? A wyvern? There's a wyvern. Wyvern! They're bringing back the wyverns! Fire-breathing wyvern? That is the other Druid shapeshifter. I mean, the wyvern wings could flap around and make Twister stronger, I guess. That might be
I will find
stretching it a little bit there.
Eve.
Now, as you can see, the Druid is a shape-shifting elemental spellcaster. After his fellow Druids were destroyed by the King in the Mists, the Druid lost his humanity in the forests of Ogham, where he wandered for years as a beast. Now, finally reawakened, he's determined to find his lost wife and regain his humanity. The Druid has been one of the hardest classes for us to design. As well as having human spells, he has 3 animal forms, and we wanted to make sure that there were interesting combos between
I believe
all
it.
of them. The Druid is our first hybrid strength and intelligence class. That means he needs to have the ability to use
Don't
spells and attacks.
Thank you for that sub.
As a human, the Druid typically uses magical staves to harness the powers of the earth and the natural world. One of the first skills you will learn is the ability to create small volcanoes from the earth. This skill spits out
That
balls of magma. at your
tornado
enemies,
looks like the
and will continue
tornado
to do so
from
for some time.
Deadeye, which
While the
splits
volcano is
Twisters.
active, turn into an animal and wade into melee range. Many of the skills you use as a human last for a significant period of time, giving you a good chance to turn into an animal and rage out. But how do you turn into an animal, you may ask? Well, the answer is a new weapon type that Druids use, animal talismans. When you equip an animal talisman, you can choose which animal form you would like the talisman to represent. Depending on what you choose, you'll be given that animal's basic attack as a new skill to equip. For a bear, that's Maul. To turn into a bear, simply use the skill. Your character will instantly transform into a bear and attack. If you want to change back to a human, just cast a spell. You will instantly swap back and cast it. We wanted to make sure that swapping between forms was seamless and immediate. Changing forms should be something that you do without even thinking about it all the time in battle. In order to allow for
Or
hybrid
instant
melee and
weapon
faster
swap
gameplay,
tech.
most of the skills you use in your human form last for some time and aid your animal skills in some way.
Nice, the
The
synergy
volcano we
between.
used earlier will emit more molten balls whenever you hit it with a slam, making it perfect for use with your
Dude,
bare
if they got
form's
synergy
furious
with
slam.
Twister, I'm telling you. I love it.
While in
If
bare
only.
form, many of your abilities use rage. There are a lot of ways to generate rage, but the easiest one is simply smash your enemies with maul. Once you
Gives
see
more
the
damage
runes
to
on your back
attacks,
glowing,
too.
it means you have enough rage to do a much more devastating version of your furious slam. Your bear form can also go on a rampage, stomping the ground as you demolish your foes.
You saw that in the Exile Con and stuff.
The more rage you have, the longer the rampage lasts, and doing it over a volcano makes it even better. As you consume rage, your bear form will generate endurance charges, and these can be used with skills like Ferocious Roar.
Gain endurance.
Ferocious Roar is a war cry that empowers your subsequent attacks to break your opponent's armor. The more endurance charges you have when you use it, the more empowered attacks you will gain.
I'm actually looking at
Ferocious
using
Roar
a
has
war
another
cry
special feature
to
too.
use endurance charges.
It's a
and
meta gem that
Titan
allows you to
Twister,
socket
maybe.
any Warcry gem from another class into it, giving you the ability to use these skills as a bear. Use the Warrior's Infernal Cry skill to
Whoa,
make your
that's
enemies explode.
interesting. So you can use any war cry as a bear.
Or use Seismic Cry to stun your enemies and double up the number of slams you do.
That might probably changes them a bit too.
You can even use it with Ancestral Call, a skill that turns you into the fire god Khal. Ever wondered what the Karui god of war would look like if he was a bear? Well, wait no longer. Finally, build up enough rage and you can use one of the bear's ultimate abilities, Walking Calamity. This skill summons a storm of fire around you for some time, while generating even more rage to power your other abilities. A true bear apocalypse.
Bear.
Now, the bear is known for being a slower and more lumbering animal, with slower attacks and heavy slams. But what if you want to turn into something a little more nimble?
Yes, that's
Well,
my
let's check out the
jam.
second animal form for the Druid, Wolf form.
All right, this is the one I'm more likely to play with.
For the wolf form, we wanted to go fast and furious.
Yes.
Even just the wolf's basic attack will leap forward and rake his foes.
Yes.
After attacking, the wolf stands
bleed
up on two
focus.
legs.
I'm not
But
always
after
all about
running
the
for a
bleed.
short time, he goes back on all fours, allowing to move more quickly between packs of enemies. The wolf has a lot of cold attacks based on his association with the moon, and the first of these is
Okay.
Lunar Assault. It's great for freezing your enemies in place.
I mean, it's just like
After
Ice
they're
Strike.
frozen, use your basic rake attack to knock shards of ice off your enemies, which land on the ground nearby and explode. If you want to get into battle
Okay.
quickly, you can use your Pounce attack. This skill leaps at a target and applies a mark to them. Killing the marked enemy will summon a wolfman into your side, allowing them to fight with you.
Marking an enemy.
Mark and kill as many enemies
Marks
as you
are
can
annoying
to
as
build
hell
a
to use
sizable
nowadays.
pack. While an enemy is marked, your
They're very
wolves
strong.
will prioritize that target and do more damage the more wolves you have. So make sure you keep your pack strong.
I mean, I learned about how
One
wolves
problem
mark
you might
their
run into is your
targets
wolf pack
when I
dying in
watched the
boss
movie
fights.
Twilight, so that
You
makes
often don't have any enemies that you can mark and kill in order to regenerate your pack. To deal with this problem, you can use Cross Slash. Cross Slash jumps backwards and does a vicious double slash. Any marks on your target explode and triggers their abilities. This allows you to pounce to mark an enemy and then summon a wolf even without killing it. Cross Slash also has another feature.
Wait, how did he summon a
Remember
bell?
those ice fragments from before?
Or was that the
Cross
enemy's
Slash will
bell?
propel any ice shards on the ground towards
Was that
its
the
central
enemy's bell or
target.
his bell?
First, freeze your enemies with Lunar Assault. Then rake them to create as many ice fragments as you can. Then follow up with Cross Slash to generate a field of icy explosions to obliterate your enemies. If they're still alive after that, your pack of wolves can finish them off.
Yeah, they
Just
always
like
have a
with the
tendency to
Bear's Raw skill
showcase.
earlier that allows you to use
like,
skills from other
ZDPS.
classes. Pounce is also a meta gem that you can socket mark skills from other classes into. So for example, you might want to try adding Freezing Mark from the Monk to Pounce. After pouncing at an enemy, Cross Slash to explode the mark and gain extra cold damage for a time.
We could use like wolf form to mark the enemies even when Twister
The
builds
wolf has
and
many other ways to go all in on cold though. Using the Arctic Howl Warcry will allow you to add cold damage and chilled ground to any slam, while buffing your pack of wolves as well.
What? Chilled
You can also
ground?
use it to
Hey, I
freeze
need
enemies
that. I gotta hear that
The
again.
wolf has many other ways to go all in on cold though. Using the Arctic Howl Warcry will allow you to add cold damage and chilled ground to any slam, while buffing your pack of wolves as well. You can also use it to freeze enemies that are close to being frozen, making it much
Easy
faster to use your other
access,
combos.
elemental grounds.
Finally, the wolf
That's one of
also
the
has
hardest
ability
things to
cool
get
down the
for
power of the
Twister.
moon to transform into an Arctic werewolf with Lunar Blessing. In this form, you move and attack more quickly and deal extra cold damage. Consuming Rage will extend the duration of your Arctic wolf form, so you could try a hybrid bear and wolf build.
I'm
if you want to
already
utilize
seeing a
the
lot
skill
of
to its full
nuance
effect.
favorability towards the Twister Druid. Don't know yet. Gotta see the notes, but seeing a lot of trends.
Alright,
Good
let's
trends.
talk about the third form available to the Druid, and I think it's a cool one. The Wyvern. The
Actually, it's the
Wyvern
hot
has a
one.
number of long-range breath abilities, but that doesn't mean you can't get into melee range when you want to. The basic attack of the Wyvern is Rend. Jump forward into combat and slash your enemies with your lethal talons. If they're close to being
I
stunned,
suspect this
you can
will
blow them
actually
off
be the
balance with a
weakest
blast from your
version.
wings, causing an
I bet you
explosion
this
of
is the
damage.
weakest one.
After the battle, though,
They have a tendency
it's
of making
time
the
to
coolest
feed.
one the weakest one.
Devour the corpses of monsters to create power charges, and
They're
this is when the
very mad.
Wyvern's abilities really come online. When using Rend, you can consume a power charge to charge up your wings with lightning.
Bear
Not only does this do a
fire,
bunch of
wolf
damage,
cold,
but it
wyvern
allows you
lightning.
to turn this
I
melee
might have
skill
guessed.
into a much larger AoE attack.
Okay.
Once your wings are charged, your wing blast will also do lightning explosions for even more damage. If your enemies are close to death, no need to wait for them
I
to
guess it can't be
actually
the
die.
worst one because
When you
lightning
see this
team,
blue
lightning's
marker,
always
just
best.
devour them alive. Fresh meat is much tastier after all. Alright, so those are some melee options, but how about range? Well, you wouldn't be much of a dragon if you couldn't breathe fire after all. Rolling Magma is the first of the Wyvern's breath attacks. Spit balls of fire that bounce along the ground. These balls
Wait,
will
it's
trigger
fire.
volcanoes as well, so it's a good idea to cast one as a human right before you start spitting.
I mean, that's really cool design.
But that's
I'm
not
gonna
all you
lie.
can spit.
That's cool design.
You have something a little nastier in that gullet of yours.
It's just it.
Spitting a barrage of
Here's the
oil
thing:
at
in a
your
game
enemies
like
will
this,
cover
like
them in a
those things
viscous
just don't matter
sludge that makes them easier
outside
to
of like
ignite.
campaign, because you just do more damage than,
If you
than
have
a
power
setup
charges,
requires.
though, plant your wings in the ground and vomit a barrage of lightning-infused projectiles. The more power charges you have, the longer you can do this for.
It's
But make sure
game
you keep your
design
foes at
combo
range.
like this.
You're vulnerable to melee attacks while channeling this skill.
That's why I'm
In order to help with
interested
that,
in them
let's take a quick
scaling
diversion
things
back
back.
to some of your human abilities. As a druid of Scoth, you have the ability to harness the power of nature to create entangling vines to slow down your enemies. Another of nature's punishments is the thunderstorm. Creating one of these will create periodic strikes of lightning from the sky, and will also make your enemies wet. Why is that useful? Well, of course, things that are wet are easier to shock. Use it with lightning damage from your wyvern form to enhance your damage. Making things wet also makes them easier to freeze, so it works nicely with your wolf form as well. And you know what else likes water? Plants. Water your plants to give them various extra abilities. Use Lightning Storm with Entangle to make them last longer, and attach more vines to each enemy, slowing them further. Summon Thrashing Vines to slam at your enemies for a time. Any that are created in water will be larger and deal more damage. Now then, with our enemies sufficiently subdued with our plants, time to really lay into them with our lightning-infused barrage. Now, this last wyvern ability is just ridiculous, but we felt like we had to do it. Use Flame Breath to take to the skies and rain down a stream of fire on your enemies. You have wings, so we have to take full advantage of them after all. So fly around and burn in it.
You're vulnerable to damage now?
Now, there are a few
Grasping
other skills we
Vines.
didn't cover, but there's one in particular that I think will open up a lot of builds. Spell Totems. Spell Totems are meta gems that let you create a totem that will
This is a
automatically
really
cast any
complicated
spell in the game for a time.
class. Truly.
In order to create one, you will need to spend 3 endurance or 3 power charges. You could use them to throw fireballs, summon comets, or shower the area in lightning. Really, the options are kind of endless. Your bear form can easily generate endurance charges by consuming rage, and your wyvern form can easily create power charges by eating corpses. So it's pretty easy for the druid to get the charges needed, but they're also available from quite a few other places as well. I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of different spellcaster classes thinking about how best to take advantage of these. Now, of course, along with a new class comes a bunch of new support gems. We've added over 30 new supports throughout the game.
I noticed he had
but I'll show
power
you a few of
charges
the
all the
cooler
time
ones
in the
here.
showcase.
Fan the Flames can be added to any wind skill to spread fire from one ignited enemy to the other enemies behind them. It's great for the Wyvern's Wing Blast.
Nice.
But you can also use it on many other classes with wind skills.
So could you do
the
like
Twisters
ignite
on the Huntress,
proliferation build with
or
that?
the
That's
Monk's
actually
staggering
pretty sick.
palm projectiles. Accelerated growth causes
Wait,
extra
what did he do?
Druid to get the charges needed. But
Monk?
they're also available from quite a few other places as well. I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of different spellcaster classes thinking about how best to take advantage of these. Now, of course, along with a new class comes a bunch of new support gems. We've added over 30 new supports throughout the game, but I'll show you a few of the cooler ones here. Fan the Flames can be added to any wind skill to spread fire from one ignited enemy to the other enemies behind them. It's
Wait,
great for the
Twister is
Wyvern's
given the
Wing
wind
Blast.
tag?
But you can also use it on many other classes with wind skills, like the Twisters on the Huntress, or the
Whoa!
Monk's staggering
I gotta
palm
see it again.
projectiles.
I can't miss it.
We've added over 30
He
new
said
supports
the
throughout
word!
game, but I'll show you a few of the cooler ones here. Fan the Flames can be added to any wind skill to spread fire from one ignited enemy to the other enemies behind them. It's great for the Wyvern's Wing Blast. But you can also use it on many other classes with wind skills, like the Twisters on the Huntress, or the Monk's staggering palm projectiles.
So is that like flame wall, or is that like
Accelerated growth
Burning
causes
ground
extra explosive plants
synergies.
to erupt from the ground whenever you grow plants with rain. And Advancing Storm changes storm skills like your Thunderstorm or
just
Tornado
ignite
to
proliferation?
move
Well, that
across the
doesn't really
battlefield.
matter then.
It's great for watering plants en masse, or to turn tornadoes into a real disaster by sucking up multiple ground effects as they travel along.
Bro.
And the Sorceress
That's a
might
big
like to use it with
twist, though.
Firestorm as well. Echoing
pretty
Cry
badass.
causes your Warcry skills to echo. They will
Watering
repeat a couple
monk.
more times with a delay after you use them, giving you more empowered attacks. Use it for the Druid's animal form Warcries, or on the Warrior for a nice power boost.
Dude, I almost want to do a watering monk build just so I
Grounding
can
shocks
make an
causes
AI
monsters you
picture of
shock to
a
turn into living
Shaolin
plasma
monk
coils,
carrying the
arcing lightning
jugs
to
up
their
the
by
mouth.
enemies. You could
As
use
a-
it with your empowered wings
as
for an
a-
extra damage boost,
thumbnail for
but
it,
it's
just
also
for
great
that
with
reason.
any other shocking skill. Try it out with Lightning Spear. It obviously needed more AoE clear. There's a whole pile more, but we'll leave those for you to discover. Now with a new class comes new ascendancy classes. The Druid will have two options for now, with a third being released later. The first class is the Shaman. The Shaman channels
Shaman.
nature's elemental fury and can harness rage as a spellcaster, unifying his animalistic and magical tendencies. By allocating Druidic Champion, you gain spell damage the angrier you are, and with Furious Wellspring, you generate rage continuously and can spend it to empower your spells. With the knowledge of the Asmerian Magi, the Shaman can harness untapped power from runes and idols. After allocating Wisdom of the Magi, you will notice that all runes and idols have extra mods only available to the Shaman. These new mods unlock countless new possibilities for
That's
enhancing
been
your
maxed
build.
up. More sockets.
You can
100%
also
increase
allocate
effective
Bringer of the
socket.
Apocalypse, allowing you to become a walking natural disaster. After dealing enough elemental damage, storms of all elements rain around you, destroying all who would face nature's fury. There are other abilities for the Shaman, but I'll just show a few from each class for now. The other Druid ascendancy is the Oracle. The Oracle
That
perfected
sounds
the
too
power of
caster-like.
foresight and utilizes this in combat to gain massive advantage. When taking Fateful Vision, you will see visions of your future self using specific skills. If you decide to follow this path by using the skill yourself, it will do significantly more damage.
What?
And with Converging Paths,
Sounds
at a
so
critical
bizarre.
moment in battle when a monster is vulnerable to freeze, stun, or electrocution, the Oracle can use Moment of Vulnerability to see a vision of the enemy's future, and then merge it with the current timeline, allowing him to deal damage to both. And one of my favorites, when you first become an Oracle, you'll notice over 130 new extra passives appear in the Druid section of the tree. By allocating the Unseen Path,
What?
you use your power of foresight to learn from alternate futures and gain skills that would otherwise be unavailable to you.
You unlock a more robust
For example,
passive tree?
self-sacrificing allows you to be able to summon more minions by reducing the spirit costs, with the trade-off of making your reservation skills cost more spirit. or
in the
Corruption
world?
Endures, which allows oracles to have a small chance to avoid.
I mean, it's too bad it's in the section of the tree that I don't want to
Both
path
the Druid
in.
ascendancies offer interesting and unique ways to gain modifiers that no other classes can get, so we're expecting a huge variety of build possibilities from these. Now there are unique talismans for the Druid to use as well. We won't spoil all of them, but this one was particularly cool. Fury of the King turns your bear form into a fire demon, converting most of your damage to fire. As a demon, you can also use Molten
Whoa.
Crash, a jumping slam attack that leaves fissures around you. This unique also continuously grants
that
glory,
is cool
allowing you to
looking.
use your ultimate abilities more easily. Now, of course, the Druid isn't the only thing we're adding to 040. We still have a bunch more to show. With every new release, we create a new league with new mechanics, new pinnacle bosses, and with a new story to tell. And this time is no exception. So let's roll the trailer for the fate of the Vaal.
All right.
The palace of Queen Atziri.
Styria in the house.
It is a ruin, but in the dark.
It did kind of look like a
machines still
Balrog,
churn.
didn't it? Ice strike.
The temple has many functions, and with it, a chance to save the Vaal.
Is that it? Is that
A
incursion?
gateway through time.
Oh, that was pretty sick.
Travel into the past, again and again. Alter the temple, uncover its secrets.
I feel like a wyvern is GGG's sneaky way of introducing
Sacrifice.
the dragon humanoid class in like in WoW
Somewhere
that drove everybody
in
nuts.
the deepest chamber, my queen awaits. I beg of you, hear me. The beast cannot give you what you desire.
You may have studied it, Doriani, but you do not know it like I do.
Oh, she actually looks
Adores
somewhat
me.
human.
Come now, give unto me your desire. At last, fulfill my soul.
It's too bad they didn't make that, you know, like a Blizzard
Hi,
Entertainment
I'm
quality.
Mark Roberts,
That
game
would've been
director
really
on Path of Exile. In the fate of the Vaal League, you will find remnants of the ancient Vaal civilization scattered throughout Rayclast. They seem to attract nearby creatures and affect them strangely.
Oh yeah, we do have a new league.
After
so-
killing them, the remnant appears to gain some amount of power, but not enough to fully activate it. It seems you will need to find 5 more of these arcane devices, and sacrifice the monsters you find there to fully activate one.
What do I think so far? I
But
don't know.
things don't
I
always
gotta
go to
focus
plan.
on what I'm looking at
These
here.
devices are old, and sometimes infected by
The
corruption.
new league mechanic.
Twisted versions of ancient Vaal may emerge, and sometimes
Oh,
even
this is
stronger
a
foes.
in-map stand
On
your
fully
ground
activating
mechanic.
one of the devices, you finally discover its true purpose. A portal
ultimatum
opens
or something.
and takes you deep underground to a lost temple, once the home of Atziri, Queen
Out
of the
of
Vaal.
map mechanic now.
What treasures could still be inside? I think you're gonna want to find out. In front of the entrance is a console of some kind.
Long
and
as
on
it's better than a
activating it,
tree.
you can see a map of the temple. Atziri's personal chambers are on the far side. But how could anyone get there? There are disconnected rooms, and the layout doesn't seem to make sense. And that's when you realize the purpose of the ancient devices scattered through Rayclast. The temple is powered by sacrifice, and this energy can be used to modify the very structure of the temple itself. Each time you run the temple, you will be given 6 rooms that you can place,
Nickelodeon show.
allowing you to craft your own dungeon to explore. Place
The
paths
Lost
to link up
Temple
the
or
dungeon,
something.
and place
that
rooms
show on
beside them
TV
full of
kids
precious
played?
loot. After you are happy with your choices, open the temple.
I had to get
and
to the
discover
room.
the
Legend
results
of the
of your
Hidden
efforts.
Temple? Yeah, I think that's what this looks like.
Each room contains different challenges along
I wonder if
with
they
its
took
rewards.
inspiration from that.
On entering a room, the doors will slam shut behind you.
This
and
Legend
you
of the
will need to
Hidden
face the
Temple
encounter
League.
within. But choose wisely. It's important where you place the rooms to get maximum returns. For example, when placing a commander, You could just place it anywhere along an existing path, but a much better strategy is to place it next to a garrison of troops for him to command. With better leadership, the garrison will level up, making the monsters harder, but also more rewarding. Different rooms have different requirements for leveling up. For example,
I'm gonna have to watch
if you
some
want to
Legend
fully
of the
level
Hidden
up a
Temple
smithy,
highlight
you will need
videos
to supply it
after
with
the stream
golems
today
from an adjacent golem
as
works,
part of my homework
and
for
hook up a
preparing for
generator
the...
to the power network to supply it with power. After doing so, the golems will be powered up, making them much more dangerous. You don't need to memorize what interacts with what. When selecting a room, you will be shown the locations that will make other rooms level up, and exactly what effect it will have on the temple. After running the temple, a few of the rooms will destabilize and be removed. It will be up to you to rebuild the temple, adding 6 more rooms each time you come back, making the temple larger and larger and larger.
Wow.
So, that's the basic functionality of the temple, but there is a lot more. Once Doriani finds out about
Dude,
your
he's wearing
travels to
Constricting
Laraval,
Command.
he will attempt to persuade you to take on a new mission.
That guy's running pretty fast.
The temple entrance contains a
Mark, that
prototype
guy's running
of
too
the
fast
time
for a
portal
showcase.
device.
You shouldn't be showing people running
It will
that
be
fast.
able to take
Give
you
them the
back
wrong
in
idea.
time, but only to one specific point. Right before Itzeri triggered the cataclysm that destroyed the Vaal. He requests that you go back and attempt to stop Itzeri to prevent the Vaal from ever being destroyed. Itzeri is on the far side of the temple, so you will need to expand the temple significantly to get to her. And even worse, her chambers can only be unlocked by a room that isn't currently accessible to you. In order to deal with that, you are going to need to visit the architect of the temple. To get to him, you will need to place path rooms, but while doing so, you will probably want to exploit some of the Vaal technology only available in the past. Once you can travel into the past,
Gonna
a
offer
whole
new
set of rooms are
currency,
available,
Vaal
and they have some
specific currencies,
pretty
right?
insane rewards. At level 1, the corruption
Double
chamber
corruption.
can be used to corrupt a single item.
Really? He's gonna put that in there? Wait, is it
But
guaranteed?
placing it next to a thaumaturge to run the place, and a sacrificial chamber to provide soul energy, you'll be able to level it up. And it's worth it. Because once you get the room to level 3, there are some very nice rewards to be had. In a level 3 corruption chamber, you will find this mysterious device. It has a slot to place an item, and it only accepts items that are already corrupted.
That are
What will happen to them?
already-
Well, normally once an item is corrupted, you can't modify it
do
any further.
anything to it. Yeah.
But this device allows you to corrupt your item a second time, adding another enchantment. This has the capability to craft some very powerful items indeed. But be
Thorns
warned,
damage, bro. You
the
really
Vaal
put that
are
in the
all
highlight.
about taking risks in the pursuit of power.
Oh
There is
my
a
god.
50% chance that the item will be destroyed.
There's a tourist out there somewhere who's really happy right now.
Each room has its own interesting mechanics and rewards when it levels up. Many of them contain bosses to fight, special drops, and in many cases,
That was
new
special
crafting
drops?
opportunities.
What? Is
For
this
example,
2123?
A level 3 alchemy lab has a nasty Vaal construct to fight, but if you can defeat it, you can find new corrupted soul cores. Like Guatalitzi's thesis, which on boots allows you to sacrifice your life to run faster. Or Sita Qualotl's thesis, which on gloves will revive one of your minions whenever an offering expires. Get a sacrificial chamber to level 3, and you will need to face a highborn
That
priest of
fast
sacrifice.
character again.
Defeat him to be able to further corrupt a Vaal you need, modifying it in unpredictable
We don't need
ways.
movement speed, guys. We got attack speed. Remember?
One of the mods
Better
of this
anyway.
unique will be removed and replaced with another random mod.
Constricting command still exists in this game?
For
Bro,
example,
if you got a plus
this
spirit,
soul
constricting
mantle.
command.
It gives you an additional totem, but lowers your totem's life.
Imagine a 30
and curses
spirit,
you when they die.
3 socketed constricting
By using
command.
the machine, this could result in a terrible item
What if you get
remove
4
the good
socketed
mod,
constricting command? Holy.
but also some amazing items if you replace the downside.
No way. No way.
Now, one extra thing to mention about these Vaal crafting machines.
I wonder if you can double
You
socket.
don't have to take
Correct.
the items you want to craft into the temple. If you don't have the item you want to craft with you at the time, then clicking this button will allow you to create a
Nice,
currency item instead,
itemized.
allowing you to do the craft later
All
or
right,
trade
just
it if
buy
you
him off
want.
Faustus, thank you.
Now, there are all sorts of interesting rooms you can find in the
Straight, I
temple.
was gonna have to use TFT
But the
again.
last one I want to show you today is the Flesh Surgeon. A Vaal Flesh Surgeon can be leveled up by placing him next to a high-level synth flesh lab. But be careful. The Flesh Surgeon has some rather unpleasant experiments in his personal lab. Afterwards, you might notice the surgery table just sitting there. The Vaal are great at crafting items. Why not do some crafting on yourself? After laying down, you'll be asked which limb you'd like to replace. Left arm, perhaps your right leg. Each limb can get a different set of random bonuses, so choose wisely. After getting up from the
That's
table,
kinda gross.
try out your new limb. It seems to work fine, and even perform better than your normal one.
What?
Now, there is just one thing with replacing body parts. If you die and are resurrected, your body will return to its natural state.
My God.
You might need to return to the Vaal Surgeons if you want another robot arm, and maybe get a better one next time.
It's hardcore light. We're
Some
gonna play
rooms, like the
hardcore light.
Commander,
Oh.
can give you a new type of reward. Medallions that can be used to manipulate the temple in other ways.
That's kind of cool. I actually
Using
like
a
hardcore light
Quibalatle's
mechanics.
medallion will allow you to artificially boost a room, even if it doesn't meet the normal requirements to level up. And a
Is this
Huatalottle's
not already the
medallion
case with one
will
portal
stop
map?
rooms from destabilizing when you complete a temple, allowing you to guarantee getting a reward a second time. Great if you want to stock up on double corrupts. Now, with all that aside, time to face the Architect, and you will be in for a fight.
You mean in by
Once
fight? You mean 1
defeated,
second fight?
you will find another console that can be used to modify the temple. But this one is special. It allows you to place new types of rooms with specific rewards.
Would you play
There
some
are rooms with
Spartan
specific uniques,
Ooh.
special runes, and currency. But also a few
5
other
Exalted
more
Orbs,
niche
log in.
crafting experiments. Like this one, that can extract the socketables back out of an item, at the cost of destroying it.
That's nice. That's actually nice.
Now, something really important is every league we release a significant amount of content for the endgame. In order to make sure that the Fate of the Vaal works well for late
Endgame
game players,
updates.
we've added many mechanics to make sure that you can scale the difficulty and rewards to match. Getting some rooms to level 3 adds extra mods to the
What,
entire
only in
dungeon.
the league mechanic?
And these stack with each other. So in endgame, when you can get some really big temples, you can generate a challenge that can even match the strongest of characters.
We'll see about that.
We also start to introduce ways to store up energy for the temple, allowing you to save up many runs so you can do them later at your leisure, and not interrupt your mapping too often. Now in each league, it's important that we have a new pinnacle boss to test your character's might. In the Fate of the Vaal, you will get to face Adzeri, while she
That
was
looks
at the
pretty
peak of
crazy.
her power. One of the rewards you will gain by defeating the Architect is the ability to place the Royal Access Chamber. Once connected to your temple, you can visit it to finally reach the Queen of the Vaal herself. This fight takes place at a critical moment in history,
new.
right as Adzeri
What do I not
communes
know?
with the beast's power and takes her true
You
corrupted
guys saying
form.
I don't know. What do I not know?
Now, we are not going to show you the whole fight, but we will tempt you with one of the rewards.
Am I about to be disappointed?
This is Adzeri's rule. This staff gives additional levels to all of your corrupted gems.
He's still talking
and
about
lets
tax
you trade
speed?
life for extra damage.
No, you're talking about.
But in addition to that, while using the
they
staff,
changed whirling slash.
mirrors of refraction will constantly appear.
Nah,
on the
I would have
battlefield.
seen that on my Discord if
Any
they
projectile you
destroyed
fire at
whirling
these
slash.
will split into a nova,
Somebody would have said that.
and they
in the
can chain
Discord.
from one to the other.
I don't believe you.
So, that's the fate of the Vaal League. But we are also bringing the previous league, Rise of the Abyssal, into the core game,
We knew this.
along with a
Yep.
few changes. Now, for
Like-
those of you who haven't seen what happens when a league is over, it's important to understand that you will not be seeing abysses in every area anymore. Rise of the Abyssal is now one of the league mechanics that can show up randomly in endgame.
Good. But can
if you want to specialize in running abysses,
you desecrate the mod
there is
onto a
now
map?
a tablet that will allow you to add them to any map you run. You can also craft the tablet to add abyss-specific mods to enhance how they function. Now that Abyss is core, it also needs its own Atlas tree.
Oh.
You can gain your first points by completing an Abyss. But there are more available for doing depths,
Hey, I'm happy to desecrate
killing
maps if I can
certain
put
bosses.
Overrun by Abyss on every
and there
map.
are a bunch of different options.
That's worth it.
You might just want more monsters and bosses. But you can also make finishing an Abyss have a chance to overrun a nearby map with the Abyssal.
There we
Or
go.
make your Waystone modifiers also apply to Abyssal depths. You could specialize in the interaction with other leagues, or specialize in a specific Abyssal faction.
There's
One
no
of the
desecrating
important
maps
elements
anymore.
that we have heard loud and clear is that needing to do Abyss crafting on Waystones is quite annoying. So, we have removed that. In fact, we have removed instilling from Waystones as well. This mechanic felt mandatory on maps because it boosted the value of all other content. But it was both annoying to do and resulted in a lot of visual
I
clutter.
didn't think it was that bad.
Instead, we are bringing back some of that power on tablets, which you don't need to craft nearly as often, since they last for 10 maps each. Once you defeat the Arbiter of Ash, you will be able to upgrade tablets to a rare with 4 mods using regular currency.
Wow. Okay.
Even this isn't enough to fully bring back the power you
That's
could have
pretty
gotten from
cool.
instilling, so we have
That's
also
gonna
buffed the bonuses
make it
that
harder to get
tablets give.
specific tablets you
Going
want,
forward,
for sure.
we're not going to be adding any more crafting directly to Waystones outside of the basic currency because it adds too much micromanagement. But on that note, Fate of the Vaal does bring the ability to corrupt your tablets, hoping to get one of many different random outcomes. Now, with regard to Delirium Fog, even though you
So
shouldn't
they
have
just
to
went
have it
all in
every
on
map anymore,
tablets.
we still did want to make it less visually annoying. Delirium Fog has been toned down significantly, so you won't feel like you're just playing in a sea of grey.
I see
Another
peripherally
big
you
source
see
of
it,
problems
but
in the
in your
endgame
immediate
is
vision
the
you don't
feeling
see it.
of getting
That's a,
overwhelmed with monsters.
I didn't think about that potential change, but that's
In
actually pretty smart.
031, we reduced the number of monsters in early endgame in order to help with this, but still scaled up the number of
I like that.
monsters to previous levels by the time you got to tier 15. Well, after letting this simmer for a while, we are still getting this kind of feedback. So we are no longer going to scale up the number of
almost like my
monsters you go as you
exact
get deeper into the
character.
endgame. Instead, we are scaling up the difficulty and rewards by the same amount. So to be clear, instead of increasing the number of monsters by 40%, they will instead drop 40% more items, grant 40% more experience,
I heard about this
and
change
have
in Discord,
40% more
actually.
life. In addition
Reducing
to
the
all
number of
normal
monsters,
scaling
making them
they
drop
get
more.
due to being higher level. This only applies to regular monsters, not bosses. We have also reduced the speed modifiers that monsters can get sometimes, which also helps a lot with this. Now, we did have a large
Maps no
amount
longer
of
scale
content for
density,
in-game
increases
playing
HP
for
drop.
040, but unfortunately we just didn't get
All
time
right,
to
real
finish.
talk. Gotta pause the video. All right, so I talked about this in a recent YouTube video I made about, you know, one of the biggest issues currently in PoE too. So we had like performance issues, and then we had visual clarity. And part of the visual clarity issues is, I mean, I mentioned 3 things, but one of the biggest things is you just can't see what's going on. There's so many monsters and they're doing so many things. And it seems weird that this is an issue when the game was advertised as a more, meaningful combat-oriented game. So if you're telling me that they're reducing the density and you're scaling up the monster HP instead, that actually sounds like a brilliant solution. At least a step in the right direction if you are part of the crowd that wanted the original bill of goods that this game was sold as. Now, when I made that video, I got a ton of comments and people arguing different things, and it's pretty clear it was kind of split down the middle. So I'd imagine half of you listening to this probably are super pissed, and half of you are like super stoked about it. And that's the way it goes. But this was the game that we were promised for years leading up to it. So
the scope was a bit too large, and so we would need to wait until 050 for that. But rest assured, there will be a ton of upgrades for the existing that monsters can get sometimes, which also helps a lot with this. Now, we did have a large amount of content for Endgame planned for 040, but unfortunately we just didn't get time to finish it.
What?
The scope was a bit too large, and so we would need to wait until 050 for that. But rest assured, there will be a ton of upgrades for the existing leagues, as well as new pinnacle bosses.
No, I mean, they're changing a lot of stuff on the in-game.
Passive tree coming soon.
Everything I've just heard is pretty sizable changes to the in-game.
Much bigger issue in the end-game is game
especially what they're doing to tablets.
And we have done a lot of work here. The primary issue is CPU load. And to address that, a lot of things have been optimized. Okay. And we have done a lot of work to take advantage of more of your CPU cores. You should see frame rates of at least 25% higher, and a lot less bad frame spikes during gameplay. It does make quite a big difference, especially on consoles. A lot more work in this area is ongoing, and you will continue to see performance improvements over the next few months. Of course, another important area is game balance.
Bingo card performance.
And we have made a lot of changes.
We've made several performance improvements.
Most of these we will save for the patch notes, but I'll do a quick summary of some of the numbers. As well as adding 11 new unique items, we have rebalanced dozens of others that are not currently used very often.
Oh god, it's constricting.
We've also done a pass over lineage supports. 21 of them have been rebalanced, as well as adding 9 more. 21 of them have been We've also
when you freeze a target with supported skills for each one rage you have, you and your allies gain 1% damage as cold damage for 20 seconds? And this can be put on a skill that's not your primary skill. Global increase. Ooh. Wait, did they remove like cold infusion or what is it called? Ice bite? They probably removed Ice bite for this, huh?
Done a pass over lineage supports. 21 of them have been rebalanced, as well as adding 9 more. Alongside the 2 new Druid ascendancies, we have made balance changes to almost all the others, with some of them getting a grander rebalance, such as the Smith of Katava. Alongside the 20 plus new Druid skills, we've also rebalanced 90 other active skills across all the different classes. And to top it all off, there are also over 250
it's
new
a
passive
secret
skills
tree
added to the
update
passive tree. These changes
that
should
we
go
don't know
a long
about
way
yet.
to increase the viability of many more skills, uniques, and overall build variety that can tackle our most challenging content. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new supporter packs.
The lack of the endgame overhaul is a lot of people very, very upset. I mean, I saw a fair bit of endgame overhaul right here. The removal of anointing your maps, crafting your maps, desecrating your maps, and slamming that all into tablets. That's kind of a big in-game update, actually. I mean, you may or may not think it's better, but I mean, that's a pretty seismic shift in in-game mapping, how you do it. Is it not? Am I crazy?
Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Precursor and Kalgurin packs. Each tier contains...
Well, I thought it was weird how he was saying... I don't understand why he said we just didn't get around to the promised changes for the overhaul, in-game overhaul. I mean, I guess they have some absolutely insane, massive thing. Like they're gonna delete. What are they gonna do? Delete the Delve-like Atlas or something? Like, is it gonna be that big? I don't know. I mean, the tablet changes are kind of a big thing. I was never expecting a full-blown Atlas rework where you just, like, I don't know, delete PoE 2's Atlas and put in PoE 1's Atlas. I'm not expecting that to ever happen.
The pack's full face value
That
in
sounds
points,
way too-
alongside several
like way too
exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Precursor series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. First up, the Marble Statue Character Effect. Once you finally stay still for a moment, a podium rises up out of the ground to immortalize you, turning your skin to marble. When you next move, the stone crumbles around you. The Precursors had mastery over gravity manipulation. So too can you, now with the Gravity Well portal. Witness the power of its pull as you approach it. Draw in enemies with your own gravitational pull with the Awakened Precursor armor set. The Precursors designed and built many mysterious ancient beings. This one used to serve as a scout that would patrol and tase intruders.
Hey, it's
Buy
lightning, so
salvage
if
gear
you have that
yourself
one, you'll win.
when the Master of the Forge can do it for you. Molten gold spills out as the Forge Master breaks down your items.
There's lava everywhere on the ground.
The Relic of the Precursors map device is a mysterious machine that sits atop ancient colossal statues. It keeps track of the number of charges consumed on your Precursor tablets used in the device. The Kalguran pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. The Kalgurans had astounding skill in astronomy, being able to track cosmic events with absolute precision. Harnessing that skill, with the Astronomer's Level Up effect equipped, you too can now see exactly how long it took you to level up as it outputs the time in chat.
He's
The
casting
time taken to
Twister
reach your last
with
3
no whirling
levels is
slash.
also displayed on the item,
What is he doing?
so you can link it when you have a time you're proud of.
All right, guys, lay it on me.
Crush
Did they
unique
nerf
enemies
Whirling Slash?
by unleashing the wrath of the lost Kalguran fleet, led formerly
I haven't looked
by
at the notes
Captain
yet. Did they
Heartland himself.
nerf Whirling Slash or Twister?
A Kalguran seafarer needs armor fit for the treacherous
Did we
seas
get a
of
speed
Rayclast.
nerf?
This
Did we
set
get an
has you
AoE
covered
nerf?
with the classic tricorn, and of
No, they
course,
did not.
a pig leg.
Yes.
The lost treasure
Yes.
weapon skins top off your appearance
Twister
of a
on,
true raider of the
boys.
seas.
We're playing Twister again.
These gilded weapons can be applied to wands,
deleted
two-hand
Whirling
maces,
Slash.
and shields. After a long day of plundering loot, retreat to the Kraken's Cove hideout. A home of some of the most
Attack
deadly
speed nerf.
ocean-dwelling creatures in Rayclast.
What attack speed nerf?
Many ships have met their demise here.
They nerfed our companion.
What better to accompany you in Kraken's Cove than a Kraken itself? Replace your stash with a dormant Kraken, waiting for its prey. As you approach, it will awaken and terrify both you and any guests in your hideout. Alongside this, an extra stash skin item will be granted to you, and when placed, will automatically open to any stash tab set with the currency affinity, to help having to navigate through your tabs. Additionally, any microtransactions from these supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 1.
That video. All right. Oh. Where's the Where's the pack? Actually, I didn't even pull that up, huh? We got a... Oh, you guys said the Ziggy D was supposed to be a thing, right? The Ziggy D thing? Is that something we need to watch on here? No, it's 2 hours of nothing? No more chilled ground from frozen locusts. I didn't know that. Actually, that kind of sucks. Here, let me pull up this stuff. Yeah, that's a good idea. Is it 2 whole hours?
Welcome back, Exile.
Uh,
Welcome back, Exile.
we'll at least look at it here. Where's the patch notes? Somebody link patch notes. Surround nerfed is going to really hurt Whirling Slash, at least the way I was playing it before. Because then the only problem really is that you can't use Defy 2 to keep going as a travel skill. Unless I move back to like level 1 Whirling Slash, but then it's not going to be a lot of damage. Okay. Okay. Alright, let's go. Well, we'll watch this for now, and why is the first one titled Druid didn't look that good in the reveal? What? Really? That's what this is called? Oh, intro chapter? I don't know if we'll watch the whole thing, but we'll watch it for a while.
Exiles to the Q&A portion. I am your host, Ziggy D, and today we're going to be touching on the design of the Druid and the fate of the Vaal League while we gather some community questions. Then we'll deep dive into endgame, balance, and other game design topics. I am, of course, joined by game directors Jonathan Rogers and Mark Roberts. How you guys going today?
Oh, very good. I mean, you know, it's been a great one to work on this one. Like, I've really enjoyed it. So yeah, it's definitely great to see you again. And it feels like it's only been like no time at all since the last time you were here with the PoE1 release.
It feels like only several weeks, and that's pretty accurate.
yeah.
We get to see you twice as often now, so that's fun.
Yeah, I'm around every 2 months or so now, roughly. It's great. I love it. Let's keep going.
Druid looks terrible in the show.
So
I
do have to open with this though. Is like Druid looked a little bit weak.
I don't know how it feels,
in the
though.
demonstration video today.
Yeah, I think one of the issues that we have is like we're so concentrating on like just demonstrating how the mechanics work that we sort of forget to be like, okay, let's actually make sure the damage numbers that we're doing on this like test character we're filming here are actually like in line with what people actually normally expect. So yeah, there's just a few things there that we probably should have caught and made a little stronger there. But yeah, when you actually play it, it's certainly from the alpha feedback incredibly powerful. Like
Yes.
you know, the like, you know, we were seeing some people say, oh, you know, the wolf looks weak or whatever. Well, I can assure you that on alpha there's a bunch of people saying the wolf is super OP. So you know, it just comes down to the things you go through in order to demonstrate
I
stuff.
think we probably going to be worthwhile. We make some videos showing a bit more of the less demonstratey side and get them posted and stuff this week. Because honestly, you can just play it literally right now, and it's
Yeah, I've definitely been.
I mean, I understand the philosophy of
when I first watched it as well, the draft, I was
promising
thinking,
over
I don't really get a
delivering.
feel for what it feels like to actually play it. Like there's good
It looked like
demonstration here of
DDVS,
the
so when people
mechanics,
actually log
but,
in and play,
yeah,
they're
I can
like, wait,
understand
my
it from your
damage looks even
perspective.
better than
Pretty easy
the
to be like,
developers
I wanna
playing the
communicate
game.
how this cool
Holy
thing works,
shit.
how this cool thing works.
There's a fine line there for sure, where if you get too hectic, people are like, I don't even know what's going on. They're just looking at a ruckus. And then, in this case, let's say we went on a little too far on the other side of the line, was just a bit too slow. And
Ever dropped the
as a
damnation
result,
card
yes, it
during
can look a
Pilfering
bit
Strat?
weak,
No,
but,
I didn't.
Yeah, I
But
think
my
we'll try and get some like raw Druid gameplay out to people to kind of understand it. I think particularly for this class because of the
I've
shape-shifting
seen
stuff,
or
it's
heard
so
of
hard
other
for us
people
to-
getting
normally
it.
we can look at something and be like, oh, that's just a demonstration. We kind of know what it would look like at
Sorry,
endgame.
that was me.
But I think with the Druid, it's just so unusual. It's so different that it's actually hard to judge what it would feel like to even play it. And I'm happy from my hands on to say that like it's almost immediately like very smooth. The shape shifting of it, the movement of it, especially because like in your demonstrations you're not really using dodge, roll, sprint, that sort of thing as well, which makes a big difference.
I suppose one of the things we didn't really dwell on in the video as well is that we do actually have dodge roll. I mean, they're not actually rolls for the animals, but yeah, all the animals can like hop around and that kind of stuff. And that was honestly one of those things that was like kind of funny because initially we actually had it so when you dodge rolled, you would transform back into a human. And the reason we did that is because it's really hard to make animations for animals that like actually work correctly. Like we actually thought it was impossible, but then when we actually put it on alpha, there was the kind of visceral reaction of
video
I
was
want to
very
still be a
good.
bear, like, you know, while I'm
Which one?
walking around. So
One about
we ended
PoE2
up
I
having
came out
to,
with
like, work out,
recently?
okay, how can we make this possible? How can we make it so that you can actually do the
Talking
the
about
dodge roll
visual
with an animal?
clarity?
And that sort of ended up being pretty good, I would say.
And this was like clearly the hardest class to design so far, and it took a bit longer. Like, I think you were originally hoping to bring it out in a previous expansion.
quite a while ago.
Yeah, I mean, a
but
lot
the
of
thing is
people
with it is
watched
it's
that
kind of
video,
like
liked
designing
it.
four
It got more
classes in
likes than
one,
comments, so it didn't
because
give ratio.
Not only do you have
That's how I
a
know it's good.
situation where, like obviously we want to have synergy between skills and stuff like that, and we can like look at that in a normal class and work out what those might be. But with this class, people want to be able to play just as a bear or just as a wolf, as well as people who want to play like dual with a human and a wolf, or people who just want to be a wolf and a bear, and like all the different combinations. So we had to kind of come up with a way for like each line needs to be self-sufficient and that it's got all the tools that you need. But at the same time, you have to not have it so it feels like there's just duplication between them. We're like, oh, like this is just the same thing as what a bear has, but you know, you are a wolf instead.
Like charge
So you kind of have
regulation
like,
got
it's like
nerfed
you
from
need all the
percent
tools, and
more
you
to
also
percent
need to have them
increase.
feel different. And that just made it really, really tricky to get all of the things right with it. And then it didn't also help that, since the last time we were working on the Druid, way back when we showed it off in Gamescom 2023, we had WSD. And that is a whole other complication because, like, how can we make that work with the animal forms? It's like a whole thing. Like I'll tell you the wyvern, for example, like we had a hell of a time making it so that you could do the ranged attacks because you need to be able to walk while you're doing it. The wyvern's sitting there with its arms like planted on the ground, being able to walk while also spitting it. Yeah, it's like we went through so many iterations of that. So yeah, it was just a very tricky class overall, like just crazy.
I remember seeing some very goofy looking like wyvern like months and months ago.
Yeah.
We were like trying to, this is not working right.
Right.
Like,
Well, I
this
also
does not
remember like
look right.
for a long time the wolf was just like a dancing dog. It was just like it looked really silly. And like man, the wolf as well. I mean, it was really hard to get right, and because one of the things we really wanted to avoid was I didn't want that too much of that whole like man in a wolf suit vibe.
Yes.
Like I wanted to actually get the feeling of like this is an actually different animal, which I think with the bear and the wyvern's way easier. With the wolf, it's like it's really hard not to just go back into that. So we had a lot of questions about like what even the locomotion was. How does it walk? Are we going to walk on 2 legs? Are we going to walk on 4? We ended up splitting the difference. You can do both, right? Like you get that when you're attacking and you can be upright walking on 2 legs. When you're walking, you run on 4, and you actually do get a speed boost while you're on 4 legs. Like as a wolf, just so after like 1 second of walking, you go down on 4 legs. You start moving a bit faster. So yeah, it's pretty cool.
An interesting thing there, I don't think is each form technically has a kind of passive benefit.
Right.
So obviously you got the running fast as a wolf. Can't remember exactly what the wyvern ones were, but like for the bear, for example, because you're just a bit bigger, bit of a tank. You actually do get armor, and armor applies to elemental damage as a thing, and like there's a kind of which is like honestly, unless you actually click the bear keyword, is like undescribed everywhere.
Well, it was even more than that because I was just looking at it in game before. The bear has like passive endurance charge generation.
Yes, it does. From rage expenditure, it does.
I was like, that's so cool.
Yeah. So we really wanted to make sure that each of the different forms had things that can benefit the other forms. So like it was really tricky to think like, what are resources that a bear can generate? What are the resources the wolf can generate? What are the ones the wyvern can generate?
Is there anything else they say really important?
Get that cross synergy
in this section.
So that's kind of like one of the reasons why we had to kind of come up with all that stuff. And
anything that would be related to Twister
as well, because like technically it's mentioned, but I never really fully understood the idea that you can swap between the forms, like human to animal and back. Yeah, I figured that's what's going on here. But you can like leap in as a wolf and then immediately transform to a bear mid slam. As
you absolutely can. Then that means
and there's that
you can blur the lines a little bit, like
people, but and actually for
the game as well.
Right.
Yeah. I was like, I really went through. I mean, I know we showed 2 examples, but I was like, really want to make sure there's like
a divide between the 2 things, and you even actually made 2 separate
trailers.
The
Vaal expansion.
Well, it would have been super weird to have these like 2 completely clashing themes in the trailer. So yeah, in the end we were like, that's like normally of course we'd make one trailer with everything, but we're kind of like, man, it's really hard to unify these 2 things in a kind of reasonable way. So yeah, in the end we decided to go with 2 trailers and just like show the content completely separately.
And they're not connected. Like they
not at all,
have
right?
To be, right?
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
They're not. Aside from both of them having a buttocks in it, they're not connected.
That just happened. Yeah, that was total accident, by the way. It was just like 2 totally unrelated.
Yeah, sure. I was praising the equality of it. Like,
right.
Yeah, I was great. There's buttocks for everyone here in this trailer. Excellent. Thank you. So this expansion is, and we saw this a little bit where you tried to work in the previous League mechanics into like story quest stuff, which I was super keen on. This expansion definitely feels much more deeply linked into the campaign and story, to the point where like Doriani's saying, go back in time and try and change these things that happened in the campaign. I was like, this feels like a major campaign story beat.
Yeah, so I mean, there's a few things going on there. So, like initially, like this league, unlike I think
this doesn't have Act 5 in it,
in
right?
the past, the storyline develops quite a lot more, kind of like through the campaign with different events that happen and sort of link in a lot. And
It's
part of the
Act
reason
5.
originally for that is that one of the things we sort of don't like necessarily about what leagues do is like you've got this situation where you like walk out of town in like literally
No
the
Act
first
5,
area,
okay.
and it's like some eldritch entity is immediately
assumed so, but-
recruiting your services. You know what I mean? Like it's actually very like
Put this
unfortunate.
rusty thing in your body.
Exactly right. So we kind of wanted to try and make sure that there's a little bit more like it doesn't feel like the world is on your shoulders like right from the get go. Like there's actually like a little bit a growth of epicness throughout the league. So like if we'd have had it, so it's like you're time traveling into the past. Like the moment you walk out the gate, it's like okay, it's just not quite right. So we decided what we'll do is we'll make so that there is the temple. We've got a kind of like almost a baby version of the mechanic where you've got a lesser number of rooms, like it's kind of a bit simpler, like to start out with. And then once you pass the sort of key point in the storyline, then it like really opens up. You go into the past, you've got a little more story stuff going on. It did add quite a lot more work to kind of have to make 2 versions of a bunch of things and that kind of stuff. But I think it is worth it because it means that it feels like the league has a lot more going on. It just doesn't kind of break you don't break immediately the feeling of the world, which has been a problem in the past.
I have very strong opinions on this one. It's like dark horror, gothic, secondary. 3 dimensions deep of I'm in the past or in some sort of demon realm now. I don't know what's going on here.
And I mean, it's fine as you go, but this is actually one of the challenges I think we're going to have just designing leagues generally is that they're going to require a bit more work to make them feel right. I mean, even just something as simple as like
is the league called Last of the
Vaal
Druids or
sacrifice
Fate of the
circles that you
Vaal?
get throughout the world.
What is the actual
Normally
league
what we've done
name?
is like make one thing and call it a day. Here, what we've done
to
is
see
we've
the
got, like,
artwork
10
to
or
know
more.
for sure.
It's a ton of variations of those. Where for like each act, we're like for each area, we're thinking like, okay, which like we need more of these so that we can use them so they feel natural in the place where they are. Like do a bit
Fate
of
of the
material
Vaal.
reskin,
They even
stuff
have
like
the
that. Like,
screen
that's kind of the
there.
stuff that we now need to do to sort of
Called
make it
Last of
feel
the
like you're
Druids.
breaking
Like
the world stuff.
the PoE1 style, betrayal basement. You just okay, so there's just a
randomly.
basement everywhere, like in the mud flats. Like okay, that just doesn't fly anymore at all.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
Probably like
we
2
want to make
logo
sure that
updates.
these things are way more believable.
Right.
Like you are actually convinced. You're like this makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm not just in a basement in the mud flat in a swamp. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the Vaal is a very distinct thing, and it's very like tied to Act
Could have
3 as
released
well.
2
So
trailer.
Yeah.
I was a bit
Well,
worried
yeah.
about like the tone of Act
Or my
1 with the
thumbnails
Vaal
will just
stuff,
keep
but then,
alternating
Like,
one
fits
then the
in
other.
reasonably well. Like you've definitely taken good care to make sure that it doesn't.
Well, I mean, yeah,
It's
it's
not
a
super
matter of
jarring
making it feel like there's some ancient ruin that then later someone came along, like some Ezomites went in there and they built some stones around it because they're like, well, what is this thing? And like, we just thought a little bit about like how would the culture here have reacted to the fact that there was this ancient ruin from long ago in this location and that kind of thing.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. And you mentioned to me that this is the bar for what you want to be doing. This is the quality level for what you want to be doing.
So I'd say that like it does sort of. I would say here, like the level of polish and the stuff that we're doing. Like,
So are
the
people
amount of
calling
content
this
that a league
Incursion
needs
League?
to actually be good. Like,
Basically?
Obviously,
guess it's
when
more
we
like
did
Temple
0-2-0,
League,
the
huh?
league was a little bit like it was just the Asmerian spirits, and like I mean, it was a league, but it wasn't really. Didn't have like the depth of content and stuff that you needed. And then with 0-3-0, I think we did a lot better. Like it came a lot better, but I still don't think we quite got there in terms
that
of
was like
the,
PoE1 level kind of.
yeah, and then this one here, I think like you get up to the level of quality that we really want to be delivering in PoE2, like post release and everything,
Incursion.
like the kind of the amount of content you need for a league. Like it needs to be quite sizable. And
Doesn't
good.
exactly
it did
roll
take
off
a
the
lot of
tongue.
effort, but I think it's worth it because it sort of shows you what we can do when we.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's like a high bar that you've effectively kind of like locked in committing to
Right.
for expansions. there.
Well, hopefully I don't come to regret it, but it's not. And honestly, the scope did explode a little bit because when we, I think that one of the things. So when I initially designed the league, I was kind of like, okay, we're going to have like some limited number of rooms. We kind of spec'd it out, and like we, and each one will have a few levels, and it kind of didn't seem like it was that large. But really, in the context of PoE2, it's like, well, if you're going to spend effort to upgrade a room, it needs to feel meaningfully different and have meaningfully better rewards and all that stuff, and it pretty soon expands into like a really huge list of like different combat encounter mechanics and different like crafting mechanics and different rewards and everything. Like there are so many new rewards and things in just in the temple. It's crazy. There's a lot there. Like certainly the number of expanded crafting options and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, we could take some inspiration from what PoE1 did with Incursion, in terms of double crops and stuff, but we had to make it work in a PoE2 context. There's just a lot there.
Yeah, I've followed your progress with designing this one
Yes,
from
well,
the very beginning.
Yeah, the funny thing is about that is that it actually came from a game that you recommended that I play.
I wasn't going to even say
no. So you recommended that I play this game called Loop Hero, and I really enjoyed it. Then, I mean, everyone's going to think that the game we're inspired by is Blueprints, but it actually wasn't. It was Loop Hero.
It was so good because I told you about that game, and then it was like a week later or something, you sent me a message like, "Hey, I've made this little program."
Yeah. So I prototyped up like a thing that's for what would become the UI for Incursion. We actually ended up. It's funny because this is like the first league I've actually personally done code on in like quite a long time.
You really got into it.
Yeah. Because I mean, it was a real fun, just like evening thing to like go and just like work on this design. One of the great things about doing that is that I got to make so many design changes just in the course of writing it, like which I don't think necessarily would have gone exactly the same way if I was getting other people to do it. So yeah, that was really fun. And just make and then effectively the back of it is like the code that I wrote, but obviously the UI of it is like a whole thing that a bunch of other people worked on and made really look really awesome. But yeah, that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, what is it like about this one that grabbed you so much? Because you got so involved and so personally, like working on it at home.
Yeah, I just really enjoy this kind of like little game within a game, like little metagame things.
Hold on a second. I just realized. Think about something else. You guys said constricting command. It got nerfed, so you can't be surrounded, right? Like automatically, but can't the corruption take it one step further so you can still be? Because before you could corrupt constricting command so that it was like +2 or something. You know what I mean? I'm talking about the number. Because, like, you could go all the way up to, like, 6. They made it so you can't reduce the number of enemies below 1. Well, like, they hard-coded that? Or they just... Anyway, alright. I guess maybe if they hard-coded that in. Okay. Okay. The surround condition itself. Okay. It's bad.
That dungeon design thing is just a really fun thing for me.
Tile placing.
Yeah, it's really fun.
Love a good tile place.
And I just like coming up with all the little ways that they can interact and that kind of thing, and try to make my each feel a bit different and that kind of stuff.
I haven't looked at the patch notes yet. We're gonna do that next.
It's like iterative design where you're building a temple, you run it like it's a really small one at first, and then it crumbles a bit, but you're still kind of building on what you're doing each time. Yeah. It's like a weird kind of like roguelike-y thing without being a roguelike itself.
Yeah,
exactly. So with that design then, I'm curious, like, does it like fully reset at some point? Like, for example, when you kill Atziri or something?
Never fully resets, but when you kill Atziri or defeat an architect, quite a lot of the temple gets destroyed. So there's this kind of destabilization thing.
I'm gonna skip around here a little bit. I might listen to this on my own time later.
Progress like?
Well, we don't have anything to say at the moment.
Trial of the Ancestors.
It'll need to come obviously at some point, but we. Didn't have time.
Oh, confirmed. It will come sometime.
It keeps coming up. It is really just a matter of when, at what cost, etc. The classic, just resource distribution kind of things where it's like, when are we going to do it, and what, instead of this, and we have all these different ideas, and so but right now, nothing.
All right. So on Endgame, firstly, thanks for nerfing the Delirium Fog.
Yeah.
You saw the memes, I guess.
For sure.
So I've been enjoying all the foggy memes everywhere.
Here we go.
That's good. Visibility improvement for the Endgame, but not only that, like, you guys didn't just tone down the fog. You've done some pretty major things with the tablet waystone system.
I mean, the very first question, and before we even toned down the fog, the first question was, okay, well, why do you feel like you have to run every map this way in the first place, right?
Yeah.
Like, the fact that something feels mandatory is already a problem, regardless of the fact that the
I don't know. I mean, you could use that argument, say, well, why do you feel like you have to put tablets on every map? I don't buy into that argument at all. Of course, it's supposed to be friction in some places. Otherwise, if the game is frictionless, then it's not a good game.
So that was the first thing to solve, and it really then started coming into, okay, well, like how people are finding waystone crafting more annoying, and we only made it more annoying in Abyss with the having to go somewhere else and get it, it just
right.
made
We were layering multiple systems on top of each other to make.
So yeah, the first question is, well, how can we fix this problem, right? Like
the juiciest maps.
And effectively, we're kind of like, we can go. two ways
how
of
it
this.
works.
We can either make it so that every league has something that feels mandatory that multiplies with the rewards, or we can say no leagues do. In which case, it's more about like which league do you want to run for different for various different content that they can provide. So we decided to go with no leagues do because I think that it's probably just like less busy work, less annoying. Like if every league gave you something that you needed to like craft and do something with, it just would have been a pain. Which is why even in the live stream we're like, from this point on, just like waystones, they all get regular. They'll have the regular crafting, just regular base currency, but we're never going to add to them again and like a thing that requires you to do more crafting than that. Another layer of that, because I think that having to do that every map is too frequent.
You still craft
Doing it
waystones
on the tablets means that
make them
it's
6
just
mod
way
or
less
corrupted
frequent
or whatever.
that you have to do these things. Which
I guess now we'll do 8
helps
mod
a
corrupted
lot.
maps.
And then of course the question was, how can we make sure that we're not like doing a nerf to overall juicing potential here? So then we had to look into how can we get back the
now we're gonna have to
the
6
power
mod
you had
maps and
to,
only actually
to
gonna run
move
1
on
out
to
of 6
the,
maps
extra
because
mods on tablets and things
it's
like
about
that,
1 in 6 to 8 mod a map.
and we'll sort that out.
Now, obviously, you were hoping to do more endgame for this expansion.
Yeah.
So, what's kind of happened with the?
Well, I guess the sort of two things that we see as like the major problems in Endgame. One of them is when you get there, it can feel like you don't really have a proper goal. Like you don't have an immediate like, okay, here's a quest to do this and a quest to do that and that kind of stuff. So there's like a little bit of that missing, and that really is a content thing that just requires us to expand upon what a league is. Now,
what if the
something
meta is
like,
double corrupting maps? Holy.
Something like Fate of the Vaal. It immediately has story stuff to do and so on. So when that goes to endgame later, you'll have like storyline things sort of built in a way that can like make it so you've got that. But the other leagues don't have that as much, so we need to really
Recently
make sure we're expanding on
Waystones
those.
could
The other thing
go
as well is the
to
Atlas
10
tree just
mods,
needs a
but
lot
now they can
more
only go to
love and
8.
attention and like the way that it works and all that sort of stuff. So we just need to do a lot more there.
I opened that tree yesterday and I was like, oh, this sucks.
It's a little tragic.
It sucks.
Yeah.
Like,
So,
oh
but the
my.
thing is that in order to make it good, you have to spend a lot of time and attention making new notables that are cool, that require like actually modify things in cool ways and like actually really meaningfully do something. And that's just a lot of time and work to do that. So,
Do you have an idea for what you want to do with the ascendancy tree side of things? Like, is it kind of angling more towards what you've done in public?
Well,
which has been
elite
pretty
trees.
successful.
Well, I don't think we should be talking about that yet, just because that'll
Sure.
be it's more for later. But yeah, I mean, there's things we want to do.
Yeah,
There's
but
stuff we want.
Yeah,
suffice to say,
we're
Double corrupted tablets.
gonna
Oh yeah.
try not to spoil anything here.
Yeah.
We obviously are spoiling the fact we are doing something. And I'll tell you, it's not even. It's not the same. It's not similar.
Yeah.
It's like it's in a whole different universe. So it's kind of like, which makes it a little bit hard because obviously we're in this state where we want feedback about the in game.
yeah, it's
And so I
tricky.
do want to put, like, people should keep giving feedback because I don't want people to think, they're reworking it in game anyway, so I'm not going to say anything. Just in case. You never
Well,
know.
because there's
And we
also
also
different
can,
parts of
yeah.
the end game that kind of are like independent of the just things like how the Atlas tree works.
Yep.
So yeah.
But yes, that tree is effectively going to be completely reinvented. So that will get a full drastic change. And then the
Okay.
something
Yeah,
that
you
like
said it.
PoE1 with the whole complete your atlas being a very clear, very obvious goal. You just complete all the maps and you get your atlas is complete. And then there's heaps more beyond that, of course. There's all the boss farming and all the different progressions and even that has like multiple quests throughout the main quest line with the different pinnacles and all that. We just don't have any of that really. It's just immediately into this infinite unguided adventure. And there's a little bit of things with the corrupted zones and bit of that and like, the burning monolith but
So
it's
the
still
one thing
mostly
that makes
unguided. You don't
PoE2
really feel like you have,
truly
like,
different from
I've
PoE1, they're going to
completed the
renege on it.
main thing now. I'm going to farm. At the moment, it's pretty unsatisfying, I'd say. So really trying to drive that home. And then the other thing that honestly we spoke about upgrading the leagues and adding more bosses is like, that whole like having King in the Mists and Olroth as the pinnacle bosses of the leagues, just being like copy pastes from PoE1 was not our end goal. You know what I mean? Like they're a bit sad as pinnacles
I
right
agree
now,
with that.
and like honestly we need to up the epic a lot. So we've got a lot of that coming, and then just general upgrades to all the leagues. Like some of them are too, Ritual has the whole omens are too good, and others are just like, well, why would I do this? And there's a bit of that going on. So just a general balance and via adding more content and different axes and all kinds of stuff. So there's heaps coming. But based on all that, to answer the original, is that's how you can see how it didn't make the cut, because it is a ton of work. It turned out to be way more than we had anticipated, and it was just like, oh, damn, we kind of talked about wanting to do an in-game upgrade, a big revamp in 040, and now we've got too much work, and we still believe it's the right thing to do, so we're going to commit. And normally we often get faced with the option: do we cut it down to make it fit, or do we commit to it all and do it? And I don't think in this case we could have cut anything without kind of just honestly making it look half-assed, to be honest. So we were like, no, we need to do it all, which means, unfortunately, yes, it's not going to make 040. But then we were like, well, we can't just now do nothing. So what can we do? Well, obviously, we're not just going to be like, because we're doing an 050, we'll just leave the fog alone.
Yeah.
Obviously bad, which was a bug, by the way.
Really?
All fogs, like the volumetric fogs in the game, have a cutout around the player.
Yeah.
That like cuts out and then tapers off. And all fogs in the games, there's multiple different fogs, had it except for Delirium Fog. It was the only fog that didn't have this. So that was, well, like, we can start there by re-adding it, and then we'll iterate until we feel like it's about right.
Weird.
Kind of sad when you look into these things and you're like,
then,
oh damn,
if that was
it was
the
just
case.
broken the whole time. But either way, like, player doesn't know if it's broken or just intended, so obviously fixing it is the important thing. But yeah, I know there's that guy on Reddit doing a post every day, and
they can finally rest.
Thank you for your service.
Your watch is complete. Yes, we can actually see the ground. It was just hilarious in some maps, whereas like they have holes in the ground, and like there's so much fog you actually can't tell where the holes are. It's like I can't move anywhere. It looked a lot better from the footage, so it's a big improvement for sure. So you mentioned that, but there was also another kind of key change that you wanted to make sure to get in this one, and that was the kind of like monster density getting swarmed issue.
Yeah, that's a very interesting one, because so when we were doing 031, this was actually already a thing that we were tabling and talking about. But we kind of thought that players probably wouldn't like it because the like monster density can be a very touchy thing, right? But the funny thing is that what we found was that even after we what we actually sort of heard more was like, oh, we actually liked what the improvements were early in game, and we actually would wish that the rest of the in game was more like that. And we're like, okay, well, if that's the case, then like the main thing we have to do is not like nerf rewards, make sure that experience gain doesn't get lowered or anything like that. But overall, we don't necessarily need as many monsters as what we were having in the top. And I think this is actually going to also just generally improve things, because it makes when monsters have more life like that, it makes more builds viable. Because like there's obviously a point where like once you can one hit everything, then there's no point in like you might as well just go for whatever the fastest thing that can do that is, right?
Yeah, the lightning speed.
Right. So effectively, by making it so that monster life's a little bit higher as you get up there, it sort of actually means that like higher damage builds become more useful.
The need for having to target so many enemies goes down.
Exactly,
and thus
right.
You aren't just now funneled into
so
the highest AoE thing possible.
So it means that like things that are less AoE focused and more like, I mean, obviously you're still going to want AoE, you're still going to be wanting clearing like that sort of stuff, of course. But like effectively just by tweaking it down a bit, you just don't have the like so much need for everything to target quite so many things. And so the sort of higher damage skills that are a bit less like not like more than a screen in size can actually be viable. And that should hopefully improve the situation.
I want to make sure that even if people are like, but I prefer the swarminess, and it was fun for my build. And the thing is, like, that, speaking of, like, Atlas Tree, that's a thing where the Atlas Tree should be the thing thing that you can, it's like your build can do that. So, like, I want to make sure, like, for now, not doing it, but I wanted to do a thing, because we're doing this whole, like, monster effectiveness goes up more, right? I mean, it's a pretty...
Including their ground effectiveness.
Hard thing to understand, because monsters just get stronger with higher levels. So like it kind of just happens. You don't really. It's not like a thing you need to worry about or anything of the sort.
So are we still going to go from like tier 1 maps to tier 15 maps?
You can spec into making like on the Atlas Tree. I guess this is a little bit of a forward spoiler, but we're adding a little bit of it in a few places. But I want to make sure that you can invest into making monsters tougher without increasing the number of monsters, where like often it's just been pack size, and stuff like that. So
that's the original vision.
But then I would love to do a thing later where like you can convert that effectiveness increases you can get into like pack size. So it's like, you know what? Nah, I want the swarmy, weaker monsters thing. And I don't want one to at that point you can make sure the conversion results in the exact same amount of drops, and XP and all of that stuff.
That way you can incentivize. Well, you don't incentivize one or the other, right? Like it's more about what your build is, what you'd prefer, rather than being like everyone has to
players have agency.
Whereas right now, pack size is just a straight up multiplicative drops XP scale. I mean, obviously not for rares and bosses, but you know it is, and for a lot of people, it's a multiplicative fun scaler. Right. And I don't want to take that away. Like, I want people to be able to do that. But that's what the Atlas tree should be able to achieve. However, it is too chaotic at a base level.
Right.
You get this weird thing where it's like the campaign has a entirely different vibe to the end of the end game now, where it's like you step into the end game, it's kind of a right, and then you get towards the end. I mean, at the start, for people who didn't play 031 onwards, it was just like, okay, I'm going through the campaign. It feels a bit more tactical. Feels a bit more, intention. My actions are more intentional. And then I get into endgame, I'm like, what the heck is going on? There's monsters everywhere. It's out of control. And so obviously 031 alleviated this a bit, but it is. I don't want it to be that there's this feeling of there's two games there. I want it to be that you build that extra layer, that you change it through your Atlas tree and through decisions you make for the end game, as opposed to it just being inherent. So if you want to, we're going to make sure that we try and keep it that if you want to make it more swarmy and that kind of stuff, you can, but it doesn't give you a drop advantage necessarily over the tougher monsters. There are reasons to do both.
Well, how are they giving us
That's
choices?
fine. There'll be heaps of mechanics and stuff, but like, ideally, you can kind of play the game you want to play the game, and so in our tree and our builds, much like you can play the character how you want to play your character, we can do that with the end game as well, and that's the beauty of the Atlas tree. So and the keystones and stuff like that. So, but I can't. It's hard to get into more of that without getting into like kind of spoiler territory. But
that's interesting to hear that you want to kind of make things a little bit less binary, where like in the past it often has been the case where it's just like, oh, you just stack as much of all of the things you can stack, or it's just stack as much pack size or stack as much rarity as you can, but maybe having angles for both of those things, like I'm juicing pack size, or I'm juicing difficulty and rarity with. I mean, that's exciting to me because I like the ability of being able to spec content that rewards your character that has low AoE, that is like really good at like dueling really tough rare monsters. And like, we did get to see a little bit out of Imperial 1 where there was different strategies for juicing, where like you had like Titanic Scarabs or something that was making like really strong rogue exiles, and that took a specific sort of build to do. So it sounds like that's kind of the direction you want to head with that, which is pretty exciting to hear. And kind of tying into this topic then, and you touched on it a little bit, was like, there's definitely been, like, it's been noticed that rare monsters seem to drop the vast majority of loot in endgame maps, or at least compared to normal and magic monsters. There's a bigger difference, I guess, than has been the case in the past. And where are you guys at with, like, noticing or feeling that, or what problems do you foresee with that? It gets talked about a lot.
I don't think it's necessarily wrong that it's like that. One of the things we really want to try to make sure of in PoE 2 when we're sort of doing a sort of from scratch pass on this is that the amount of rewardingness of something is equivalent to the amount of difficulty that it takes to kill it. And that's kind of where like we're trying to normalize that, because by doing that, it means that we can try to get like we don't want a situation where like some content just is randomly just way more rewarding than other content, and so we're trying to just make sure that we're keeping tabs on that really well. And what that's kind of ended up with regard to the magic versus rare is like we've got the balance of that, where it should in an ideal world be the case that like killing a rare versus killing a white monster is does in fact drop the correct amount of rewards relative to each other. Now the issue can come with the fact is, what if your build can one hit either of them in any case? Well, so that kind of like changes, I guess, the way that
one hit either one,
so,
and then
but it should be the case that rares drop more than white monsters, and white monsters can.
The assumption here is that you spend a whole bunch of extra time trying to kill a rare.
It does make a certain amount of sense, but I guess like with what you were talking about, Mark, it seems like something you'll have to think about, because like if you want both strategies to be viable, like the pack size juicing, then there needs to be a reward, a payoff to that ultimately.
100%.
So that's something you'll be looking at then.
But I mean, as far as I'm aware, it really is the case that if you looked at entirely just around the life of the entity, The drops should be pretty equivalent to the amount of life that they had to, in order to kill them, as far as relative to each other. So if it's got 5 times as much life, it does 5 times as many more drops effectively. Like that's kind of what we're shooting for when we're trying to balance this stuff.
Yeah, I think with the balance of how things are and the options we have now, it probably makes sense. But yeah, it looks like something.
I mean, that's an argument for back to the original vision, where
there's a bit of a
actually
with
enemies.
One of the kind of issues
You don't just automatically one-shot
where,
every single enemy.
Everything is in reward icons, little
even on
floating
like
symbols.
an endgame
and
build.
that seems like something you're trying to avoid moving forward.
We haven't really been doing that for a little while now. There was certainly a period there in PoE 1 design where it was like every single league was just like those reward icon type things, and it ended up really beiging the rewards a lot because you just had this thing of like, every league drops, every other league's drops, and it kind of didn't really, like it wasn't really that great. So it's kind of been a little while since we've done that stuff in PoE 1 even, and in PoE 2 we kind of steer away from it to make sure that everything feels like it's got distinct drops and a reason to do it and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, it appears in some regards. Like, for example, when you get the reward rooms in Fate of the Vaal, you have a unique item room.
Sure.
But it's not just like a floating symbol above the monster.
Right.
Yeah.
Which also, immersively, I don't know what the heck that is, but what is it? It's just nothing. It's a clear and just obvious game mechanic.
I see some like floating, glowing cash money dollar bills above your head. Guy's loaded.
Whoa. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. You can't have my loot. But I just remembered, you spoke about rare monsters, and I was like, hold on, did we? I don't think we deployed or spoke about this change, but I know that taking away all the rare minimap icons was a bit anger-inducing. Because honestly, we knew it. We knew it was going to be.
Yeah.
Now, they aren't a requirement of the map, but as you're saying, they kind of drop a lot of the loot, and people were just doing the whole minimap, coasting between minimap icons. The middle ground we've come to here, which I think is quite cool, is once you've activated all the checkpoints in the map, which sometimes is 4, 2, the things for fast traveling and respawning, then all of the things
appear on the minimap.
The
funny thing is I thought we already deployed that.
I don't think we have.
Meaningful.
Okay, right.
That's what I was just remembering.
We intended to deploy that
have to
back
find
when
all
people were
the
complaining about it, and I
checkpoints,
feel like maybe we just kind of forgot. But that
you
was
just
implemented a while
play your
ago.
map. You generally find the checkpoints. If you're in a straight line map, there's one at the start, one at the end.
Yeah.
How the heck are you missing rares? Anyway, I don't know, but it
No,
can happen.
you don't always find a checkpoint.
But it doesn't just reveal the rares. It
What's that
reveals
one map?
everything. Every minute, not every
The
icon.
worst map in the game.
So strong boxes you missed,
I never
rogue
find
exiles
all
you
the
missed.
checkpoints.
Just so basically you can find if there's any content that you still wanted to grab.
How am I feeling about
Now,
this?
some people might argue, hold on,
No,
I'm just
not
going
too
to run
bad.
around the entire
I'm gonna have
map
to figure out
activating
the
them all and
surround
then go
text
clear.
thing.
Well, okay, if you want to waste time.
Right, but you're going to clear the map while you're doing that, right? So you probably clear the whole map anyway.
Yeah, so it's kind of meant to
I'm not
be
sure.
like,
I need to see the patch
You've
notes.
explored
Like,
at least.
I really have no idea when the league
there's
start yet.
Generally speaking, if you've got
gonna be
like a big
Twister, I
square
think,
or
'cause
circle
they
map,
didn't
you're
really
going to have
nerf
4
it, but-
checkpoints. You activate all 4. You've at least explored probably 75% of the map, right?
Yeah, it's about
you know,
kind of getting
so-
those last things. And
Yeah.
And then
I don't
it's
know
like,
if the
okay, look, you're
Druid
now allowed to
really
see if you missed
offers a
But then you
great
can also
deal
use
of
the checkpoints to get to the closest place where the stuff you missed was.
player
which is
power
nice.
for
So yeah, it kind of helps
Twister.
with,
I don't know.
with that. So
Now-
we did finally find a solution.
know, yeah.
I'm hoping this is a good middle ground.
Yeah.
Because yes, then at least you've done 75% of the map, probably without just doing blind mini-map gameplay. And then from that point on, it's like, look, yeah, I get it. You probably missed something. You know where it is now. It should actually maybe overall be even more helpful because it's not just revealing the rares. It's going to reveal even more. So you'll know about everything else you missed. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, I understand that was a bit of a aggravation for a lot of people. But you know, that's a perfect example of, again, it's you know, it's why I don't want people to not give feedback. 'cause,
Remind me,
this
do
kind of stuff still should
empowered
be fixed
attacks
pretty
require
imminently.
mana to use
and
still?
so yeah, it's
It's a good case study because I'm honestly surprised that you did do that because this seemed like I loved the rare icons,
Ancestrally
but I was
boosted.
definitely a victim of the like I'm only looking at the minimap now, so it kind of
Something I remember seeing where like if you don't have enough mana, you can still use
but
an
what you're
ancestrally
doing
I think this is a
here-
good middle ground.
Yeah, it seems like it's saving the players that feel like that they're FOMOing because like, oh, I know I missed like a league mechanic in the map somewhere after this. Like that is really bumming me out. And then they have to go and crawl back through everything and waste a bunch of time. So that's just kind of saving them that. Sounds like a good compromise change. Then nice little extra bonus reveal there. Good stuff.
Good, yeah. You just said rare monsters, and I just had this random like.
Good.
Wait.
What more
did
words
we
can
do
I
I'm
say?
sure that Whirling Slash is going to
Probably
be
should have
bugged
put that in
again.
the live stream if we
They-
had.
We've never had a league where Twister build wasn't somehow bugged.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
We shall
Probably
move on
gonna be
to
bugged again.
kind
We're
of
gonna move
gear
extra
and
fast.
passives, and this is sort of in the topic of balance and character power, and this sort of stuff has been talked about a fair bit. Something that's mentioned a lot is that the ratio of player power that comes from gear versus what comes from ascendancy and passives is much more tilted towards gear than in Path of Exile 1. And so kind of like roughly for an example, like the average PoE 2 passive is like 10%.
Is it really,
whereas
though?
the
I
PoE
mean,
1 passive is
I don't know if I agree with
16%,
that.
whereas the amounts on gears are pretty similar. So like the 100% increased fire damage on a wand is consistent as tier 1 affix between both games, meaning that like more of the power is kind
Have I
of being
build been
shifted away
nerfed? The
from
super
the
end
tree,
game
the thing
version
that you
with
get by default,
constricting
to
command
gear.
appears to
So
have been nerfed
this
a bit.
seems like
And
a
maybe
conscious
some
decision to
speed,
make
but I don't think
gear more
damage has been
powerful.
nerfed
Is this something like you've
specifically.
thought about or made like specific strides towards?
Probably the main thing that we wanted to do in PoE 2 was make it so that the tree is more like we're trying to be a bit more stringent about how the tree is multiplicative with what your gear does.
Yep, definitely doesn't sound like
does
any
make gear more
major
important.
nerfs.
I wouldn't say there's necessarily been a thing of like necessarily wanting
Twister.
the amount of power overall that you
core
get from one
nerfs.
and the other is more unbalanced, but it's just making sure that like when you are using the tree, that it's specializing your character more towards what
probably
the
gonna be
bonuses that
some
your
kind of
gear is
Twister
giving you
thing.
to kind of make the two things together, like be sort of important.
First
to
thing
be
I'll look
thinking
at
about
is
both.
maybe
So that was kind of our primary goal, but I don't know if
hi,
you've got a different feeling about
synergizing a druid form with some attack.
It
With,
certainly wasn't.
like for example, bear
the passive
ancestral
tree
call,
being weaker, I guess
or
we didn't really
ancestral war
even
cry
think
or
about it
whatever.
in the point of
I know I want
comparison. We
ancestral
just
war
kind
cry
of
in the
like
build.
back then
probably.
we went really back to the basics and evaluating a lot of our base
That empowers
balance.
every single
And,
whirling slash attack.
So it wasn't like let's nerf it compared to PoE 1. It was more just like
But
what do
I
we
don't know
want
for
gear
sure.
to do? What do we want the passive tree to do? What do we want? And all of that at the end of the day
It
is
might be
just
somewhat
relative
themed
to
like
then
the
how
Hollow
do we want the
Palm
monsters
slash
to scale
Twister.
and how to, which they're all
Build.
different, right? The way that the monster scale per level isn't the same. The way that the tree and thus the tree benefits are different. The gear is different, and everything. So again, not really. It was conscious decisions.
I
but
saw
not
the druid
conscious
was able to
decisions
cast a
like,
massive
nerf from
tornado
here
that
we
may
were
act
and
as like a
things of that
split
sort.
for twisters things, kind of like
that being
tornado
said,
shot does
yes,
for
I mean, I
Deadeye.
don't-
Maybe there's something there.
couple
I don't
other
know.
things. I
Need
mean,
to
we
see
made,
it.
for example, the decision that like we wanted the class stats on the tree to be weaker than the exterior. So
Yeah.
generally, the nodes are meant to go up a little bit in power as you get further away, so you don't just get the like class hopping kind of.
Heard something about
thing
the
that
wind tag.
historically
being
occurred
added
in
to
PoE
skills.
1
Yeah,
quite a
the
bit.
class stats were stronger than
You get
stuff,
the M on the top and stuff like that, and so that was a decision we made. But yeah, I mean, I guess we did kind of have like we want gear to be more important, especially base gear. I think we maybe overcooked it a little bit right now, but
Yeah, okay.
and just a little bit with more the ease of it, the ease of getting it. But that's a whole crafting discussion, I guess.
Talk about that too.
More of an in-game problem. But yeah, I would say, I mean, I'm personally pretty happy, honestly, with how it is.
Just that like ratio of importance of gear compared to passive. I guess like it's a question of how much power do you get for free, right?
Yeah.
Like ultimately
Yeah.
that's what it comes down to is like if my gear is, if I'm wearing all white gear, like how powerful is my character
Right.
from just the tree? And that's like a little bit lower, I think, in PoE 2.
And the reason
that
for that-
bothers some people, I guess.
The reason for that specifically is because the tree is more multiplicative than it was in PoE 1, where there was more just base stuff,
Right.
there. I mean, you can look at it even in simple things like, just life on the tree, for example, right? Like that's sort of another example of part of the thinking there is like, like the more base stuff is available on the tree, the more the same characters can be because they can just allocate the same stuff and get the same stuff without having to worry about the items. So yeah, that's kind of just
Obviously,
one of
that's
the things.
not entirely base in
Entirely,
PoE 1,
no, but
because
yeah.
you have base life.
Yeah,
technically,
yeah.
kind
Yeah,
of as,
I get what you
as
mean.
in life without gear.
Yeah. And where are you at on the life thing? Just like since you brought it up, I guess like still pretty happy with the decision to like remove that from the tree.
Is
I
it
mean,
still
we
like
just
ES
wanted-
way
we
better
just
than life?
didn't- It's more that decision's mostly about not wanting every character just another one of those cases of every character being the same.
Yeah.
Like it's like we'd rather you specialized in the defense that relates to your character rather than just the same stat that every character should use. So we'll just have that general feeling.
I mean,
of-
we've obviously still got imbalance here,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
there's obviously still work to do.
yeah.
Never ending. So, like, the tree will just continue to evolve. And, like, we added a lot of passives at some point that are a lot more powerful, and we intend to keep doing it. And now we've obviously just added all the Druid ones. But not just that. Like, we added more, like, ignite support on the around the mercenary. You know, for example, this time, like as in O4.
I almost feel
we're doing
morally
that,
obligated
and
to
then
League Star Druid
there's,
though. If
some
the
changes
only
to
thing
like
people
more
are super
some
excited
prod
for
speedy
is the
stuff
Druid.
because like we were like, you know,
it'd be kind of weird if
looking
I
at
don't League Star
shotguns and
Druid.
trying to see how can we have them scale. And it's like, well, it turns out if you get a bunch of piercing,
It'll be
prod
another
speed
league
and
where
some
it's
other
all about
stuff,
the build, not the game.
shoot them across the screen, and so like, well,
you
how do you get that?
your,
Oh, there's
like,
not many, you know. So we're
you
doing
get
a bunch of like
feelings
little
about the
increments
game
like
through
that,
the build
just
you
based
do,
on what
you know.
builds need. I know bleed needs a bit more love in the bottom right, and you know, so to make it not just entirely all blood mage spear users and that kind of thing going on. So again, it's gonna just honestly, we'll just do more and more and more and more and more on the tree. I suspect you'll get more. I'm not saying I'm going to increase the value of every node, but just by the nature of how many more things you can invest in and multiplicative elements, you're probably going to end up with a lot more power coming from the tree than what you do right now. But I actually prefer it doing it that way than just increasing all the numbers anyway. Because at the end of the day, if we then increase all the numbers and then it turns out the game is like too easy, well, then you have to nerf something somewhere or just buff monsters, and then you kind of end up in kind of the same place. So it's like, what did you actually achieve?
So with the like approach to life then, which I feel like makes sense, like not wanting the trees to like look the same and whatnot, how do you feel about like why does ES kind of get a separate treatment when it ultimately, although it's a defense like evasion and armor, it functions much more like life? Because there's a lot of ES scaling and ES numbers are pretty high compared to life, and definitely
I mean, that's a current balance issue for sure, but like, you know, just because it happens to function more similar to life, they're all at the end of the day a form of effective HP, right? So, I mean, they just, as long as they're not entirely symmetric, which is what makes them interesting, which is why one works this way and the others work a different way. And but yeah, I mean, there's clearly a misbalance. I mean, you got issues with Ghost Dance obviously being a bit hectic, and
Endgame is already pretty good.
I guess
gonna start listing off things I'm gonna nerf, I suppose. But
tilted everybody.
you know, like I don't know. There's changes to be done here. There's a few changes coming.
So tilted.
But it's we're at the point where I still look at it and I'm like,
so glad you said that.
Pretty
though.
sure ES is still going to be pretty crazy.
Look at
that being said, it's like, you know, I don't want to make any last minute kind of knee jerk reaction and nerf kind of things around this. So like, because we've changed and rebalanced so much, it's really hard to know, and even changes to how the monsters scale and whatnot. It's kind of hard to know exactly how things are going to play out. So it's this kind of thing where I'm like at the point again where I'm like, all right, let's get all these changes out, see how the metas evolve, see what's good, see what's bad, and then like reevaluate it again. So ES is worse, but I don't think it's honestly, I don't think it's nerfed enough, to be honest. Is kind of where I'm at with that. So but
yeah,
we'll
Angry
see.
Brother.
We'll see.
I think you're right about the ES scaling.
But I know in the past
ES is scaled way higher because you're not supposed to be able to
like
recover it like
letting
you can
energy shield
life.
values be high,
And to be fair, you
but
can recover
really
life
focusing
like
on the recovery
insanely
side of things and
easily
making that
in this
like
game.
you just said, like making things
But
not
you can't
so much
recover
less, making things
ES
different. Like,
insanely
life's really
easily
easy to
in
recover,
PoE2.
but energy shield's much harder to recover.
The thing is, though,
Also
if you have an
kind of-
evasion-based
That
build
is
with
still
Ghost
the
Dance,
intention.
that alone is
That
like
is still
enough.
the intention.
I like
to
that.
It's just
kinda
really
support what
easy
you're
for
doing.
all of a sudden
Or
some
you
cool
can do
design to
ES
come
Leech
out,
with,
and
like,
then all of a
one pair
sudden
of
it's
gloves.
just a completely trampled recharge. And then it's just like, well, now why do I care, you know? And I mean, like, it's okay sometimes if it's like via an insanely, like, I mean, Essentia Sanguis is a perfect example of doing this, right? Like, it just straight up ES Leech.
Oh, you just said
And the thing is, like, I don't want to take that away. I just, you know, there's a level of, there's some balance to do.
I
and
mean,
commonality
pretty big
to do.
opportunity
Like,
cost
if
to get
that's a
those
thing you
gloves. They
strive
don't really
for and
offer
can
much
eventually
else.
achieve, and now your character's like freaking god tier.
It's not like you get a ton of
That's
ES
exactly
with
what,
those
like,
gloves.
high-end unique items should do. So in this case, you know, I know we're making that item rarer. Hopefully that doesn't affect the economy too much with some me giving that away. But on standard, sorry. But at the end of the day, I would rather do that than just gutting it. You know what I mean? In this case, but yes, those things are allowed to break the rule. But I very much want to push ES to be recharge based, and as I said, yeah, historically, it's again, you just come up with a bunch of uniques and want to do all this cool stuff, and all of a sudden, we've added in another
I mean,
way
in
to
the end,
completely,
once I had like
not care about
70%
recharge and
evasion,
getting ES back some other way. So
all I needed was Ghost
and
Dance. That was enough ES
more
recovery.
And more of that came
Like,
about,
literally
and
all I
of a
needed.
sudden
I was
now,
kind of surprised at that. I didn't need to
pretty
rely on
much just got
recharge
this
recovery.
insane life pool that's permanently full, and it's like, wow, why would you not do this? Obviously, you'd do this. So.
Feelings of the monster
I
density
imagine there's a lot of
nerf.
incomplete
Oh,
picture
I'm
going on
happy
here as
about
well,
it.
where
I feel like it's
still
a
missing
step towards the
classes
original
and
direction
archetypes
of
and
the game
skills
as
and
they
parts of the passive
sold the game a
Druid
long
thing as
time
well.
ago.
It probably makes it hard to like commit too
My
hard.
my
to
own
certain
community is split
areas
like
of balance
50-50
when
down
it's such
line
an
on here.
incomplete
Some
picture.
people hate it, some people like it.
Yes, and it's also just honestly a time issue. We're adding all this new stuff while having to also correct all the existing stuff. And then
Can I earn
new
the drops
stuff is
here?
how fast can the new stuff break
Yeah,
the existing stuff, and how fast can we then fix that? And so it's you know, when I say break, I mean balance break.
Actually, I'm not
you know,
100%
to the
sure
point where it's
drops
like
are
all these new variables are being added as we're trying
currently
to
active at
fix
this
all the existing
second, but I know
variables
that
and
there's
balance
a...
them.
That,
And
that's
these
why
new
forum
variables
posts
are
is there.
like,
Just verify
you know, it can
forum
be
posts.
hard, like real difficult. When you're at the point
Check
where
the
you're
forum
not adding
posts.
so
Like, drops are
much new
activated
stuff,
on the channel.
you can just catch up, get to a point of stability, and for sure it's there. But like, we have expanded. Like, I've got 3 new people.
I've had a chance to see
new.
Twister's still
I've kind of
viable. I mean,
taken
people
a
have told
few
me it
people
is.
that were
It's definitely more than
more
viable.
balance oriented out of
Couple of tiny little
QA.
nerfs
I mean,
with like
some of our
super
QA
in-game
people that are,
setups, but yeah.
kind of elite. You know, I don't know if I should say who they are, but some of them are off. You know,
I mean, it looks like the
top
Twister
hardcore
Deadeye
players
League
and
starter or whatever
players
is
and
perfectly
stuff.
fine.
And I'm like, well, look, they do know what's going on. I'm like trying to teach them the philosophies and how to do all this stuff. And so I've got 3 new people doing that. So hopefully, and historically, we've had quite a limited number of people actually doing balance. It's quite hard. It's actually one of the harder things to have a good feel for. And if you put the wrong person in that position, who knows where you'll end up. So it's really important to make sure that obviously these people understand the
movement
philosophies and
penalty
are
from
trained well, and
gear?
you know, you're being cautious with it. But yeah, I got 3 new people with that, so much larger team in the future. So I'm hoping we can tackle a lot more, and we're not just going to be.
Did they nerf
up to,
Lightning
like,
Arrow
one or
Deadeye?
2 of us. I mean, historically, it's been pretty much me and Andrew.
I haven't
and
heard
that's
anybody
it.
say anything
You've
about
got your
that.
elite squad. You're building your elite squad.
They
of
nerfed the meta.
Balanced ninjas now. To
Pretty much, yeah.
nerf
And
energy shield.
I mean, if we end up with like 5 of us, it's a very, very. Considering I also have to
That doesn't have anything to
do
do
the
with like
leagues
the
and the
vast
end
majority
game
of
and
it.
the monsters and the bosses and oversee all of that. It's pretty hard to also be able to find a lot of time to sit there with the spreadsheets and with the game and going, what does this build do? What can it do? So getting more people there is going to be a game changer for the future in terms of, you know, what we're able to actually balance, and we probably will be able
Buffed
to
lightning arrow?
do a new class.
So just
and
rower
keep the
riding
game up to
around with
date
lightning
in a much
arrow?
better way and keep iterating on this, because we've got a lot more work to do.
Arrow
Like, I don't
Nova?
want people to ever think that we're just like going to stop with this stuff.
They
I mean,
buffed
PoE1 hasn't
Roa?
stopped after forever, and often you want to keep
the
metas fresh.
fuck
You
is
want to
wrong with
update.
them?
You
Alright,
wanna
that's the
make
thing I'm
new-
most
you wanna-
upset
there's
about.
always you make bad things good, good things bad. Well, you know, bring them in. Not, you know, whatever.
You want to make good things bad, quotable time.
Yeah, I was like, maybe not that. But the, you know,
Minus 10% skill speed from
It's
Tailwind.
been a pretty tight resource the whole time, and yeah, having more of that is going to honestly be a game changer. So I'm very keen to see how that's going to play out, you know, especially over the next few expansions, and see where that goes and what it allows us to do, and have less of that picking our battles, and let's fight more battles, you know. That's fine, which
Windward.
yeah, should be cool.
Cool. On the gear power level side of things, plus to all skills has been talked about a lot, and even
So they
you guys
really
have
did
mentioned in
nerf
the
Deadeye
past,
then.
like it
Wow.
exacerbated things like mana issues that
Roa
people were having.
DPS. Oh, if they
it's obviously very
buffed
powerful
Roa
and available
DPS,
in
nobody
very high
cares about that.
quantities. And I think it exacerbates other issues like uniques being less viable because they don't have them, for example.
Oh, movement speed
And
while
it does
attacking
seem
got
to be
nerfed
of
and
a
Roa
power
bypassed
level that's
it.
like
Oh,
overriding
okay.
other
Whatever.
aspects of gearing. Like it becomes kind of a make or break stat in many cases. Where are you guys at with feeling on the plus skills issue?
Well, the original theory behind it was that we wanted to make sure, like for fizz weapons, you always had this like IPD you know, increased physical damage that was always kind of effectively mandatory stat on those weapons. And, you know, it was something where, like, you would...
Guys, did they nerf the entire
you know,
game
you should have had
aside
this
from
baseline of,
Twister
like, you know,
enough so that
some kind of
Twister will
multiplicative
now
way to
finally be
make
meta?
the weapon better.
Is
And
Twister
effectively
finally
plus
going to be
skills
meta, guys?
on staves.
Finally
and
going to get
wands
more
was
than
supposed to kind
3%
of fill
play?
that sort of same multiplicative approach where, like, that was
Or
a
black
thing that
sheep
you,
of a skill.
to make the difference between a bad spellcast weapon and a good one. That was kind of the idea, to kind of try and get that to so the items mattered more for spellcast weapons. But I think maybe
Bub's
like, it's just
even
kind of,
thinking
like,
about
probably need to have
Twister.
to look at it, but I'm sure Mark, you've got more theories about it.
I mean,
AoE nodes added
need
a
to
monk.
change
What?
Right.
Oh, I got to
100%.
see that.
I mean, I know this like
Oh man,
obviously have the,
I might do
illegal
invoke or
mod,
Twister
you know,
then.
Essence of sorcery, giving that extra +1 to focus,
Crazy.
the +3 to focus foci, and the old homogenizing for getting the +3s on amulets. By the way,
Doesn't like it
they're
when you
gone.
stop to attack every
I
time.
expected that
Goodbye,
one.
homogenizing.
You stop to attack every
Um,
time in PoE 1,
they were
regardless of what
illegal
you're
for other
I don't
playing.
know how
Like,
people are going to feel
fuck
about that.
does
I'm
that
not sure
even
if I should
mean?
look at the chat over there and see if it's a W or an
What?
L, but whatever, they're gone. It was
That's
adding
literally
insane amount of
PoE 1.
complexity to crafting. And, but anyway, no, that's...
I particularly was
W's.
I particularly
Just
was
follow-up
like,
question. So do you like PoE 2
I
more than
actually
PoE
don't
1?
like crafting mechanics that cause
Because
you
you
to
don't
have to
have to
think about
stop when
mods
you
in the
attack.
exact way that they needed you to think about them. So you know,
How do you
like,
mean?
well, it's a bit tricky. I mean, it's like a whole other conversation probably.
Yeah.
But yeah, like they I don't think that,
Teal
that they
cutter.
were quite right for PoE 2. So
What's your
But anyway,
good
that's
use
kind of
for
off
us?
the point. I just randomly just started
See, I knew
talking
better
about
than to
stuff
take
over-
drugs,
talk
guys.
about it.
It's
Don't
very
Don't get
easy
hooked
to
on
just pivot
drugs.
to start listing
By
nerfs
drugs, I
of
mean
things
the
you're
road.
removing for some reason.
Don't get hooked on the road drug.
Sorry, but
Bad for your health.
yeah, there is an issue. I
Warps your
understand it.
brain.
I understand the whole. I have this perfect wand, but it, you know, I've got triple T1 prefixes, but I don't have the gem level, so throw it on the floor, right? I mean, that's kind of generally it. It's like if it's missing that mod, it's trash, right? That's the bad feel. It's like I did everything right except for that, and it's terrible. And yeah, we were trying to create a thing where it was like similar to, we're like, how
Yes,
do you
change
itemize
delirium
as a
fog.
attacker?
Visual
And it was like,
clarity
how can we
improvements.
have it be
We're gonna have
not
more
just
visual clarity this
identical
time than
on a
last time.
caster, but
Wait, did
kind
they
of have
not?
the same level of complexity of how to get
Did they not give us a visual clarity slider? Because people were talking about that like crazy in my recent video. Visual clarity slider, anyone? We don't get that, do we?
particular that still have the same level of an item actually matters, right? Because traditionally in PoE 1 you had this thing where
Still not going to be able to
you know,
see
if you didn't wanna have to
anything
worry
with
about
Twister.
itemization very much, then you know, like
Spellcaster.
spellcaster was the thing you could do,
That was the
and
thing.
we kind of did want to still try to like have it so that yeah, items do matter on spellcasters as well.
So,
Yeah.
so why then does it seem like for a lot of people it doesn't work? Like, because IPD doesn't seem to attract ire.
yeah, I don't fully
but
understand that. I think
Gems
the mana
does.
cost thing might be part of it for sure,
Sure,
the increase in
yeah.
the mana cost. But
I mean, I suspect at the end of the day, it's because there are multiple ways to create an attack weapon that are good.
right,
Even it's more than one way. A
'cause you
fizz
can-
weapon is not the
yeah.
only way.
Right.
Whereas a caster weapon doesn't really have that.
right,
Like,
That might be it.
and
That
that's
might be
it.
part of
It's
yeah.
just it's if you don't have that mod, bad. If you do have that mod, it's fine. And that's it. It doesn't matter what the rest is necessarily doing. There's not really much other choice.
Right.
And so that honestly can be enough. Where it's like. You instead of reducing the plus gems, you could create many different options, and maybe it's still fine. Like plus gems is one way, or there's this way, or there's this way, and that way it's like, yeah, sure.
I
there's
wonder
more
if
opportunities, but
Twister's
yeah, right now it's just either
constricting
good
command
or bad, very binary.
tech
and,
It's
snapshot
quite hard to think of
if you
multiple
cast it
ways
next to an
improve
enemy,
spell
and
damage,
then
though.
it
Like,
applies for
that was a real challenge when we
the
were even looking
bonuses
into
to
that.
surround
It's-
through the
it's
helmet
weird to me
apply
that,
to
like,
every
added
hit
damage
thereafter,
on, like,
regardless of
caster gear
whether or not you're near an
isn't
enemy
doing that more.
dynamically for the entire duration of
Maybe
all
it's
Twisters
because
over
like so much
cast.
of that's already available
Cast.
in the game through other means or something. I don't know, like because that is effectively
wonder,
added flat
I
damage in the same way
wonder,
that plus gems
I wonder.
is.
added flat damage on caster gear doesn't exist.
Extra damages, I should
With
say.
extra damages there.
Yeah.
Added damage we removed because
I mean, we know it
you
does
just ended
for
up
crit
doing
scaling.
a damage effectiveness on then every single skill.
Yeah,
to
so
the point where it
we
takes
were,
the-
I wasn't in love with damage effectiveness having to exist because I
Yeah.
find it to be a bit confusing for people. Like I don't
not
love that, and so I was kind of really hoping to avoid it. I did have this sort of feeling though back when we did that, of this inevitable like we're probably going to have to add it back again one day, and I'm not going to like that.
I gotta relook and see if
because,
there's a
like,
way
it
to
does- it
make
is a very
empowered
useful
strike
tool, but, yeah, I
skills
think it's just,
cost no
I think
mana.
it kind of sucks as a
or
thing. Personally, I'm just not a fan.
override
damage
mana
is
cost.
extra.
I could have swore I saw something about that before.
It's another take on
I
that whole-
mean, that's
Empowering
I was just thinking of another change we've
or
done here.
ancestral
So
called
obviously,
strike skills.
I'm pivoting a little bit, but it's still talking about
Mana
caster weapons, so
override.
we'll say it's related. But In 040 we are doing a
Is
change
some tech
where,
about that or not? I can't
even though we're
remember.
not changing the plus
Maybe a
spell so
support
much,
gem
we
or
are
something, like
making
powered
it so
attacks,
that the
cast whether you have
can't
mana to
essence
cast
plus
them or
3
not.
spells on the foci, which I said before, just to be clear, that is a change. But the other thing we're doing is we're taking the it's the runic and glyphic equivalent of spell damage on foci.
It wouldn't be
and
that
for all the
easy to
different damage types,
test,
and just
though.
saying they can't generate on foci
'Cause it
now.
only-
And I
it
think
only
in the
increases
end game, we're then
damage.
increasing the base
not like you can
energy
check for
shields a little
crits
bit.
and
It
stuff.
doesn't. I know people, oh my god, you're making energy shield better. Don't worry, it makes like no real difference overall with the other changes in mind. But the idea is being that a wand and a foci should be slightly more defensively enhanced, not offensive compared to a staff. And so one thing we've done is we said all staff prefixes. So that's the damage is fire, the element damages the types. It's the just increased specific damage, increased spell damage. What is it? Mana. I don't remember what else. The prefixes. Those are all now double wands as opposed to, I think it was 50 to 55% higher than wands, give or take. So, and then, so if you want, like, it just adds more reason to want to use a staff. So the staff prefixes are double wands, whereas a wand plus foci is not giving you, well, it was pretty much giving you more damage, I actually think it was, than a staff would have been able to.
Definitely not,
so
right.
at least now staffs are going to be better. But that isn't anything to do with the gem level problem. It's still obviously its own problem. But it's again just talking about a little bit of the like overall improvements to just like finding different types of gear where it's like, well, why do I want the staff when I can have a wand and a
I mean, you
focus
actually
every
made a
time?
ton of changes to just weapons, like generally, right? Like in terms of the progressions and stuff, especially through the campaign.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
when we were adding the talismans for the Druid,
All right, can anybody tell me off the bat? Did one of the biggest things I thought might be fixed or nerfed is weapon set specific spirit gems, meaning you have spirit gem assigned to only a certain weapon set, and then another spirit gem assigned to another weapon set, and then depending on the dynamics of your build, you're effectively like double dipping spirit cost reservation or whatever. Is that all that thing still exists?
Druid, we were like, what do we
No
want all the
mention.
in-game base types to
That's
be? What do we want the
crazy.
damage in the campaign? And what we then started looking into was a lot of the
Like, I
other
thought that
weapons going,
deserved
what
a
were
nerf
they
more
doing?
than anything,
And then
maybe.
I was looking at things going, well, this doesn't seem right here, and this doesn't seem right there, and you get these weird things which people probably don't honestly appreciate. Maybe. Where it's like you're upgrading
Now, what they
your
want to
weapons, you're going
exist?
from,
I
like,
mean, not necessarily for spirit
random
reservations.
examples. I don't know. I don't actually know if this is true. I'm just gonna hypothetically. It's like you go from two-handed mace to 3 to two-handed mace 4. You know, you're going along the, I don't know what the actual names are, and then all of a sudden, like two-handed mace 5, it's got some implicit on it, and it's like, oh, that's interesting. But the damage is actually, the base DPS of that weapon is actually lower than the one before it. That was like 6 levels lower. And you're like,
cases of that.
I don't know if that damage is worth the trade-off of the implicit.
Sex
And
levels,
so
Definitely it
sex
isn't
levels
it is,
lower.
yes.
Wow.
The valuation of the implicit damage
watching that
penalty
at
was
series
mismatched
cinematic
in a lot
too
of
many
spots.
times.
And so you get these things where every third weapon in the campaign is just like a random DPS drop. And so we're changing all of that as much as we can, at least.
The thing is, you might not even necessarily recognize this as a player because generally speaking, you just like you see a weapon that dropped and you're like, okay, what's the DPS of this compared to another one? You're not necessarily thinking about the fact that there's a new upgraded weapon type. Or
I can
that's,
imagine, like,
that should have been.
I'm imagining Jonathan
what it
just
ends up
sitting
being
at
is
his
this just
computer at
whole,
like 9
20
p.m.
levels go by where it's like I can't get a weapon upgrade and it's
Yeah.
frustrating.
Working late at
And
night,
that's what it actually
watching
feels like
the
when you actually play
series
it. But in
cinematic
reality,
over and
what it was
over,
is that
you know,
the
in the name
weapon
of,
type that was supposed to be an upgrade
you know,
is actually a
verifying
downgrade.
that
And,
everything is coming through
that's something that Mark
clean, like
immediately saw and he was like, okay,
Staff's
we're
doing
doing
a
a
good
little bit
job
more. I don't know if we're going to
nitpicking
get through
this
all the
and that.
weapons, but we're trying. Whereas, like, you get to end game and it's like, okay, what's your fast weapon? What's your crit weapon? What's your just standard good weapon? And then here's implicit A, implicit B, implicit C, you know. And then it's like, which one's your bonk weapon? Like, which one am I just going to bonk things with the slow, heavy hitter? And trying to just do a lot more of that and make sure there's all the in-game choices for all of these weapons, bunch of different cool implicits, changing some of them around, just reevaluating the damage of them all, just the base DP. So generally speaking, pretty much all of them going up across the board in little ways. Like, they're not, nothing make or break, but like, it's enough of a thing that as you're going through the campaign, you're not just like, where the heck are my upgrades? and also at the end game, just increasing a
Like
bit of the
upward
choices
view
of
of
different base
camera?
weapons you could use for different builds and whatnot. So, yeah, it's kind of one of those things that it's easy to go a little bit underappreciated, but it matters. Like in changing the staffs and all of that stuff, it does contribute to the overall picture of just things feeling good. And it's another one of these things where it's like, yeah, we just in the process of adding the Druid weapons, we were like, well, let's go do the rest of this right as well while we're at it. So yeah, we've still got a bit more to do there, but I don't know if that will come in this week to come or as opposed to afterwards or something like that. But we're just going to try and do as much as we can. So even
I'm not
if
seeing a
all the
whole
weapon
lot
types are in the
discussed
patch
here,
notes,
We need to find the mods that can replace them in the mod pools that in order to make it work.
except for us.
Where it's like increased currency by need to find a thing to replace it within the mod pool.
More raw damage, having access to shock,
Lightning damage and dot builds.
Even having its own kind of version of stun through electrocute, and I guess separate problems with for example, fire and ignite. Where are you guys at with the balance between the elements and lightning damage?
I'm not going to
overall?
say that they're in now equal, but a few things. So I mean, I know there was a 15% more max damage notable. That's now 10. We've done, I think all of the skills that had multiplicative shock effect are now increased. So they stack additively with the tree. So, it's honestly just a whole bunch of different little things. Lightning rods are nerfed at endgame just while we're here. Don't worry, lots of things are buffed that aren't
Tons of things
that
are buffed.
aren't lightning builds necessarily.
Look how pussy they are. The second they say the word nerf, they just pussy out. I saw a Reddit post. We should pull up a Reddit post, actually. What is that Reddit? I must want to do that before I check the notes. Dang it, why is it gone now? There's definitely some kind of halfway viral Reddit post that came up. I had it on my phone, pulled up, and now it's gone.
Nice.
But no, some are as well. But yeah, it's. I don't want to just make it about let's.
Shrines or Legion winning the PoE1 test? Shrines actually. Shrines won by 10%. With no, and I think I got luckier on Legion, if anything. As far as RNG is concerned.
Lightning. I want to make it be well, let's make these other things feel cooler and more special. So it would be very easy to just go and gut lightning across the board. But that just seems like an overall net loss of fun. I'd much rather, find ways to incentivize the others as opposed to just take away the thing that currently is.
So I'll find that
enjoyable.
Reddit post again.
Yeah, again, it's more
basically it's
important to
person
not
who's
just
restriking up the conversation
now
about how
they're
the
equal.
devs are just gone
So, yeah,
completely chicken
I won't
about
say we're there yet, but
making real changes. Why it's taking so long for this game to get
the
developed,
problem
and
is obvious. So
referencing
And you don't
again
really want
the
things to be,
crazy
the same
backlash
at
from the
level
one
ultimately.
time,
It
the
seems
one and only time they
one
actually
of
did a
them should do
real
more
change
damage,
in
one of them has,
nerfing,
more utility, cold
rebalancing in
freeze.
0.1
cold
was
is
the common nerf,
Ultimately, people aren't
and of
gonna
course,
accept that one
everyone
element is
started
more
coming out of the
clear-speed than another.
woodwork.
So while it may not be damage directly,
very
there's
divided
some,
community
in some
base
indirect way it
about
needs to
that,
translate
yeah.
to damage on some level.
I mean,
Because, you need to.
I think it's absolutely right. I think the game is being developed slower.
Speed in some manner, right?
Dramatically
that's-
Unless
slower
you're
because they
making
just
the monsters 40% stronger.
Well,
and
but
that
that's what I
costs
mean,
like
try
then you
to
freeze
do
and
things,
Yeah, I mean, because
just-
we're doing that, it means that it ultimately means that the
Go
higher damage,
scorched
smaller
earth in the
AoE,
middle of
not
a
having to
patch
actually
and
rely on
be like,
arcing
that's
all
how we're
time to
doing
be
the
able to
beta
get the
early
massive
access.
AoE can kind of make a difference. So even just that change alone can shift the meta a little bit.
Instead, they're
Yeah,
trying to
okay.
pretend the game is finished with the league
so
launches,
it
2-month
sounds like
cycles, and
change
4-month
fair
cycles.
amount of changes to the passive tree scaling
Doesn't
for
make any
lightning, stuff
sense.
like that.
yeah,
as well as some
shock. I mean,
specific
shock is
change.
pretty hectic.
I bet a lot of you who don't like
know,
the current
you have
state
this
of the
thing where
game
it's
would
like,
have
okay, well,
rather
let's say
them,
even
instead
cold,
of
obviously you
working
can
on a
freeze more
new
often, but then
league
often the boss
Fate
is
of the
sitting,
Val,
bosses
you
are
would have
sitting there,
rather
then,
they done the
poise timer
end game
before they can
overhaul.
be CC'd again. You don't
Right?
have any real control over that.
Every single one of you would agree
And
with that.
Chill, well, Chill
You
has
would
a maximum
gladly
magnitude of
sacrifice
50,
the league mechanic
so
for the complete
can't really
end game
scale.
overhaul.
So already alone, you can 5x the power of a shock because I think the
But,
cap is
but they
100.
can't do that because
And then some
now they have to
cases,
come out with
you
league
know,
mechanic
Stormweaver even go further
every
than that.
4 months.
Whereas
And
you
they
can't
need to try and get the
exactly be
ascend-
doubling the power.
I bet
of
many
a,
of you
of
would have rather, instead of a new league mechanic, they come out with 5 new ascendancies instead of like 2.
a chill necessarily, and so on. So there's like even just that. As
You
a
know,
random
just to
thing,
finish the
like,
game.
Knight doesn't
Get all
have
the
enough love
ascendancies
right
out.
now for sure.
Nothing else.
So even if it was meant to be those 3 ailments are a point of comparison, I mean, Shocker's kind of a
Patch
little bit
notes
crazy
not
right now
having
compared to
any
what the
changes
others
for
are
Wisps
capable
is
of
so
doing.
depressing.
Not to say Chill isn't strong, not to say Freeze isn't also obviously powerful. You know, they will have their time, and they may have already had their. I mean, we had freaking cast on Comet on.
Yeah, I wonder how much time the
while there
Druid
and all
really
that
took
as well,
away
so,
from other things.
You know, it will always change, but yeah, I mean, just bringing some of the shock back and some of the other just little outliers here and there was a first step in the direction. But it's very important not to just do a like.
Jonathan's
I hate
eyes
lightning,
twitching.
Goodbye lightning. You know, it's like be easy to do. It's the wrong thing to do for sure. So.
Yeah, people also like playing lightning. I think it's just,
exactly.
I think it's just
That's
the
what I'm
feeling when
saying.
they're like playing their cold builds and like it's better to convert to lightning.
But it's not enough.
Like it was such a huge change from like a game that some
Crafting.
would joke didn't have crafting into some of the
Yeah, that was the one
most
thing people were happy
powerful and
about was the
interesting
state of
crafting they've
crafting
had
after,
ever in Apocalypse Exile,
Abyss.
I think like it's right up there. 0.3 crafting was amazing.
They
Like, the
definitely
combination of
stamped
the
out a lot of the
currency
negativity
changes, the
about
changes to essences
crafting
was
after
really
0.2.
good. And
with
how these things
0.3.
interplay
That was the
with some of the omens.
that seemed to be
and
the
rebus
best thing
crafting
that came
even.
out of 0.3 was crafting.
So like definitely feel like
Changes.
some things were a bit illegal, and just the overall like how good it was. Like I don't know, like oh no, I feel like this is illegal. So what of that was illegal or is illegal or is being?
Well, you said
busted by the
essences. So we
police
talked
right
about
now?
essence of sorcery.
It's not like we're gutting anything or anything like that, right? There's just a few illegal
yeah,
things.
it's a few.
Yeah,
Are
yeah.
you pretty like you like overall?
I wanna hear
like,
what they say
where
about
it
I mean, I
ended
think
up
it's
then?
way better than it was before.
Yeah,
Like,
100%.
Great.
Yeah, yeah.
It's what I found playing, and obviously
Too easy? He's going to say too
collating
easy?
a little bit of data, but
Say
you
it,
know,
Mark. Don't
it's
be
the
a
kind of
pussy.
thing where I don't have
Say it.
enough data to go and
Too easy.
or enough feedback
Crafting
to
is
go and make some sweeping
too
changes
easy,
that
too
people
accessible.
find that getting the
Do it.
you know it's too easy now
Do
to get
it.
to the absolute upper echelons of gear. Is what I is kind of honestly, and I assumed that there'd be a bit of a public civil war about me saying that, because I could see people going, no, that I love it that way, and a bunch of people going like, well, I'm completing my characters way too fast, right? I got nowhere to go. I got no, I want to play for longer, and I have nothing to spend my time doing. Like it's done, my character's finished. And I could see people being very binary on that for sure. But then it's like, how much of that just comes down to homogenizing, for example, and a few different axes like that.
I think a fair amount.
And but yeah, I know there's other problems, like for example, because of the high tier currency, there's a little bit of like you don't even need to pick up tier 5 rares anymore, because what you actually want is a base type to craft from. And so
Yep.
in some ways it's wrong in that regard for sure.
Yep,
Like if people
I
feel that way,
agree.
that's probably not good. Yeah, and then there was some other things with the essences that went wrong, like for example the essence of haste, being able to craft melee tiers of attack speed onto bows. It's not alright, right? That's better than what a bow can even yield. So like now a dropped bow can never be the best thing in the game because there's an essence that can grant high value. That's not intentional. Like the essences should be good, but they shouldn't be giving illegal mods, as we keep saying. So yeah, it's a bit of that, but I would hate to. I want to see how it goes, but I definitely.
Well, they're the ones that are going down the route of the
feel-
convoluted
thing that,
crafting
definitely
system,
hit
the
me
same as
most that
PoE1.
I want to get more feedback on is the people just going.
I feel like they're going down this rabbit hole that is, it doesn't make any sense to me. Like the worst thing about the crafting in PoE2 is the fact that it's supposed to be newer player friendly, but they're actually making it even like worse, almost worse than PoE1. Because the extent, especially when you combine things like item level tiering, perfect, greater, and regular versions of currency, and then add in like homogenization omens, now you need a freaking PhD in PoEDB. Like you need to look at that site every single time before you craft anything. I visited that site more times last league in 0.3 than ever in PoE1's history, I swear. The number of times I like alt-tabbed to double check PoEDB. All right, if I do homogenizing, this is it. Like, what? How is that new player friend? And now I got a kick out of it because It's a little mini game. It's like a puzzle you gotta solve, and I'm already used to doing it, so it's not like blowing my effing mind, like trying to like make sure that I don't, to make sure that I'm min-maxing my profit craft as much as possible, so that I'm not like shooting myself in the foot by paying X amount of currency for homogenization omens because their price point is this for this reason, like, you know, that kind of stuff. Oh, they removed homogenizing? Oh, okay. Okay, well that's at least, I suppose, a step in the right direction, but like this is, I wouldn't have a leg to stand on in this argument unless I had never played Last Epoch. Like, PoE 2 or Diablo 2, Diablo 3, Diablo 4, none of those have an invigorating crafting system. Rune words are not really that evocative of a crafting system. It's actually pretty simple and mundane. Last Epoch is an example of a game that has an excellent, new player-friendly, highly intuitive crafting system that actually has quite a bit of depth to it for how simple it appears on the surface. And because that game exists with a crafting system like that, I'm always just going to point to that game and that crafting system when referencing, hey, you want to see what a good new player-friendly, excellent crafting system that everybody loves from start to finish is beginning as early as literally Act 1, Zone 3, all the way to like super uber high corruption. Think like that. That's a real crafting system. There you go. That's an example of it. And go look into it if you have no idea what I'm talking about, just for your sanity's sake. But like the whole like PoEDB third-party program, back-end knowledge, item levels and stuff, it's a cool, quirky puzzle to it, but it is not new player friendly at all.
There's no point in picking up T5 rares eventually because it, you know, I would rather
completely
just
unintuitive,
base and I can more guarantee that it's going to be good. And so, what's the point? But yeah, there's a bit of that, and so, but again, it's very important with these kinds of things not to just like, yeah, that's obviously right. Let's just change everything.
I haven't played
and
Last
now
Epoch since
gearing
like
is just ruined.
2
Like,
years
you
ago.
could very easily undo with a lot of the good that 030's crafting.
I went deep
added,
enough
so,
into its crafting to know how good it is.
Yeah, fine-tooth comb, being very careful with it.
Yeah, okay,
for sure.
So it sounds like definitely getting rid of a few specific things. Omen of homogenization was a pretty clear one. I think that was like seemed hyper illegal, as well as like some of the specific essences. Like the tiered currencies, you feel like you're pretty happy with that overall?
I think overall I like them. Yeah.
Okay, cool. And like the essence changes in general.
Yeah, for sure.
And what about Abyss craftings now that that's going core? Is that like changing a lot? Because that I think played a pretty important role in giving you some interesting decision making in crafting.
It's not changing very much aside from the removal of waystone crafting from it.
Yeah,
I'm sure there'll be a few number of changes around.
Yeah, just a little bits here and there.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, inherently we have to, because we
the single best
prefixes,
mechanic
we have to
in
go and look
PoE's
at everywhere that
crafting
adds
system is
equivalent
probably
mods
the
and make sure those are increased as
Vaaling.
well. And so, like, either way, there's some
Because it's not that
overflow effects that
complicated.
just kind of happen due to balance.
It's not
changes
like
all
you're
over the
like
place, but nothing like no significant change to that at this point.
targeting specific Vaal mods
it's still
generally,
there.
unless you're
When you're playing
playing
through,
at
even though it's
such
core,
a
when you're
high
playing through the
level that
campaign,
using
much
third-party
like you get the
programs
world
actually
map
makes
icons,
sense.
or it's like,
Figure
oh, this
things
thing's
out.
here. We've got a bunch of areas where there are abysses. Yeah, I think it's 6. And each give throughout the entire campaign. Each will give a crafting thing, so you have at least 6 guaranteed campaign
People have referenced
crafts.
waystone crafting.
If you explore and do
in
the
PoE
areas,
1
and
is one of the
you can see
best
it on the
aspects
world
of
map if you've
crafting.
done it or not, and so you're giving you a bit of that throughout. So we don't
Talking about
lose
like
that
the relationship
had,
between
and
modifiers,
then,
making a map harder,
in-game,
and getting juicier,
use
more
your
rewards
tablets,
for it.
and then start running
And
it,
corrupting,
and
8
wanna
mod
get the
corrupted,
crafting,
all that.
So I'm amped to hear that like overall,
Can't control
it
the
seems to be
modifiers
fairly
then,
intact
you
there
just have to have an
because
even
it's
stronger
definitely a
build to
huge fan
handle
of,
it.
Like the direction crafting's taking there, so and I'm excited to see it getting built upon with like the sacrifice of Vaal stuff too. Well, new Vaal stuff. Excellent news. Alongside that, we had the addition of asynchronous.
How do we feel about
trade, and
Twister
both
now? I mean, it looks
things
like it's.
obviously very
I am going to
powerful
league start
for gear
Twister.
acquisition, raising both like the kind of floor of like what's considered your like baseline gear. What's your one exalt gear basically goes up a lot, but also like getting it more accessible to get to, like to craft or to obtain the really high end gear. how much of an effect have you seen in terms of like players kind of making the game easier? Like, has the game gotten a lot easier overall for people? Are people like reaching their final product earlier?
It's really hard to tell how much of it is the trade system and how much of it is the crafting changes. Like, it's actually really quite hard to disentangle.
So what about as an overall picture?
Yeah, I mean, look, but at the end of the day, it's like the crafting system the trading system as it is something people just need to have. So, like, we just have to,
How much do you guys think the lightning rod nerf?
Yeah, I'll tell you. Like, if we have a endgame itemization problem, we're not going to go and say we need to nerf trading.
On the top in Boston.
We're past that.
Is it like 50% less, 100% less damage?
Yeah, so the question is, like, I guess now more just adapting over to that. I'm just curious, like, as to how extreme it has been, because it seems
I haven't
like
played Lightning Arrow, so I don't even know how to read into the numbers really.
It's honestly quite hard to tell, as I said, due to the other changes.
I guess it's like a longer period thing to analyze.
But then at the end of the day as well, you could say that if this is a feature we need to have, then it doesn't necessarily matter. Like, we just need to.
Yeah, but it said there's a cooldown on it now, right?
So,
I thought the cooldown was the big nerf.
There was a fear, and this kind of touches on crafting a lot, where if people could craft like
somebody said there was a cooldown on Lightning Rod
super easily, that they would stop playing. Like, the player retention would go down. I feel like in some cases we've seen some of the opposite phenomena. Like, there is to an extent the opposite phenomena where like people gain access to the builds they want to play, they gain access to content they might not have otherwise in a more reasonable time frame for them. So their engagement and the amount of time they play ends up going up as a result. Like, in a surprising twist.
That definitely can happen, but at the end of the day, like, retention isn't exactly the reason why we do it. It's because we sort of feel like, if we did want to make getting the hardest gear harder, then the reason we would be doing it is because we don't like the feeling that you can get of like, I don't have anything else to get. You know what I mean? Like, that would be the reason to do it, not necessarily because of retention reasons. You know what I mean? Like, it's more about the play experience, to be honest. Because, when it comes right down to it, like, our model has always been, we want to keep you coming back every league. Like, we don't necessarily care how long you play a given league for. We just want to make sure that each time you play a league, you're enjoying your experience, that you want to come back and play the next one. So, that's kind of our philosophy on that. So, retention isn't directly a thing that we're like optimizing for exactly in that way.
Players hyperfixate on that.
Yeah, it's
well.
more about retention from league to
real
league.
nerf?
Like, what are we doing? Like, how many players do we get back for the next league, as opposed to how many players do we get back the next day?
That's interesting. I get. I've seen Acolyte of Chayula get mentioned a lot.
Acolyte of Chayula.
That class, so I can't speak to
All right,
it
we're almost
too
done, guys.
closely,
Class
but,
balance.
Is that one that is getting
we've done number buffs at the very least, yes. I think almost every ascendancy class has some level. Like, honestly, some of it is like one node changed. Some of it, like, for example, Pathfinder's got 2 whole new notables, and like, we got rid. I mean, Pathfinder just did that. We got rid of the poison spreading notable because it's pretty much Herald of Plague, and we just put the 4-pointer to the 2-pointer, so you get the actual more powerful spike one for cheaper. We got rid of that like multi-choice ailment mitigation, and we were like, wow, it's the Pathfinder, so let's do some cool passive tree stuff. So, pulling some inspiration from the PoE1 Scion, the Pathfinder can now also allocate passives from either the Witch or the Warrior start points, for just like, doing some crazy builds. And I think there's even a new notable on there where normally you have your highway nodes and it's like 5 decks and
new Reddit post. Can't believe people are disappointed with today's reveal.
Or the Pathfinder can take their node, and now there's 6 choices you can do on your travel nodes. So it's like, oh, I don't want as much attributes. I'll get instead damage. I think it's damage, defenses, and like cost efficiency or something. So you can kind of like better balance how much damage you want, defenses you want, or reduce. So it's like another kind of cool, interesting thing. So yeah, I mean, that's a class where it's gotten a bit more changes. Acolyte is numerical for now, but again, we want to do something grander with Chaos. It's on
There's quite a lot of just monk generally improvements as well, just balance-wise, right?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, every class has kind of got
changes
everywhere.
In the thick of it.
I think the patch notes currently lacks. We have a thing where we're doing a bunch of changes to specific monsters
that I destroyed.
Okay.
Like, when we actually looked at it, we're like, look, if we just increase Spectre overall, it's going to increase the specific Spectres. Like, we want to increase the amount of the pool of viable monsters for different cases. So here's the thing. Now it takes it from a skills balance team into the kind of monster balance team situation, and like, so it's a different resource. So we're going to start doing that process where we try and do like, 5 to 10 from here and here and here and here per patch, and kind of just start trying to get them to be more viable. Specifically as specters, and honestly, you'll find most of the time it's just changing the cooldowns and changing the AI to be like not, because normally they're just like, I have to care about a player. And maybe
I would
some minions
honestly
are there, but
accept
honestly,
no league
sometimes they just
mechanics
don't even care about the
for
minions.
0.5 in
They're just
exchange
like,
for more base game
there's a
fixes.
player, right? They assume there's a player.
Not earlier.
Because generally speaking, there is. And so now, when they make a Spectre version, well, there's no player for them to target. There's, only monsters. And so they might be just making some silly decisions about how they're targeting and when they're using their skills and stuff like that. So, want to do a bunch of that, but those won't be in the patch notes because the intention's that we're still doing them. I don't want to release a half-baked set of patch notes for that. The other thing is, I think we're still doing. I've held back from the patch notes. I've held back a bunch of the minion occult, specifically a bunch of changes around command skills and stuff like that. Just because I want to just do a little bit more iteration before we release that. A couple of ice ranger changes. I think that's like a massive improvement. To the ice ranger kind of play. I mean, using the existing skills, a lot of numerics, a lot of changes to ice fragments, stuff like that. What else is not in there? There's a few other bits and pieces not in the patch notes, and that's because all of our stuff is... And that's just not to say there's nothing changed. I've just taken them out for now because I want to make sure they're right. Otherwise, we have to give some false information and then change it, and it's not great.
You've been updating the patch notes over the course of a week now, so people should still probably expect that.
Yeah, for sure.
Initial patch notes coming in.
I know they were like... I mean, I think we ended up changing something like 80 different unique items or something like that.
Sick.
Again, mostly focusing on endgame ones, boss ones, mythic ones, working our way down the rarity. So like more of the ones that are meant to be higher value and meant to be higher effort. We've demoted some to be more common. We've promoted some to be rarer, stuff like that. And done a whole pass. But even then, like I know last night we were like, oh, there's like kind of 5 or 6 here that we're like maybe on the fence about. Let's, to be safe, pull them out, discuss them, reevaluate them, and then pull them back in the patch notes afterwards. Just to be safe, because again, I don't want to mislead people.
I saw a question about that from our resident summoner expert in chat. But the monster changes, like for making specific changes to monsters for specters, does that end up in patch notes? That seems like pretty hard to track.
It will this time.
Nice.
Well, I don't think we've done much in the way of actual specific monster changes this time around, but this, what I was talking about doing will, yes.
Okay,
It just what I'm saying is it won't be in the initial set of patch notes because we haven't finished them yet. So, but they will be, like, I think the patch note says will be in a post later this week, or later, in the week coming. So
a funny one in chat I see is like, when can we get more melee variety? I'm like, you guys literally just added like a new melee weapon. Like, I don't know if you guys know, but the talisman's a melee weapon.
No, melee is never right in any game ever. No, I mean, because it's kind of true, right?
There's a funny phenomenon right now where it's like, whenever we talk about melee, people say that like there's literally only maces in the game, and it's like quarterstaves are over in the corner crying. It's like no one pays any attention to it.
Yeah,
It's like doesn't count as well.
But
it's like a half-ranged weapon, I guess.
Stormwave really melee, then you get that.
There's always this funny exception with it, but like ultimately, I think what it comes down to is that the game doesn't have swords.
Yes,
yet.
I know.
Is that,
and I know we need swords. Yeah, I get it.
We need swords.
We need swords.
So swords are
basically Wyvern's going to be the best
talking to you,
ascendancy
it's like
because the only one's
swords
not melee.
are getting added to the game at some point.
Not
At some point
ascendancy,
we will
but
have swords. I can
form?
promise you that.
Yes, it's
because we know melee sucks and spells suck. So
a bit too fundamental, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure.
It's a bit cool.
But yeah, I mean, we were talking about the ascendancy. So yes, a lot of numerics, some more broader changes.
Hot swapping between controller and mouse.
I don't know how to have it to announce, but I mean, look, I certainly don't want it to be 2027. Like, I really want it to be next year. Like, I really do. So, it'll be,
get at it. Yep.
Really
all right, it's going to be 2028, guys.
But
he doesn't want it to be 2027. We know it's not coming out next year. So, 2028.
Certainly by having to make all the leagues constantly and all of that. And I know some people might be like, just don't. But like,
you got
you
need to do
2028.
We want people to play the game still and enjoy it. And,
I don't.
do what we
we only have like
but,
half
so,
the
yeah,
classes
you get the same way
released,
we
right? Or half the
severely
ascendancies
underestimate how
released,
much,
don't we?
Like extra time it would add.
Your rule of cool of like we want to do the 130 extra passives because it's cool. I mean that has an expense.
Yes, all of this does get in the way technically, but.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, we're not going to release until everyone's happy.
So, that's true.
Yeah,
that's
so
true.
that's what needs to happen first. So
it's a good trade-off.
Yeah.
With the performance improvements, which looked like really impressive, even more than the 25% you're saying. Like looking at the side by side footage, was like it looks even better than that.
Yeah, I mean, look, we did 25. I said 25% as a commitment because like that's kind of like I want to make sure. Like, look, people are really sensitive to the stuff, so like I wanted to make sure that we're not over promising,
under promise,
and so under promise and over deliver was the plan. But effectively, like I've been focusing a lot myself actually, and trying to like make sure that it's getting better. Effectively, what we've done is, I mean, obviously there's just sort of traditional optimization that happens.
Self-improvement?
A lot of it is just effectively making sure we're multi-threading things better, taking advantage of more CPU cores. If you're GPU bound and you don't have dynamic resolution turned on, then it obviously won't affect you because you're GPU bound. If you've got dynamic resolution on, so you know like GPU is not so much of a concern. Issues, I'm really hoping we don't run into that. We're trying to do as much testing as we can to fix all those kinds of issues. Effectively, that would be the worry. But yeah, I think that it was definitely worth taking the plunge and doing that stuff because it is way better. You know, I probably should make like a video on exactly like, you know, some of the like go into a deep dive into it at some point because it's kind of interesting.
And even it feels like even still, occasionally you guys are still just finding
ridiculous
things that like, oh, we just made it a whole nother chunk faster.
Yeah,
and I'm
exactly.
Just because of some just ancient thing.
It's
all right.
Well, we definitely still find some crazy stuff. And
I think we're wrapping up here.
It's going to be a lot better.
We're going to take a peek at Reddit real quick.
Yeah, no, exactly. So that's the other
overarching
thing. Like, I want to spend
drama
even more time on getting this exactly right. We're not even at the point. Like when I'm looking at it now, I'm like, we could still theoretically make this quite a bit faster than it even still is.
You've been personally like really on this every time.
I have. Just because it's been such a big issue, and you know, like I wanted to actually get back in there and spend a bit of time on it. And yeah, as I said, like already it's so much better now. But yeah, we'll be even better than that.
Awesome, fantastic. It's great news. Patch notes are here. So we will end there and let
no
people
one's interested
go
in listening to us anymore.
The
They've got the stuff.
Everybody's gone.
Ooh. Here we go. This is some crazy big one right here. 2.4K upvotes on Delirium Fog massively. Wow. Can't believe people are disappointed with today's reveal. What the actual fuck? There's a new class, 2 ascendancies, 20 plus new skills, 250 passive tree nodes. Aren't most of those hidden for the Oracle ascendancy? Just kidding. 30 plus new support, 11 new uniques, 9 new lineage support, Delirium changes, a new a new League Atlas tree, Abyss, okay, a whole new League mechanic, and new crafting options, new bosses, and a pinnacle boss. Rebalance of countless uniques, rebalance of lineage. He's saying this like those are good things. There's more content in this early access update than the majority of other games get in 5 or more updates combined. The potential for new builds is insane. Sure, Endgame isn't changing much, but I'd rather have them cook than get something unfinished. I will play the shit out of this. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Oh, wow. It's a TED Talk. What are the people saying about that? I got overall positive replies there. Community rage and bullying is probably a part of the reason for Delirium changes. I mean, Mark made it sound like it wasn't. It was just a bug fix. Might be the reason for the bug fix actually getting fixed, though. Who said the community raise? It's supposed to be the endgame patch, and well, it ain't. 58 more replies. You had to simultaneously fulfill 3 promises: Druid in 0.4, endgame rework in 0.4, League release before Christmas holidays. There's only a way to keep 2 of these 3 promises in reality, so they had to choose the one to put off to later and deliver on the other 2. I genuinely don't know what they were supposed to do. It was physically impossible to deliver on all three. Oh. Physically impossible. Like they couldn't have possibly hired enough people to do it. I'm actually not seeing, like, seriously butthurt people in here about this, though. Sergog said, from a marketing perspective, they should have sat on 31st instead of releasing when they did. Hopefully would have been received much better. They should not have released it in with what? Oh, 0.3.1, they say? What? I mean, they already committed to major patches, though. Expectation creep. Never seen that phrase. Endgame plus classes. This is early access. Why are they doing seasons like it's full release? Yep. Oh, you mean Sergog saying they should have held off on the changes that they made in 0.3.1 for 0.4? Ah, flashbang. Yeah, that right there. Yeah, like one of the complaints is going up through to tier 15 or whatever. I mean, I feel sympathetic to both sides of this argument, but ultimately I side with GG messed up because only in an ass-backwards world can you possibly suggest that a free-to-play game is finished and a pay-to-play game is unfinished. That doesn't make any sense at all. The second they made the decision to charge an upfront fee for the beta access, that solidified the stakes in people's mind. I'm paying for a product. Therefore, the product is, in my mind, finished. I know that's not like the reality of the situation, and maybe that would have gone over better if their PoE 1's finished product costs money to play, because then it's, you know, it's like, okay, well, you pay money to play the finished product, you pay money to play the beta unfinished product. Maybe you could make that argument, but it's so ass backwards to charge players mandatory money to play an unfinished product and no money to play a finished product. It just doesn't make any sense to me. I'll still never make sense of that decision they had to do that. I can only guess in the best of faith that Tencent crammed it down their throats or something, like stepped in and made them do that. But it just absolutely ruined any narrative that, hey guys, this is a beta. We need to be able to, like, you know, reset the economy and fuck you and your build every 5 days because that's what it's going to take for us to finish this game ASAP. Hope you like it. thumbs up. And then the people were like, obviously some people would be mad at that no matter what. But it's hard to argue against it when people are like, what do you mean you're going to do that? I paid $30 just to get fucked over every single week on my build. It's really hard. It's really hard to argue against that when there's money involved. And that's why I will forever side with they don't have the privilege of getting it both ways. They don't have the privilege of calling this a beta and a finished product at the same time. You can't do that. Not when you charge people money. They disqualified themselves from like doing major seismic shifts that screws over players for the sake of, in the short term, for the sake of getting the game done, finished, and good as quickly as possible. So. They could have done it anyway. They would have taken a pretty big hit, market-wise, to charge people money and screw them over every week just to get the game out faster. And maybe that still would have been the best thing in the long run. I don't know, but to me, the best thing they could have done if I went back in time, did it all over again. If I was king of GGG, I would have not charged anything for beta access, just like we don't charge anything for regular game access. Give them free respecs every single time they did a new iteration and made seismic changes to the game and balance like every single week or every 2 weeks at least. And done like massive reiterations and even like reset people's atlases and all kinds of shit. Like wipe the economy randomly, like all of it, just fuck all of it. And, you know, well, hey guys, you didn't have to pay for it. So, I mean, you're getting free beta access. What are you complaining about? Because at least you could turn around and say that. Thoughts about Twister now after Windward removed? What does Windward have anything to do with that? I wasn't using Windward anyway. On my build. I'm not going to be playing Deadeye. Alright, guys. Actually, hold on, let me just see if there's anything else that stands out. A meme a day until they make a toggle to turn off delay and fog. Day 17. Jeez. Wait, where's the Deadeye doom and gloom? LA Deadeye didn't get nerfed enough? Oh god. This is the best mapping build in the game by far. Nope, I disagree. And it got a slap in the wrist while other much worse builds got a big nerfs. Deadeye bows will still dominate the meta. Oops. Deadeye is fine. It just seems OP because nothing else has as good of consistent synergy throughout every phase of playing the build. Bro, Twister is literally stronger than LA Deadeye in terms of smoothness of power throughout. LA Deadeye might be stronger than Twister in Act 1 alone. By the time you get the Keystone to have 25% more attack speed, maybe Act 2 too. But Twister has unique benefits in Act 1 in positioning and utterly annihilating bosses due to positioning because the combat pace is slow enough. Twister is a bit... See, this person just has no idea that Twister exists the way it does. And I heard Contagion was a good league starter as well. Yeah, somebody did make a comment about Contagion. Nobody's going to say Twister, though. Nope. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Twister now after Ferocity nerf is a little worse. I mean, that's a lineage gem anyway. You don't get it like on. You don't get it instantly. It's not like you're leveling with it, so it's fine. But yeah, a little bit worse. Freaking boggles my mind how many people are just not aware of how good Twister is. Early, middle, and end. Mind-boggling. Still dealing with it. It's all coming back to me. Again, I felt like I was in the Twilight Zone last league. When it came to like recognition of Twister as a build. I'll probably start Twister and Falling Thunder Amazon. I'm considering Twister Druid potentially. We're gonna look at the patch notes. I'm considering Twister Titan Twister. Invoker now moved up the list because I guess they buffed Invoker. I wasn't really gonna consider Invoker that hard until somebody said they added 3 new AoE attack wheels on Invoker side. So that's kind of huge. Actually huge. And the monk tree was like missing like a bunch of passive points. Like the passive tree in general last league got a ton of extra passive points, except the monk tree was literally just vacant. Like if you did like the before and after slider, the monk tree specifically got nothing. Some areas got more than others, but it was the only like starting zone that got literally no extra, or it appeared to be basically. Why not Twister Deadeye? Well, the main reason is because I played it last time. I don't want to play the exact same build as last time. Sounds like Twister Deadeye will still be really good. Probably the best version of Twister for bossing at least. I think people are unhappy. They feel lied to. You gotta realize Twister 3 buttons is too hard to play. Okay, I mean, I get that it's not going to be super popular with everybody for that reason, but I don't think that, like, I don't think that the vast majority of people play ARPGs with the sole intent of being, like, one button only users. From start, beginning, from like beginning, middle, end, especially. Like, it's one thing to say I only want to use one button in the very end, but really, like at league start, you only want to use one button. Like, get out of here. Like, everybody's using more than one button at the beginning. Lightning Arrow uses Lightning Rod. Twister is a little bit hard to play in the very beginning, like Act 1, Act 2, but it becomes much easier to play. You no longer need to care about like the direction you're casting and all this stuff, so. I do hot. This was the best part of the reveal. My fellow exiles, fog fighters one and all. The fog is lifted. The way is clear. Actually, I'm not seeing that many posts on Reddit. Oh, nice. Good. I can make my thumbnail like this. Wait, where did this pick... Did this come straight from the live stream? Because last league I made my thumbnail like this for the highlight reveal. So I'll do that again. Oh my god. So it's just this here. Druid, Bear Wyvern, 2 new ascendancies, Fate of the Vaal, 11 new uniques. I wonder if we can do how easy it is to access overran by Abyss maps. No, dude, what? Last league's thumbnail wasn't that much more than this. Alright, guys. The moment of truth. Oh, it's literally right here. Okay. Alright. Let's go through it. Here we go. Fate of the Vaal League. I can't even read that. I'm just gonna skip that for now. I want to read the thing. Hold on. Hold on. Did they buff Twister by 12% again? Twister! Added wind type to the following skills. Twister, whirling. That's actually huge because now that it has a new tag, it's going to have cool and interesting synergies with other things. So now that opens a whole new world and possible synergies. Could be something as stupid simple as like using this skill gives you 50% more damage for all wind skills for the next 3 seconds or something like that. I mean, probably not that, but you know, you get the idea. What about Whirling Slash? Whirling Slash is wind as well. Wet tag. Oh my god. Projectiles created by Staggering Palm. I could do the ultimate wind build. All of the wind skills at once. Okay. So, verified Twister did not get there. And we might hear some sounds coming out of here. Whirling Slash, nope, no major nerfs there. Alright. Okay. Still alive, guys. Still alive. Twister users rejoice. Alright, let's go back up to the top. Player changes. Okay. Big changes. Player stuff. Build related stuff first. Player changes. Tailwind now grants 1% movement speed, 2% skill speed. Previously 3. Skill speed, yeah, that's got a bit of a nerf. Really big nerf right off early on. When that makes such a huge impact. 10% increased evasion, 15 prevents 1% of damage per deflected hit from deflected hits per stack. Wait, is that new? That's new, right? Damage from deflected hits per stack? Huh. It's kind of a new buff if you go hard into deflection. I like that. That's interesting. Yeah, Hollow Palm, as I understand, got nerfed at like the super high-end scaling, but actually got a massive buff early on. Like leveling, especially leveling Hollow Palm. This seems like a really good change here. I know it got changed a couple different ways. This is only upside, basically. Base unarmed attack time is now 1.65 attacks per second, previously 1.4. That's a huge. This is another reason why I want to play Invoker, maybe, because Invoker that's going to be way smoother for, you know, Hand of Chayula attacks and stuff like that. So that could be really, really nice. So Hollow Palm Twister hybrid build just suddenly looked a lot better there, which is kind of what I leveled last time. A little bit. But once you reach a certain point in, like, as time went on, it made less and less sense to cross over between Hollow Palm and all that. But especially leveling, it made a lot of sense. Because it being able to, like, weave in Ice Strike, Bell, and stuff between Twister casts when you weren't automatically one-shotting everything. And now I guess the game is harder in a sense where, not harder, but fewer monsters, they have more health, stuff. So maybe it could make more sense, a little bit more sense to do Hollow Palm hybrid Twister gameplay. Maybe. I don't know. Okay. Modifiers to the number of enemies required. Okay, baseline. Is considered surround no longer reduced by the required number of enemies below 1. Alright, so this is indirectly a massive nerf to the surround tech, but nothing else changed around it. It doesn't automatically mean I won't pursue it, but definitely makes me think twice about it. Especially if I start with Monk, because that's the only like reason why I would go pathing all the way down to the bottom. One reason why I'm contemplating Monk Twister is because I know that that will produce a very likable version of the build in the community, where especially early on in the gearing process, you go energy shield base, and apparently energy shield is still godly in this game. And lastly, in 0.3, I discovered, or came to the realization a little bit later than I would have liked to, that we didn't actually need the leech gloves, which apparently are going to be a lot rarer now in the game, which Mark kind of leaked in the Q&A. But just having a decent amount of evasion and ghost dance was more than enough. So Monk can actually go really hard into evasion, energy shield, much more so than any other class because of where it's at. Ghost dance? Wait, what did they change this ghost dance? What did they do? What did they do? Now it's a maximum of 3. Okay, it used to have 4. Ghost Shroud, that which doesn't make that much of a difference. Ghost Shroud that all gem levels previous 3 to 4 do. What? Ghost Shroud that all gem levels previously 3 to 5. Oh, it used to be 5? Really? I didn't even realize that. Okay. That's not a huge nerf by itself. Duration between gaining Ghost Shrouds now is double than what it was. Okay. Quality now instead provide 20% increased reservation for. I don't. Alright. That looks like a big nerf on paper. I don't think that's actually a big nerf. Really. Maybe it'll feel like if you're like you'd have to be playing the build wrong to be getting like constantly swarmed. Like this is the only way that's a nerf is if you're getting like swarmed or something. You just rarely took hit. No, if you have enough evasion, it's not that big of a deal. Plus, remember you can put like cooldown reduction on that skill, or you can I think, or no, rather you put like faster duration support or something like that, or faster cooldown. I can't remember what it is. Some support gem. It's not actually like the full duration. You get like a 30% discount on it. So instead of being like 7 seconds, it'll be like 4.5 or 5. Image from press kit linked in Discord. Alright, we'll look at that later. Yeah, I know. People were talking about this big nerf actually to Rigwald's, especially or later on when you have a whole bunch of increased attack speed already. This is 30% increased attack speed is a lot less than 20% more attack speed. Difference between more and increase. That is a pretty big nerf. Here, let me actually. I can actually see how big of a nerf that is right now. Hold on a second. Great. Why is the attack rate so slow? What the hell? The Titan Twister theory crafted endgame build. Based on 0.3. Okay, attack rate 11.45, which is 0.09 second attack time. That's fast. That's actually even not counting headhunter buffs. That's marginally faster than my Deadeye at its best in 0.3. So that's fast. Let's see what happens to the attack rate. Like my Deadeye had, I think, 10. With Tailwind up, had 10. This has 11.45. Let's nuke 20% more attack speed. Okay. From 11.45 to 9.55. It's about 1.5. Okay. You can see right here the difference with this hypothetical in-game build. The attack rate from 11.45 to 10.36. Okay. Almost 10% nerf to attack speed overall. And it's going to affect it the most at the super high end when you are already scaling. When your additive percent increase attack speed is already very high, which it is on this POB. So at the super top end, it looks like about a 10% nerf to movement speed and attack speed. The Rigwald nerf, just for reference. So basically, regardless of where you're at in your progression, I would estimate somewhere between a 5 to 10% nerf to your movement speed. Which is pretty sizable, but not like, you know, not earth-shattering. It's not the end of the world. Because, I mean, you can see my character moving in the game, the showcase. You just pull up the videos of the endgame Deadeye. Imagine it moving 10% slower. It's not like it would make the build bad or something. Alright, let's go back up here. I'm not terribly worried about that. Modifies number of enemies required to surrounding no longer reduced. Okay, rage regeneration now is. Rage regeneration now pauses rage decay similarly to other means of gaining rage. This means your rage will never decay while it's regenerating. Set the video to 90% speed. Yeah, the Titan's faster because a lot of it is things like this. I did a little bit of accuracy stacking, resolute technique in there. I still went down here to get Dance with Death. And it has fewer weapon set 1 points dedicated to skill speed and movement speed, but there's still some that in play, like these. Yeah, I know, Falcon Dive and all that. I didn't realize rage depreciated while gaining it. That's kind of weird. I guess, wait, is that just a fix for the Druid, so the Druid doesn't lose rage while gaining it passively? I don't know. Physical damage reduction from armor can no longer cause a hit to deal 0 damage. This is mostly targeted at preventing cases where multi-hitting player skills could deal 0 damage to armored monsters at very low levels. What? In these cases, the hit will now deal 1 damage. Oh. So, like, the ZDPSiest ZDPS builds? Leveling builds? Okay. This changes for the people who are truly down bad, I guess, with their warrior builds, league starters. Think like 30 minutes a week, casual dad, league starts, warrior, can't get out of Act 1. They were actually ZDPS. Igniting aura effects. Including ignited ground no longer apply infinite ignites. Instead they apply regular ignites with standard duration where we apply them after they expire. Oh. Wait, that's kind of good actually, because then if the monster steps out, he's still ignited. I think. I assume that's a buff? I don't know, I don't really care about ignite though. Ascendancy changes. All skills granted by an ascendancy are now automatically activated when granted. Some previously required the player to manually activate them. What? Okay. Windward has been removed. This is the Deadeye's defensive mod. Was Windward a core part of lightning arrow builds? Because it was not for my Twister build. I couldn't do it because we needed the mark, as well as we needed the called shots. It's on the way to Tailwind? No, Tailwind was first. I got Tailwind, called shots, and then double frenzy charge nodes. So I didn't use it. Bullseye now requires called shots. Bullseye now applies 10. Oh, okay. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, okay. Yeah. It's fair. Didn't really mean anything. Added a new Mirage Deadeye ascendancy passive skill, which probably sucks. I mean, which grants the Mirage Deadeye meta skill. Mirage Deadeye, while active, firing a ranged attack projectile will create a Mirage that blah 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 blah. Alright, I assume this sucks. I don't know, it could be good. I thought they already... Did not already have that? No, Mirage... I can't remember how Mirage Archer was... Mirage Archer was a support gem or something, right? Pathfinder. I don't even know what the ascendancy points for Pathfinder were. Running Assault now also grants cannot be heavy stunned while sprinting. That seems overpowered as hell in the campaign. Jeez. Added a new Path Seeker. Unless you can still be light stunned. New Path Seeker, multi-choice, ascendancy passive. Skill can allocate from the warrior starting pool. What? Whoa. Can allocate passives from the warrior. Oh, this is what people were memeing on with the Scion. Pathfinder is now Scion. Huh. Yo, that actually looks kind of badass. So I could play from the Deadeye's starting point, get all the AoE and skill effectuation nodes by the Druid starting point without having to do some crazy travel shenanigans to get back over to Deadeye's side. Hold up. Hold up. Well, that seems kind of good. Because, like, the Druid's pathing, what's so good about this is, like, literally second passive point. Well, hold on. It's not actually that. Okay. Okay. Druid's passive point. Second point, 6% AoE, then 10% melee, then 6% AoE. Okay, followed by, you know, damage, crit, strength, intelligence, whatever. Then 5% AoE, 5% AoE, 5% AoE, 8% AoE, 10% area damage. Followed by a couple of actual decent crit nodes, if you take them. So you could just, like, do that. Potentially travel a bunch down here, but I don't know. Might not be worth it. You have to kind of go a long ways to get over here. But there's a lot of area of effect over here. Which, you know, there's like almost none over here. I guess the monk is apparently getting a bunch of AoE effects probably up here. So still the ranger tree has very little in the way of AoE. Which bugs me a bit. Warriors starting section is kind of a lot of AoE, but really it's like, look how easy access that Druid stuff is. I mean, this is some good value right here. Boom, 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 and even maybe auras. This shit might even go up to anticipation. Wait, I didn't even hold up. I didn't even realize you could get an extra 20%. What? I didn't actually realize there were small nodes here. Yo. This is almost twice the effect. Actually, with Titan, it is more than that. Wow, that's actually kind of gross. What? Huh? There really needs to be a from nothing option here. But there isn't. There isn't. Mirage shoots at rods you spam. Well. Anyway. Seems kind of cool. So it's just warrior Wait, it's only 2 choices though? It's only warrior, not druid? Path of warrior? Path of sorceress? Why only those 2? I mean, warrior had an okay start spot, but like not nearly as good as druid. That's kind of lame. Alright, well, alright, I heard Amazon got buffed. Elemental Surge reworked. Grants skill Elemental Surge now provides when you consume a charge, trigger Elemental Surge to gain... What? I can't even remember what this did. Non-melee projectile attacks with that weapon consume surges to chart. Cause the projectiles fired to explode at the end of their flight. God, it's so long since I used this. I remember it was a bit of a nothing burger on Twister. You can make him go off at the end of a Twister cast when all the Twisters explode at once. But it wasn't really that effective. This used to have a 600% attack damage multiplier. Gain 3 elemental surges per charge. And why does it say specifically lightning surges? Surging Avatar rework now provides when you consume a charge. That was like another... You had to pay even more ascendancy points for this. It was really weak. I remember thinking like this type of mechanic would only really be good for something like freezing salvo. Because then it would like, spam that extra damage as a way to dump all the charges. Ritual sacrifice. Oh, so they buffed it because they changed it to lightning. Oh. Now it makes sense. Ritual sacrifice stolen modifier. I don't know. I thought the only reason people take Ritualist is for the 3rd ring. Warbringer. Imploding at impacts now also grant fully broken armor. You inflict increases all damage taken from hits instead. Okay, probably not that big. Alright, what about Titan here? Surprising strength has been removed. What is that? What is that? Huh? That was actually pretty good for Twister. Because, like, that's actually really good for Twister. Alright, what'd they do? What'd you do? Crushing impacts now also grants 25% more damage against heavy stunned enemies. What? Alright, well that's a buff. 25% free more damage, I guess. So half the effectiveness getting a passive tree back? Passive point? Drops acquired. Nice. Added a new mountain splitter ascendancy passive skill which grants every third slam skill doesn't create fissures, which is not part of Twister at all. So, okay. So what that would do is it would remove this. We get an extra Atlas point back. Well, we do have 15% more life, I guess. An option. Yeah, just 15% more life. That's pretty weak, man. For an ascendancy point. From 3546 to 4K. Oh boy. Oh boy. I don't know. I guess it's somewhat meaningful. Am I still locked into Twister? Yup. I am. We're going Twister, guys. Alright, so I guess considering it's conditional damage and half of it you get back free for the ascendancy, I suppose that's a net buff to the build that I had in mind here. Less damage, more EHP. It'd be nice to get a little bit of regen too. Alright, I mean, it's a net buff. A little bit. Marginal. Smith of Kitava. What did they do to this? I don't know enough about this. Were there any crazy improvements to Smith of Kitava? Weapon skill granted by against the anvil. Smith can now cost no mana. They got huge buffs. Can only use a normal body armor. What? Does this literally mean you can't use rare or unique body armors or magic? Because you can now double craft, bruh. I don't understand this meme item. Like, you only pick one of these, right? What? I mean, what? It's a freaking body armor. Oh, you can pick as many as you have. Oh, okay. 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 Yeah, well, it's alright, I guess. So you either went all in on this or none of it, huh? Fire spell on melee hit. Temper weapon. Skill manifest. I don't remember these. Weapon. Temper weapon. I don't even remember if I looked into this. While channeling each strike of the hammer against the anvil will empower your next few attacks. Channel to temper you have to stand there and channel a skill. Holy, that seems pretty bad. Minions. The Mortal Companion. Yeah, let's see the buffs then. Each notable connected to Smith's masterwork notable now grants 200% armor in addition to its other bonuses. Okay, so talking about all these. 200 armor, flat each. That is a buff. Padded plates have been removed. Okay. Glory generation, thorns damage, 30% increased spirit. Ooh. Damage reduce critical damage taken by 100%. Should. No mana when triggering. Oh, the skill itself. Okay. I don't see a big thing out of it. Okay. Gemling Legionnaire. I know a little bit about that, but not really. Ah, Invoker. Protect me from no harm, now grants 35% less evasion rating. That's a big buff, isn't it? Hello. Physical damage reduction from armor is based on your combined armor and evasion rating. 50% less evasion rating. This is especially strong at league start. Like these as first 2 points. But I mean, usually I at least go like this. Like I'll take this as a third one, maybe. I remember in 0.1 that was like a huge enabler to actually survive, like, you know, the Act 2 zone and stuff. Before the boss room. The Soul Springs Eternal now additionally grants meta skills of 50% increased spirit reservation efficiency. What? Meta skills. All meta skills? Oh my god, dude. I was contemplating a cast on, like a super cast on crit, double or triple, like a double or triple cast on crit metagem setup. That's 50% increase. I'm just thinking of using like 2 of them. I still never did like really try or test a cast on crit build with Invoker, but I did conceptualize something in my head. Unbound avatar skill granted by blah 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 blah. Its update now has cooldown of 12 seconds. Why? That's stupid. That's a big nerf. Hard cooldown, not cool, GGG. Not cool. Gain Unbound Fury when you inflict an elemental ailment with a hit on enemies. No longer has no more than once every 0.2 seconds. Oh. So that would be super, super fast. But then get cucked by 12-second hard cooldown. Which I guess can have its cooldown reduced, though. Shocking Igniting now grant 1. Okay. Acolyte of Chayula. Yo, this one is huge, though. If you actually try to go like a cast on crit build, like for real. I don't know what spells would be good. I know people love comets, but I think there's too much delayed damage. I don't know if they do off screen or not. Embrace the Darkness now gives plus 10 to maximum darkness level per level. Previously plus 8. Oh my god, 20% buff. Whoa. Or 25% buff. Breach skill granted. Leech 15% of life. Okay. Mana. Flames. Ass 8 second. That might be good. Purple Flames with damage, right? Now spawn closer to the player. I mean, usually, like, You have so much AoE, just pick it up from any range. I think. Choice of power, choice of life, choice of mana, and also grant 50% increase effective remnants and 50% remnant pickup range. I'm even get more pickup range. Void illusion skill. For that. Void illusion? What is that? I don't even remember what it does. I never looked too seriously at Acolyte of Chayula, to be honest. Passive tree changes. So, I mean, yeah, Deadeye actually nerfed a bit. Invoker buffed. Titan kind of no change, really. I need to see what the actual Druid points give. Do we have Druid points? Wait, does it not even talk about the Druid's abilities? Like it's I want to know what the Druid's points give. Ascendancy points. Like it's like one of the most important things for me to find out today. These are incomplete patch notes. We have nothing for the Druid? Yeah. Does it show up in PWDB? If somebody has it, link it to me. Anyway, I'll keep going on here. With the addition of the Druid and other new game mechanics, we've added some passive support for these throughout the passive tree. Oh, sorry. Oh, this is just a picture. Wait, and this is... We don't even know which ascendancy this is. Was it like all the ascendancies? Why are there so many points? Oh my god. Wait, this one doesn't even... This one's not highlighted. Oh, here we go. I think this might be... Oh. Yeah, sorry. Some of the links are not whitelisted. Click images. Well, this is the two different. Okay. Apocalypse we heard about. No inherent loss of rage we heard about. Where's the starting location on this? Right here? Okay. Gain the benefits of additional bonded modifiers and runes and idols. Right, it makes your runes and idols stronger. Okay. Gain 40 spirit for each available empty charm slot. That's actually pretty nice. I don't necessarily need all my charm slots. Every true rage also grants 1% more spell damage. Yeah, real good for the campaign. That doesn't do anything really. Take 4% less elemental damage per adaptation. Max adaptation type. Gain 1 adaptation when hit by an elemental damage, matching the type. Ooh, okay. Well, like, this expires like frequently, like every 4 seconds, I guess. 5% physical damage taken as cold, fire, and lightning. Not gonna lie, this ascendancy looks pretty bad for Twister. Pretty bad. Let's take a look at the other one. Three-point option on the bottom right. Oh, I don't know. Looks like those swords, weapons stuff. I don't know. Given how good your Twister performed last league, I'm praying the Messiah here once again. Well, we got a lot of viewers in the chat, so it looks like we got a few interested Twister, aspiring Twister players, I think. Our favorite build got hit a bit. No, not really. The only real hit to the build, I think, came from Constricting Command. Which probably means I have to revert back to level 1 Whirling Slash, if nothing else. Unless I can figure something else out. Oracle. Okay, enemy critical hits again. Okay, hold on. Start location. Let's start. Lesser harm. Enemy critical hits against you is unlucky. Damage of enemies hitting you is unlucky. Pretty nice defensive there. We don't know what this point is. Grant skill moment of vulnerability. Don't know what that is. Inevitable critical hits. What does that mean? Like, over time, your critical hit chance just becomes 100? Or maybe after you fail to crit so many times? It's got names for things that don't even exist yet. Align fate. The path not taken. Hit damage taken from mana before life if your current mana is higher than your current life. One of these must be like the see into the future stuff. Non-keystone passive skills and medium radius of allocated keystone. Skills can be allocated without being a what? Non-keystone passive skills and medium radius of allocated keystone passive skills can be... Oh, this is kind of cool. Traveler's Wisdom. So apparently what this does is any keystone you take... Medium radius, this is large radius. This is small radius. But like from here, I wouldn't have to path up here to take these points. I could get like just these, but actually I would want these anyway. And then this would be kind of nice. It wouldn't have to take the small points, I guess. You just take the big ones. That one probably doesn't reach. Maybe. Oh, this is medium radius right here. It's kind of like the From Nothing jewel, just for passive notables. I guess it reaches. Okay. Yeah. Considering it works for all of them. Okay. Let's go back to this. Alright, they added 250 new passive skills to the Druid side of the passive tree. Well, that's going to be a lot of new options. Wow. Values of flammability, magnitude on the passive tree. Okay, whatever. Ignite, builds. All instances of gaining flame, ice, lightning, Archon. Never played Archon. I heard about this. Hollow Palm technique Keystone was nerfed a little bit, but unarmed attack speed was buffed statically. So With low investment, hollow palm technique is essentially better than it used to be, but with super high investment, it's worse. It used to say 1% more attack speed per 25 item evasion on armor, but baseline attack is 1.65 instead of 1.4. So actually leveling, hollow palm got way better. 700? I mean, I don't know. Like, you don't have 700 evasion normally at the very beginning. I don't know the exact breakpoint. Walker of the Wild's keystone has been removed. That's actually really bad, isn't it? Because I use this keystone to put in all the good stuff. Why you do this? Why you do this, dude? Why are you gonna do this? Did they really do that? What the fuck? I swear to God. So they deleted Walker of the Wilds, which is like just the just to nerf that interaction. Jesus Christ. That's a massive nerf to the high end Deadeye that I was doing. Like massive nerf just to delete that keystone. Oh God. Not even replaced? I guess not. Wow. I mean, I'm probably not go. Well, I would have probably used it if I go Invoker. But like if I go Titan or Druid, I can't take. Like I probably don't path to it. Don't have enough points. Elemental Equilibrium Keystone now grants Cold Infusion. Remnants you create are instead fire. Fire instead. I mean, what? What did that even change? Way up here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure random element is better than... That sounds terrible. Crimson Assault Keystone passive skill now also grants 50% more magnitude. Well, good. I thought they were like deleting it or something because that was actually really good. That might be the second best spot for the From Nothing jewel. One of the better spots. If you're evasion based build anyway. Especially in the mid game, wary dodging is really, really, really strong in Delirium. Which we're definitely all going to be doing Delirium now. Wait, we can't make maps delirious anymore? We can only do a Delirium Mirror? So all the bonuses that we got from anointing our maps are now deleted. That's like... It's like all the thick Delirium from... like the best ones and... Well, I guess we can make our corrupted maps 8 mod corrupted now, at least. We can do 8 mod corrupted maps, guys. Saved. Saved. Okay, here we go. Let's keep going here. Passives that granted reduced movement speed penalty from using skills while moving on the passive tree have had their values lowered. More passives on the tree now grant the stat to make up for the... Is this the nerf they were talking about? This seems like such a terrible way to have to allocate passive points for this. Oh my god. Oof. Oof. Automod. Oh, I don't know why. T17 for some reason gets automated. Okay. Alright, next we got added 3 new attack area of effect clusters to the monk part of the passive tree. Now we don't know for sure if this is actual like area of effect, because I mean it's probably hybridized like this. Increased area of effect for attacks. Increased area of effect or attack area damage. But it says area of effect. Alright, so it probably is, yeah, area of effect for attacks, which is good for Twister, and this is actually pretty massive for you know, Deadeye or Invoker or, you know, whatever. Amazon Twister build. I don't know where it'll be. Probably somewhere in this area. I assume it's probably not going to be up farther up north, because then it starts getting into like hybridized spell stuff. So if it's attack based, it's probably somewhere in this quadrant here. Most likely. Maybe in here. That's big, guys. That's big. So now we've had one big Invoker buff. And we have Invoker starting location buffed. And we have Hollow Palm that was kind of changed, or maybe buffed or nerfed, depending on how you're scaling. Like I guess you could feel better about going pure energy shield with Hollow Palm. Added 2 projectile speed clusters to the mercenary. Projectile speed. Projectile speed is like one of the best stats for Twister. Wait a minute. Really? They added projectile speed? That's actually big too. 2 prog speed clusters to the mercenary section. That's bottom. Or if they're really close to the bottom, we can access it. If not, otherwise it might be kind of hard. I did contemplate pathing down this way instead of this way, but probably not. Huh. Added a new bow cluster. And modified a projectile cluster in the ranger section of the tree. Granting surpassing chance to fire an additional arrows. I don't know that word. Surpassing? Surpass? It's not even a word in the database. Yeah, I got a Twister Titan that I've already theory crafted. That was from before. That's super in-game version. Okay, then we got a new cluster between Witch and Monk called Remnant Attraction. Alright, well, that's okay. Remnants, whatever. The grand tribute notable from Heart of the Well Jewel. Now his remnants can be collected 80% farther. If you have at least 100... whatever. Well, they're really all about this remnant stuff, huh? Remnant this, remnant that. Wild Storm. Oh. That's kind of a big nerf. I never did take that. That's over here. It never felt like it was quite worth taking, but I guess that's a nerf to Deadeye. Lightning Arrow Deadeye. Maybe if they took that. I don't know if they did normally or not. That's Mark's sneaky way to nerf lightning. 4%. Gem changes. Crescendo. 1, 2, and 3 are now intelligence support gems. Previously dexterity. Why? Okay. Perpetual charge. Non-intelligence support gem. Stop it. It's easier to support dexterity support. Stop doing this. Marked for death. Marked for death. Mark for death. Oh, this one. Yeah, I used that in my build. Cool, so we're going to make an armor-based gem intelligence. Makes perfect sense. Okay. The inevitable critical support has been renamed to inexorable critical 1 support. Wait, are they buffing this by giving it scales? Are they buffing it? Disabled font of rage. Oh. World drop lineage supports are now less common overall. Good, because they dropped way too often. That's what we need. We need less things dropping, right, guys? Tulis, building now gets 2% extra physical damage per 20 life cost. Okay, whatever. A little nerf. I saw a Reddit post memeing on these. I don't know why you would ever use them unless you were like just scale chaos damage like crazy. Whoa, Zarkov's refrain now grants supported spells echo 3 times, previously 2, and now grants echoes from support spells have 40% increased area of effect? What? That could be a good cast on crit buff. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Ruck smelting. Was this improved? Wait, what? Now grants fully breaking armor with support skills causes affected targets to permanently take 5% increased physical damage. Up to 20, previously 2%. Up to 20? I don't think that really makes much difference. $70%. Okay, whatever. That's Why does this only talk about downside? Einar's Beast Ride now grants killing blows from supported strike skills against rare monsters. Grant 2 of their modifiers for 5 minutes, previously 40 seconds. Why? Why? Why though? 5 minutes? I mean, that sounds pretty crazy for Whirling Slash. Pure Whirling Slash build. It is a strike skill. Huh. Rigwald's Ferocity now has 30% increased attack speed if used in weapon set 1, previously 20% more attack speed. Yeah, so that is... At the top end, we already did the calculation, that's about 10% slower. It's somewhere between 5 to 10% slower, depending on your progression and how much percent increased attack speed you have. Definitely a meaningful nerf to Whirling Slash movement. But not the end of the world. I feel like I moved pretty fast with the build. I can afford to move 10% slower. I think I'll be okay. Load 4 additional bolts, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I don't know about bolt loading stuff. Garrican's Resolve. Alright, I want to hear this one. Grants maximum critical hit chance with supported skills is 50%. Wait, what? Also, no longer grants supported skills become usable. Supported skills become unusable. Wait, what? That's effing terrible. Oh my god. That destroys that gem for what I was doing with it. Actually, it was really good for the build I was using, because mine actually made sense of that. But I can see why they made the change. It was like unusable for the majority of builds. Even some people didn't like it on my Twister build. I really got a lot of value out of this. It was, to be fair, it was overkill. I didn't necessarily need it. Basically, it gave Tangle Tongues upside for almost for free at the cost of just the support gem. You got Tangle Tongues upside for the cost of a support gem. That's basically it. But now, you get Tangle Tongues upside, but then get your crit chance is now only 50%. So you could build around it by making your crit chance only 50% and maximizing value out of it then. But then it doesn't work 50% of the time. So it's like, it's going to double your damage up to half the time. So, I mean, on paper, that is a good support gem, only if you scale your gear up, because, like, the most value you're going to get is 50% more damage. But it's going to be real spotty damage, too. Like, it's going to... That'd be terrible for Twister, because you don't want Twisters to do, like, shitty damage half the time. 25% for quad damage. Crit chance. Well, yeah, okay. The lucky crit. Yeah, that's true. Still have the lucky modifier in there. I guess if you, like, got other sources of lucky. Yeah, I remember. It synergizes really well with other sources of lucky. So, I don't think there's any other sources of lucky crit chance in the game yet. But it already has that text in there for giving you a bonus. So, we need to be on the lookout for other sources of lucky crit chance. Like, for example, if somehow the Druid had, you know, some ascendancy, it does have inevitable crits, actually. Now that I remember. I don't know, forced outcome, inevitable critical hits. So, I mean, that is a massive synergy with this potentially what this offers. I don't actually remember. I think it was in the video somewhere, but I don't know. We'll put that on hold. Yeah, if you get lucky, crit chance is super strong. Yeah, but it is still awkward for like salvo twisters where you're going, 3 to 5 seconds between casts, and either they all crit or none of them crit. So it really does suck to have that twister build have less than 100% crit chance, because then randomly you just do like no damage and not get any bonuses from cast on crit and stuff all at the same time. I don't know what inevitable crits does, though. All right. That's cool. Okay, that's an interesting one to revisit. Ylith's Chimes. Nova projectiles no longer cost support skills to gain 4 additional projectiles or support skills. Now deal 40% less damage. Added Nova projectiles 2? What does Nova projectiles 1 do then? Applying a cooldown of 8 seconds to supported skills. Ah. Why didn't you guys not talk about this? I asked if Lightning Arrow got nerfed. This is a massive nerf to Lightning Arrow. To their super in-game Arrow Nova setup. 8 second. So you don't get Nova projectiles anymore? Arrow Nova? Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, that is a support gem. I mean, if you have to... So you get like a stronger version of Arrow Nova projectiles, but it has an 8-second cooldown. Like, nobody's gonna want that. Chain support. Chains, but is less of the negative side. Okay. But worse for... What? Okay, exchange support. Okay, 2 additional times. Whoa! Culmination now has damage per combo point has a cap of 10 combos. Alright, that's terrible. Number 2, support more damage per combo point has a cap of 20 combos. Now damage supported by skills deal 2% damage per combo. It's like 3. What? That's so bad. I get that Culmination was creating some balance issues for them, but that's still so stupid when they introduce hard caps like that. Such lazy developer fixes. The worst kind of changes to see. I mean, putting in super highly restrictive cooldowns is one thing, but just straight hard capping stuff, it's so lame. Rage Forge supports are now treated as spending rage. I remember back in the day that mattered for some reason. I can't remember exactly why. Maybe like when you spend rage, you stop degenning it or something. I don't remember. The frozen mandibles monster can once again no longer be bound as a specter or tamed beast. Alright, what's the next best beast, guys? I don't know if I'll be doing a beast, though, actually. So the Twister build is dead? Yeah, the Twister build is dead because I can no longer tame frozen mandibles. Alright, case closed. Everybody is dismissed. What? Just straight up banned it. We still got Standard League, guys, right? We can still play on Standard. Back it up. We're going. Palm skill movement has been adjusted to reduce cases in which the player successfully uses the skill but fails to hit the enemy after dashing. Wait, so the movement has been increased? Maybe it's more instant? Can I get a gift from watching this video? 45 minutes? Yeah. The drops are active on here. Ice fragments. Now only able to hit an enemy once per group of fragments created. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's probably a big nerf to somebody. Whirlwinds now take on... Oh, snap! They buffed it. Wait, what? Whirlwinds now take on elements from overlapping allied elemental grounds for 8 seconds, previously 4? Yo, that's actually a big buff to Invoker Monk, especially. Oh, Invoker got buffed again? Again it's buffed? Or rather, like, not having to rely on the pet so much? Our elemental ground lasts twice as long. It was really... Wait a minute, how long? How long was it before? I'll look this up. Oh, this is not where the change was. Maybe elemental ground, it says? More elemental duration for Twisters, but still dead. Yeah, I was joking, by the way. Twisters is very much alive. We see a 10% nerf to movement speed at the most, and that's about it. Constricting command was nerfed. So there might be some potential changes there, but I had other versions of the build. Like that was endgame versions. anyway. Deep in game. Alright, we saw this earlier. Wind type following skills. So the wind tag has now been introduced to Twister as well as Whirling Slash. That has some big ramifications down the line. Maybe this league, maybe not. I don't know yet. Anything that talks about using wind skill, synergies on that are going to be big. If any of you know something off the top of your head, then yeah. How are we going to get Elemental Ground without the pet? Well, you tame a different kind of pet. Or you're using some other means anyway. This is only one type of pet that can't be tamed. You can tame any other pet in the game. It's not the only monster in the game. Or you play Invoker, or you know, do other things. You can use like frozen. There's like a frozen support gem. Anytime you freeze an enemy, you get the thing. Oh yeah, you still use in Wake of Destruction. With Wake of Destruction, you don't use the pet at all. Like the Wake of Destruction variant of the build is the first one you get into. The pet taming thing comes later if you do it, because that's Elemental Ground boots for free. Everybody, myself included, typically goes Wake of Destruction first, especially with Call of the Brotherhood to get the shock plus freeze twisters. That version is so freaking good in the beginning of the game, and so cheap too. It's so simple and easy to use. Like later on, you complicate the build in ways like relying on pet and stuff, and you know, the build gets stronger, but it becomes more complicated too. But like, if you just want a super easy version, that's why I like Twister, because it's from start to finish. It has a really nice progression curve where you take like the easiest but overall weakest version of the build first, easiest to obtain but not the strongest version, which is what you want to have when you're like progressing a build. You want to be able to access the power threshold that something gives, but the weakest version of what it is, you want to be able to access that easily. Twister does that with Wake of Destruction boots. And like Tangle Tongue and stuff like that. Like with Tangle Tongue, you don't need to have a bunch of great gear or, 98 passive points to allocate enough crit nodes and all that. Invoker Twister, yeah, it could always work before. Based on what I've seen just in the immediate sense, I'm not getting any real big kicks out of Druid Ascendancy. So unless there's... We'll have to see like Druid support gems and stuff. If there's like some crazy synergies with like Druid forms for wind skills or, stuff like that. I don't know, man. Like I'm not seeing any big... And wait, like you don't necessarily have to be Druid to be a Druid, right? Like you don't have to have the Druid class. Can't any class use animal forms now? Or is that not a thing? Because, I mean, that's the whole point of Path of Exile. Anyone can play any archetype, any class. Yeah, the shapeshift comes from the item. So, like, Invoker could be a Druid. Yeah, it comes from the Talisman. You don't need a Druid. Yeah, it is going to be weird. Invoker could be a really good Druid. True, yeah, true. Could be. So, again, like, my main motivation for Druid, one of the main motivations is the excellent starting location points for area of effect in particular. Beyond that, it was a matter of what Druid offered for shapeshifting and what it offered for the ascendancy point. So the biggest one by far is the ascendancy points. Would determine whether I actually went a Druid ascendancy. But I'm just not seeing anything really great. We got a lot of powerful ascendancy options here. Deadeye, obviously, especially for single target. Amazon is still pretty nice. Ritualist is really good in the end with speed in mind, especially with third ring slot. Invoker is really strong. A lot of just very strong ascendancy notables for it just in general. Titan is a bit niche but strong for, you know, one specific reason. 50% increased effect of small passive skills is like absolutely massive amount of power. But yeah, right now where my mind is at right this second is I don't want to play Deadeye just because I already did it. Not that I think Deadeye's in terrible case, but combine the fact that Deadeye got nerfed a fair bit, a little bit, and actually it was really only nerfed a little bit. The only nerf to Deadeye is really the Tailwind nerfed to the build I was running, because I wasn't doing Windward anyway. So just the Tailwind nerf. It's like 10% skill speed or something, I guess. Oh, there's something else. Less damage taken, I think. Portion got nerfed too. Yeah, Tailwind had less damage component taken too. Got nerfed. The damage? Well, like, Deadeye's Frenzy Charge node didn't get affected, and its Called Shots wasn't affected. So in my mind, Deadeye was marginally nerfed for Twister. Constricting Command Helmet is actually a pretty big nerf that's going to affect later variants of the build. Not exactly sure how I'm going to approach it. And the problem is really isn't so much that it's terrible if you only are considered surrounded if you have one enemy near you for the sake of damage. The real problem is that you can't use high-level Whirling Slash, dunk your mana, and just move around the map that way. Because you have to be under the surround effect for that to work. Which suggests that, I mean, one reasonable solution is revert back to level 1 Whirling Slash, but that's going to make you do like 60% less damage or something. Let me see this here. I can look it up. Attack damage percent starts at 70 and goes all the way up to 218. Oh wow, so it's even more. Yeah, so you're only doing like a third of the damage, which is a really big deal because at a certain point when you get a good enough weapon, your damage is so high that Whirling Slash also just crushes everything. So you only really need Twister for like big bosses, nasty rares, and it's good to cast out there because it gave you a lot of life leech as well and stuff. It was always good to have Twisters out on the map at any time, but Whirling Slash killed almost everything anyway in maps, even in 150% Delirious in the end, which we won't have anymore. Monsters will be tankier though, so I'm not really sure how to work around that. That's why I was trying to figure out if there's a way to make empowered attacks or something. Ancestral Call here. Provide a powerful ancestral boost every few seconds? Wait, this got changed? No, every few seconds. I thought it was just constant. Yeah, this works for Whirling Slash though. Four strike steals their ancestral boost once every 5 seconds. Oh, I'm thinking of the wrong thing. Sorry. I was supposed to do Warcry. Find a Warcry. Ancestral Cry. There we go. Okay. Perform a Warcry. This actually works, and I tested this. This is really good for for Whirling Slash. I don't think the volcanic steps did that much, but it's really crazy for Whirling Slash when you're like going to like a group of mobs, because it essentially triples your damage. Because it makes strike skills, including Whirling Slash, hit 2 adjacent targets. So Whirling Slash already does like an AoE thing where it hits every target in range. But when it hits every target in range in one Whirling Slash cast, this makes it hit triple targets on everything. So if there's like, let's say there's like 15, let's say there's 5 monsters. You do Whirling Slash into a group of 5 mobs. It hits every mob once. Normally. This makes it hit every mob 3 times, effectively. Because if they're all standing near each other, they just share the hits that way. So you hit additional mobs nearby. Frozen Locust no longer provides chill ground. Gonna suck until Act 3. Yeah, I need to look into that. That is definitely a nerf to Act 1. We'll have to figure out some other... There might be some other way to get elemental ground. There might be. Need glory? Well, you're mapping. You have tons of glory anyway. And you have endurance charges easily with the setup I had. So the buff lasted so long, it was fine. Could keep it up 100% of the time in maps. Although, I don't know, maybe with way less density, monster density, that's not the case anymore. Who knows? But, yeah, I think I guess this doesn't do anything for, like, the mana cost. Or mana requirement. I don't know. Should help my frames. Yeah. Looks like a little bit further down they talk about Ancestral Cry. Volcanic eruption now deals twice as much damage as before. Now triggers once every 1.2 meters traveled, previously on footsteps. Well, that's actually the same for Whirling Slash, because we travel 1.2 meters every step, basically. I think. Or actually, it might not even count it. Maybe it didn't even count. Wait, this might be a massive buff for Whirling Slash. If it didn't already count footsteps because you weren't running, you were actually standing still and attacking. Now it would... Now it triggers volcanic steps every distance traveled as opposed to running, because I'm not actually running. Oh. Are we sustaining mana for whirling now? Like if we run a high level gem? No, not if you run a high level gem. It's pretty easy to sustain mana on a level 1 gem until you hit like over 10 attacks per second. Then you start to slowly drain if you don't have any mana regen or whatever. What about Tech Rod Twister? I don't know. Tech Rod. Isn't that a lineage gem? Why? What? I don't know what that is. It's talking about minions. Alright, let me go back to this. Invocation skills have a 0.2 second cooldown. What? Invocation meta skills? Huh. Coolamac Jewel that gives endless life regen. You talking about like a life tap support version of it or something? I could potentially look into a life tap version. Could put life tap on that gem. Actually, we have the what was it? The lineage support with life tap, which gives you more physical damage too. I don't know. Let me get through the rest of this first. Freezing salvo, wind blast. Okay, attrition. Spirit gem level tier 4. Tier 4 gems? What? Fix the following skills having modifiable limits that were not described. Like frozen locust, earth shatter. Earth. See. All right, somebody said frozen locust. All right, here we go. This is down here. Frozen Locust no longer deals 80% less damage if destroyed within 0.5 seconds by something other than you. No longer creates chilled ground. Ice Crystal no longer has collision. I wonder why they changed it so it doesn't create chilled ground. Ice Crystals no longer have hidden less damage taken from allies. Instead they now have hidden more damage taken from monsters. Huh. Well, we do know that wolf form does chilled ground. We also still have the support gem that makes the ground chill when you freeze enemies. So I could still do like a Hollow Palm League start with Ice Strike and then chilled ground when you freeze enemies. But that's not like, you know, not really like Act 1. Yeah, wasn't there like a lightning ground thing anyway, like Gathering Storm, or what was that? No, that's... I can't remember all the elemental grounds. Frozen Locust wasn't the only way to do it, if I remember correctly. It might have been a way to get lightning shocked ground. I don't know why Frostbolt still has the... Why is Frostbolt back with chilled ground? What? What, did they bring it back? Yeah, unique boots, of course. I'm looking at options as early as like Act 1 right now. We used to use Frostbolt. No longer leaves chilled ground as it travels. Why is it... Why is it here? Is this like outdated? Oh yeah, Fangs of Frost still works. But this is like a parry thing. You're not going to want to do that. But you can use Fangs of Frost as an attack and then link it to Frost Nexus. Like, this is halfway decent. Tier 3. So if you put... Frost Nexus is tier 2 though. It's not going to be available early on. So if Stormlance, to get value out of this requires Frenzy Charges. Shocking Leap is tier 2. Yeah, okay. At the very least, is you can get Elemental Ground through parry, but nobody wants to do that. Elemental Ground is not absolutely required to progress through the campaign with Twister. Like it is, it's like a 50% more damage buff, but it's not like the absolutely required. Twister's still fairly strong without it, but we definitely want to try to get it if possible. I'll have to see if there's another way to get frenzy charges early on. Yeah, wolf form might be the way. Might actually, like no joke, might be the way. We need to see how early the wolf form can get. I mean, the fact that they showed it in the campaign suggests that wolf form will be able to leave chilled ground really early in the campaign, maybe as early as Act 1. That might unironically be the play. Weapon swap to wolf form talisman in the campaign. Again, it doesn't matter what ascendancy you do. So that will actually feel a lot like Hollow Palm Twister leveling, because I was using Hollow Palm with Ice Strike and stuff too, so instead we'd be using Wolf Form. Called Burning Ground. Burning Ground, I still haven't checked this one. Explosive Spear, again, requires a Frenzy Charge for this to work. Solaris isn't a thing. Ball Lightning. No. Oil Grenade. What act do you get your first ascendancy point? Is it Act 3? Middle of Act 3? Act 2? Might be some added incentive to go Invoker. Again, Invoker already has this figured out right off the bat. I'm the Blizzard. I'm freezing enemies to create chilled ground. Or I'm the Thunder. 25% shocking enemies to create shocked ground. Okay, the Titan. I'm going to put in the Discord. This is, you can check the Discord. Exclamation point Discord or, well, it's on, I don't know if you have access to the Discord, at least on, I should have put it in the description probably, but on the Twitch side, you can grab the link for the Discord or any of the YouTube videos that I have. He's checking it on YouTube. Yeah, well, for somebody who's playing pretty well, I think a lot of players will probably have the boots. If you're running Twister, you're definitely, I mean, I don't care who you are, you're going to want Wake of Destruction boots. You just automatically put that. And then there's also Birth of Fury. Wake of Destruction is even lower than level 30. It's like level 25 or something. They are kind of expensive in the beginning, though, so you can't necessarily just buy them the second you're level 16. That's not a thing. So you have to actually farm up a bit of currency. So I think like most players, by the time they reach, they're just barely getting into maps, they can probably afford these. And it is the first unique item you buy for Twister, like 100%. The second unique item you buy is Call of the Brotherhood. You pair it up, now you get freezing Twisters instead, and then you can spec lightning or freeze. Unless for some weird reason you're trying to do specifically lightning damage and not cold, but you get shocked ground anyway, so you're already shocking enemies regardless. Ice Leap? Ice Leap. I don't know what Ice Leap is. Frostbolt doesn't leave chilled ground anymore. It's definitely going to be kind of hard to get elemental ground in Act 1, I think. Or even Act 2. Again, I don't think it's the end of the world if you don't have elemental ground in early campaign. What is this? Use when you become ignited. So, I don't see anything really there for this. I mean, I leveled in Act 1, Twister, and sometimes I used Frozen Locust, sometimes I didn't. Keep in mind, Frozen Locust has an opportunity cost, too. Like, it does go through GCD and you flip back, and sometimes the positioning gets weird, and then you lose the chilled ground or whatever. It's not like it's 100% seamless. Frostbolt was definitely better before. I would like to give us an option for elemental ground that's better than just the parry debuff. Again, this is tier 2 gem. So, really no way to make this work, huh? Actually, can anybody verify this? Does Explosive Spear give ignited ground if it detonates without a frenzy charge? No, right? I'm pretty sure it requires the frenzy charge. Well, anyway, Frozen Locust has lost its chilled ground, evidently. Gathering Storm is too high level. Perfect timing window has been increased. Not much higher dash range. Shock down now maximum 20 shock rates. Ice Bomb. Yeah, but I don't think Explosive Spear gives you ignited ground without a frenzy charge involved. Just like Storm Lance doesn't. Ghost Dance was nerfed. This is the nerf to indirectly Invoker. A bit on the defense side. I still think it's probably fine overall. So maximum 3 instead of 5 Ghost Shrouds, double the cooldown. Definitely hurts a little bit. Glacial Cascade. No, that didn't do anything. Ice Nova. Cold infused Ice Nova explosion and chilled ground radius. I haven't looked to see if there's a way to get infusions super early, but I'm not aware of ways to get infusions super early in the campaign. Just so weird how few ways there are to actually get elemental grounds in this game. Frost Bomb level 1 leaves an ice infusion. Really? Frost Bomb plus Ice Nova. Okay. It does give him exposure, which is nice. God, is there a way to like put it in a cast on link? I mean, you could use elemental invocation maybe? Six-second cooldown with the cast time. Duration is 4 seconds. I mean, yeah, that's pretty clunky. Hey, you get more conversion from physical lightning damage with lightning arrow. Buffed? Whoa. I like how lightning arrow only talks about lightning rod in the lightning arrow section. Lightning warp, explosion and shocked ground radius is now 3, previously 4. I say seconds, previously 10. New additional behavior of an enemy. If used on an enemy that is not under the call threshold, it will now apply debuff. It will cause its normal warping behavior automatically if the enemy falls under call threshold while the debuff is active. I thought lightning warp couldn't even be used unless the enemy was in call range. What? Wait a minute. What's level 9? Yeah, I mean, tier 9 is higher than I want. That's middle of Act 2. Or early Act 2. Gotta be ways to acquire frenzy charges. Wait. Fucking stupid. I'm so stupid. Right. We have Call the Week, guys. This wouldn't help for bosses, but this definitely works in maps. Tier 3, that's early Act 1. We also have Sniper's Mark. But, I mean... And you have Combat Frenzy. Okay. Combat Frenzy is early Act 2. Now, the only way to get Combat Frenzy to work reliably is you'd have to use, like... So probably... Probably go pin support. I think in the campaign, pin support will work pretty solidly with Combat Frenzy. I don't know about... I'm not going to have enough slots to really justify pin support anywhere. Could maybe do it on Fangs of Frost or I don't know. Frost Nexus plus freeze support. On what though? On Twister? That's 2 support gems. The problem with Frost Nexus is the tier 2. It's a tier 2 support. So you're not gonna get it early on. I think it's like late Act 2 maybe. If this is tier 1, this was a solution because it could have just forced like Fangs of Frost and then like give it a bunch of freeze tech. So it's true that like Frost Nexus could be used with Fangs of Frost or something like that. As early as late Act 2. This is essentially the same tech as Invoker Monk has an ascendancy point. Except that's global. And if you have a decent amount of flat cold anywhere in the build, like Twister itself will freeze. Lingering Illusion. Hey guys, remember when you used Lingering Illusion to get power charges out of combat? Oh my god. That was one of my most viewed videos. It was a rare case where like somebody in my chat shared this crazy tech and I made a video on it. I didn't even pick up on it at all myself. Those are the most valuable like insight from a chatter I think I ever got on any particular tech for anything in PoE. It was such a massive game changer for the build. Illusions now linger for 3 seconds. That is a long time. 3 seconds. That's a really long time. No, 1% of life previously 15 illusion now causes illusions to drop remnants that grant a power charge on pickup? Why? Why though? Why add the extra step? Oh my god. I mean, if this was for frenzy charges to power charges, this would be good in Act 1. Like, after the King of the Mist, I would use this. I would, honestly, like, no joke, I would use this. This would be a decent way to get power charges on bosses and stuff. But we need it for frenzy charge. Not power charge. I think I'm going to have to put all my chips on the wolf form, guys. We have to hope that we can get... I suspect wolf form doesn't unlock either immediately in the campaign. You get bear form super early probably, and wolf form later. I don't know. Primal strikes. Final strike now is plus 20 to melee. Strike range previously plus 5. Whoa, and now inflicts elemental exposure on a hit? Lowering total elemental resistance by 50%, previously 20. What the frick? 50%? 50%? Dude. Wait, is this multiplicative or additive? Is this just straight up taking mobs from like... Does this go into the negative too? This isn't like monster has 0 res and now has negative 50% res, right? Is that what that is? I can't remember in this game. Rain of Arrows. No. Rapid Assault has been buffed. Interesting. Reap has been buffed. Row amount no longer increases your movement speed. Aww. Row buff. Wait, row was nerfed? Now has 100% reduced Movement speed penalty from using skills while mounted previously 80. Wait, this is what it was in 0.1 or 0.2. Why, why did they go back on this? It's so freaking goofy, dude. Oh, that is actually a buff to Roa, yeah. Going back to that, because now you don't. If you use Roa, you don't need to spec into anything for movement speed reduction while attacking. Jeez. Roa vomit. Yeah, I agree completely. Tempest Bell. What'd they do here? Interesting. I want to see. Impact radius now 2.1 increased. Bell shockwave radius now 2.6 increased from 2.4. Huh? Hitbox has been increased. That's actually a pretty big buff, but I was hoping for changes, reversions back. You know, they were going to revert Row back. Why not revert Tempest Bell back to its original setting? With like no internal cooldown. Hehehe. Grand Spectrum's up. Buff to Trial of Sechemus farming? Trial of Sechemus farming buff? No way. 6% all of it. Sapphire was the cheapest one, but it's been buffed by 50%. Yeah. Oh my god. Hey man, Whirling Slash. Twister was really good at Trial of Sechemus early on in an early budget. Like, really good at it. Very fast. Especially on kind of a low-mid budget. Yeah. Coming Calamity got a really good buff? Wait, what? Oh my god, I gotta see that. I gotta see that right now. Whoa! The Coming Calamity now has Herald's skills deal 50 to 100% increased damage? I mean, that's a additive buff with your global percent increased damage, but that's still... I don't know, is that specific to them? I guess that is specific to them, because your increased damage doesn't do anything for Heralds. Double damage Heralds? What? What? Wait, I thought Wave of Frost... I thought Wave of Frost did something with, like, Chilled Ground. They're primed for freeze. Twister is very much viable, yes. You get very little percent increased damage in PoE too. Yeah, I know that's right. Yeah, that's definitely right. Primed for freeze. It's like super easy to freeze enemies with that. I could still be a hollow palm setup. Could maybe do Wave of Frost instead of Ice Strike. Kind of thinking about my old build. Well, Whirling Assault. I did hear they buffed this. They better buff the crap out of this for this to be usable. Baseline movement of Whirling Saucer may be reworked to be more fluid. Well, that's a good phrasing. Now has +1 second to total attack time. Previously 1.4. Well, that's shit. You're mandating a duration of time for the whole skill animation? That's so bad. This is such terrible design. It means no matter how much attack speed scaling you get, it will always require at least 1 second to get through the animation. Human form Druid gets Thunderstorm at level 5. Do you guys see anything with skill gems for wolf form? Anywhere in PoEDB? I don't know. This still looks kind of bad. Obviously, it is a buff, but it still looks pretty bad. Wind Dancer. Gale Force now deals 27 to 82%. Previously. Oh, it does less damage. Oh, well. Okay. Vaal and Shield. Not as good in PoE 2 as PoE 1, right? You take 0 to 20% of damage from blocked hits, previously 15 to 20. Oh my god. Oh my god. They nerfed Wrathpith Globe. Buff Defiance of Destiny, though. Doomflex, big buff. Voltaxic Rift, big buff. A lot of buffs everywhere. Coming Calamity, we saw that. Good. Lightning Coil buffed. Damage taken is lightning. Ooh. Culture of Crimson was buffed. Wow. Previously reduced 25% max life. This is so retarded. They should have had this in the last iteration because that was the reason why it was so bad before. Guys, Culture of Crimson is actually a legit life body armor again. No joke. It's kind of big. It's actually kind of big. Because you get overflow life. So you basically get 50% more life. As long as you leech. At all. So it's 15% more life and then 50% more life. 15% more life is a big number in PoE 2. Way bigger than in PoE 1. Because you can't scale percent more life as much in this game. This is like... My Amazon would have like... this would put me back up to around 5k. No, maybe not 5k. Well, 5k. Yeah, probably around 5. Somewhere between 4 and 5k live. Warrior Invictus. Spirit number buffed? Really? Elemental res number buffed? All attribute number buffed? Life number buffed? Mana number buffed? Chaos, all of it buffed. Warrior Invictus massively buffed. Every single number on it. Whoa. What do they do with Hiri's Ire now? That you don't get acrobatics or whatever. Plan for the new patch? I haven't decided yet. I'm definitely gonna play Twister again. Unless there's something I see that's crazy with Druid tech. Rune sockets have been renamed to augment sockets. So they doubled the amount of damage Comet does, and Comet is the #1 highest damage dealer on Ninja. Ooh. So that's that's indirectly a buff to a potential cast on crit Comet build. I might want to try Invoker for real. I felt bad about not trying Invoker to try to do some cast on crit spell stuff. Which Comet? Fire infused Comet now deals X damage, fire and cold damage at level. Scaling to damage fire. Wait, it deals the identical damage? Wait a minute. Oh, wait. No, never mind. Elemental Conflicts is a reservation of 60 spirit. That's so crazy. Wait, how did I miss these? Oh, I missed this. I missed this earlier. 40 spirit back on my build. What? AI says Druid Wolf Arctic Howl creates chilled ground. That's not what I saw in the live reveal. He was like slashing, hacking and slashing, and an enemy got frozen. They dropped a chilled ground. That's what it looked like. Anyway. Dainsgurt, Rune of Wilderness. These are limited to 1? Wait, are all like the movement speed and attack speed ones all limited to 1 now? Oh, sure. They are, isn't it? Yeah, these are the attack speed, movement speed things, right? Oh wait, no, the movement speed one is different, I think. Can somebody verify? The 5% movement speed rune, is that limited to 1? Barrel's Rune of the Chase. Barrel's Rune of the Chase is now limited to 1. That is a cataclysmic nerf to super top end movement speed builds. GE, get wrecked. I'm talking like 100% increased effective socketed gems, 3 socketed boots. They got wrecked right here. Ouch. Now I also lost some attack speed because it's good, but that doesn't matter as much compared to their movement speed. Yikes. %32% movement speed loss. Wait, no, I think they lost 20% movement speed. Might as well have the Druid turtle form instead of Wyvern. Dude, that would have been so funny. They had Wyvern or Turtle. What other sockets would I put in the gloves? For the boots, I only put life in anyway, or res. For the gloves, wasn't there like a rage thing? Accuracy stack again? Oh yeah. Why do you guys think accuracy stacking is like so good? Suddenly. You just saying that for the sake of trying to get accuracy back or get attack speed back? Ah, a lot of soul core stuff. Wait, even this is like the all res soul core and chaos res soul core is limited to 1. Damn, I bet people are so mad about this. I think it's good. I like their limited to 1 stuff. I even didn't mind it for support gems. They took it a different route. And then they kind of backdoored it into the game again with these soul cores and special runes and lineage gems. Kind of weird. Winged Spear now has 1.7 attack speed. And the problem with this is they're like super rare at the high end. Unless they come out with new Winged Spear bases, secondary bases. Flying Spear now has approximately 5% more damage base? What? Flying Spear buff? Okay. Why? Huh. I heard about a couple of these spears being buffed. Attack speed buff for this one. In-game versions of Winged Spear and Crossbow Spear have been added. Okay. Okay. So the in-game Whirling Slash Spear will be Winged Spear in-game version of whatever that is. They will be plentiful in supply. And now has a higher base speed than before. So actually Whirling Slash got a buff for speed, baseline speed somewhat. It's pretty meaningful actually. It probably would cut into the nerf from the support gem a bit. Definitely a bit, because this is local attack speed buff, so it affects all other forms of attack speed that you have. It's gonna be big. Maybe like 5% more attack speed or something. I don't know. Ain't no way you're going Twister again. Oh, the people have spoken. They want me to go Twister. There's 500 people here right now. All 500 people want me to go Twister. All 500. They want the speed. They see the nerfs to Lightning Arrow. They see the nerfs to losing their movement speed rune stacking. They see the writing on the wall. They realized attack speed movement scaling is the way. You have to. You have no choice. You want a single target build? Twister Deadeye. You want the fastest Twister build? Accuracy stacking. You can go Amazon for fast. You can go Ritualist for fast. You can go Deadeye for damage, single target damage. You can go Titan for the most AoE clear you've ever seen. You can go Invoker for some weird like cast on crit shenanigan. So many different versions of Twister. You'd probably even do Druid, but I didn't see any really good looking Druid ascendancy points, so I don't know. Arrow Nova projectile got nerfed. Now's a cooldown. Nova projectiles no longer causes supported gems. I don't know what Nova projectiles 1 does. It seemed to be missing, but it says here. Oh yeah, there's 2 versions of it, so I don't know. 1 does nothing. It's just a blank support gem, guys. It's just a support gem that you use that makes your skill deal 40% less damage. That's it. You can fire 1 projectile in a circle. So I guess maybe it's like, so I guess, alright, so I guess it just fires all of your projectiles in a circle, however many you have, or something. I don't know. Like, so you gotta get extra projectiles the hard way. It means you have to scale projectiles on your bow and stuff for it to mean anything, maybe. Yeah, I guess you need it. You need multiple projectiles for it to even function, basically. But you don't have the reduced damage done. I guess it sounds good at the super top end, but it's bad at like the low end or something. I don't know. Any crazy changes to essences? Dude, these patch notes are big. God, this is some big patch notes. What the heck? Reddit over here complaining about such a small patch. Bad patch. Some patch notes are massive. Alright, let me know if I'm skipping anything here. I'm kind of speed running this a little bit. Endgame changes. Wait, I thought they didn't change anything in endgame. Arbiter of Ash no longer drops a rare corrupted tablet. Yeah, okay, we heard about that. It's 4 to 10%. Huh? Isn't that the same as before? Wait, no, it wasn't plundering up to 7, so they buffed the quant number from 7 back up to 10. It used to be 10. Yeah, you can get a ton of extra projectiles with an 8-second cooldown. Yay. It's just another one of those weird ones where, like, the second version of it's way worse than the first version. Looks like we have some buffs to some of the numbers for modifiers on tablets. Low-end modifiers. Well, good. Now divining my tablets will be a lot less expensive. Thank God. Quant just gone? No, dude. We got like 40% more quantity from all monsters. Didn't you hear? We got like 40% more quant on the maps. Straight up. And then maybe 60% fewer monsters, but yeah. 40% less pack size, that's a net 16% loot loss. I mean, probably not, because that probably doesn't translate to 40% fewer rares. It's not going to be 40% fewer rares. And since rares are the only monsters that drop any loot, well then, it's basic. Alright, so translation. Here's your super high resolution translation. 40% more quant, or what was it? 60% more quant. We get a big percent more quant buff, and then we have the same number of rares. Therefore, we just get a big percent quant rare buff. All right, and since rares are the only thing that drop loot, they're the only thing that matters. Okay, all of your tablets are going to be percent increased number of rare monsters, percent increased rarity, percent increased quant. It's just going to be that, just like it was before. And we're going to be rolling Overrun by Abyss on all our maps with breaches. And we'll be able to actually see what's going on because delirium fog is gone. We'll have fewer monsters, so we'll have better frame rates. And now I will only have to suffer, I'll only have to endure the visual clarity issues of Part 2 skill effect clarity issues. Twister. So, I'm actually going to be able to see what I'm doing in the game. I'm going to drop just as much loot as before. How do you not call that a W patch? Bug fixes. Monster changes improve the visibility? What? More visibility clarity? Whoa. I'll believe it when I see it. I'm really curious though, in what way will Whirling / Twister be bugged at the start of League? Because we have not yet experienced Whirling / Twister without it being massively bugged at League start. We have not experienced that. So what tale would I tell this time? When it's like way overpowered and then they fix the bug and then everybody drops the build. And it's still like really good, but everybody thinks it's bad because it was bugged. And then it's fixed. This is how it happened twice. 0.3 and 0.2 and 0.3. I'm sure it'll happen in some way in 0.4. First it was elemental ground twisters, then it was whirling / speed. What's it gonna be this time? Didn't they give it the wind tag? It's probably gonna make a bug. Yeah, you're right. It'll probably be bugged in wind tag. It'll probably be like some sort of like double dipping of wind synergies or some shit, and do like crazy damage. We'll figure out. I'll figure out some tech with wind. It's like the monk has wind skills. I wonder if the monk. See, maybe the monk will have like, if you do X thing with wind, you get extra damage with wind. Water twister. Yeah, that's called water spout. Maybe I'll do that. That would be a cool way to make a build. Call it water spout. Water spout build. 100 more damage for wind. Deadeye again? No, I'm not doing Deadeye. Wet twisters will just one shot everything. Yeah, I'll just like throw raindrops into their face and rip their skin off the mobs. That's it. I guess we're done. We did it, guys. We did it. All right. So the biggest disappointment for me for reading the patch is the Druid ascendancy. I'm not seeing anything that impresses me very much here. The Oracle one is interesting. It's harder to tell exactly how good it is with some of this stuff. I'm gonna have to think about it more, I guess. Not really sure. Non-keystone passive skills and medium radius of allocated keystone passive skills can be allocated without being connected to your tree. That sounds so freaking, such a mouthful. Basically like from nothing. From any keystone you allocate. The from nothing jewel. Yeah, I'm just not seeing anything special there. And I'm really definitely not seeing anything from this guy here. Except this, maybe. Gain benefits from additional bonded modifiers and runes and idols. Oh, but wait, you can only equip one of each individual idol and rune, specialized rune now. So GG, get wrecked. It's bad. It's too bad. A lot of like rage, weird rage stuff. Gain 40 spirit for each available empty charm slot sounds really awesome for like campaign leveling, but that's about it. Titan kind of came out even, like a little bit of a buff and a little bit of a nerf. Overall even. I would say overall a tiny bit better than it was. The Coming Calamity looks even better than it did before. It's like an in-game glass cannon version. Invoker got buffed the most, from what I see here. Protect Me from Harm got buffed, although I probably wouldn't take it. Wouldn't necessarily take it. I don't know yet, actually. 50% increase spirit reservation efficiency of meta skills is like godly for a potential major cast on crit build. Would even synergize, like double synergize with just something else I've looked into. You would have 100% increased reservation efficiency on it. Oh, quarterstaff. Matsya. Skills reserve 50% less spirit. Actually, that sounds like a multiplicative connection with like, okay, so it's, I don't know the total. So if I have a meta gem that reserves 90 spirit and I have 50% spirit reservation, that's what like, God, math. I hate doing math so much. 90 times 1.25, so just take that number minus. So it's that much less. Alright, so it would be 67 spirit, or 67. It'd go from 90 to 67. Then reserve 50% less spirit. That's just straight up half spirit cost. Are you telling me that a cast on crit gem would reserve like 34 spirit or 33 spirit or something? With with both of those things? That sounds wild. Imagine having like 3 or 4 cast on crit gems with a ton of this is what I'm thinking of, like going like mass comets or something. Cast on crit comets. I mean, I know that would be such a feel good setup. You have to divide by 0.5. No, its skills reserve 50% less spirit combined with 50% increased spirit reservation efficiency combined with, I guess it's 10% reservation efficiency. Are we allowed to have 2 or 3 casts on crit in this league? I think so. I think you can have as many casts on crit setups as you want, right? Yeah, so I'm talking about this point here. Previous league was limited to 1 cast on crit. Oh, really? Alright, well you can still use cast on elemental ailment too. Alright, I guess you can only use 2. You could use cast on elemental ailment, cast on freeze, cast on shock. You can still do all that stuff. Or cast on freeze is now cast on elemental ailment. I guess you can only use 2, right? Because there's no more cast on. I don't think this exists now. Isn't this dead? Yeah. I guess if you're limited to one cast on crit gem, that kind of sucks. But, I mean, I was already, okay, so I was already, like, on the fence about a hypothetical build, which I haven't fleshed out. I was already on the fence about the Soul Springs Eternal here with 35% more energy is gained. Like, I don't know, maybe if I was doing a cast on crit build. The Invoker, actually the Invoker doesn't use Coming Calamity either, because it already has Sunder My Enemies. If you're doing that. I was trying to figure out some possible way to maybe use Scatter the Wilds. I still don't know if this is actually good. Real Jumper, thanks for the sub, dude. Thank you. So I have in my mind a hypothetical build where it's like Whirling Slash Twister with 100% crit chance, but instead of focusing on attack-based damage, you focus on spell damage. Cast on crit stuff. And there is new tech for this stuff. I mean, there's things like this, which we got some new wheels already. Like, this is a brand new wheel that came in 0.3. Like, clearly a super strong option for something like that. I think there's more tech involved. Probably makes you have to path up this way. So it would probably be a Chaos Inoculation build. It'd be focused more on spell damage and spell crit chance and stuff. But if you have... Also, it would probably run like Tangle Tongue because... Or Garrican's... Well, I don't know if I do Garrican's result. Tangle Tongue would be really nice because the double crit actually kicks in. And you get double crits, which means you would like cast on crit goes off even harder. I've seen how much cast on crit goes off with my Deadeye. It's like it spams like I cast Twister once. It basically spams Ice Nova like 6 times in a second, not to mention Flame Wall and all this stuff. And then it's also still going off like later if I keep the weapon in anyway. So I guess, well, part of the problem is that you can't... Okay, I do remember this thing. This is kind of one unfortunate thing about it. You actually can't do a weapon swap and then still crit off the twisters and give your cast on crit gem working. So the cast on crit gem stops working when you switch off of that weapon set that was using it. Although I didn't test it for a weapon swap... No, wait, hold on. I'm getting ahead of myself. I think what I'm saying only applies if you're designating your meta skill gem for one weapon set. I'm pretty sure if you have it active for both, it doesn't matter if you weapon swap, which means you could do some pretty weird stuff with, like... That wasn't the only option, by the way, that this staff. You could increase your elemental skills by, like, 4. There was a really crazy staff, which might be... good for some sort of like Fire Nova thing, which was let's see if I can find it. Sire of Shards. 120% increased spell damage. 4 additional projectiles, spells fire projectiles in a circle. So like what if you did like some wild cast on crit Twister thing and then like immediately weapon swap to this staff when you had like a bunch of fireballs or something on your cast on crit link, and suddenly you're firing like instead of 1 fireball you're firing like 5 fireballs in any direction, and there's no penalty in terms of like damage penalty from support gem or something. Then you can actually give it like real support, do real damage. How do you kill the boss? I don't know. I haven't thought that far ahead, but Twister itself might still do damage. But it's just kind of some really cool ideas, off-the-cuff ideas. This is one reason why I wanted to explore Invoker, and this is one of my incentives for going Invoker, was because it would set me up well for an actual cast on crit build with stuff like, you know, Elemental Expression, I guess, still here. It just has so much great tech for getting Spirit, like Lead Me Through Grace, of course. Arguably the strongest ascendancy point the Invoker has. And then the fact that I'm the Thunder, I'm the Blizzard, still really strong for elemental twisters. Although I guess elemental twisters wouldn't really matter for cast on crit twister build. I wouldn't need. Although I might still need elemental ground for something else. I don't know. But the build might have looked like just the outer edge, you know, just that, or maybe this and then these two. Like probably it would actually be that. It would be Lead Me Through Grays, Soul Springs Eternal, and then these two. And yet again, maybe Elemental Expression because of its internal cooldown. It's freaking internal cooldown, I swear to God. This makes this so bad. They didn't, sorry if that's making noise for you guys. They didn't give us any. I would have loved to see them change that. It has an internal cooldown that makes it, well, just not very good, unfortunately. They did change a lot in 0.3. I think they lowered the internal cooldown, maybe? They also, like, buffed the damage a lot. Actually, I don't know why I'm not seeing anything about that. Maybe it's here. Wait, this says melee critical hit? Actually, hold on. I didn't even catch that. Oh, that sucks. Okay. That kind of screwed me over a bit. But that's just elemental expression, which I wasn't necessarily going to do. So that doesn't affect like the core build idea, which would be around a cast on crit setup. Just on melee crit is, but I don't know. I might still take it for Whirling Slash sake. This is a 0.3 viable Titan, super in-game Titan, which is basically the same quality and much of the same gear that my Deadeye had. Constricting Command got nerfed, by the way, but I mean this is something that I set out to possibly make if I had gotten around to it before 0.4, but I didn't get around to it. But really cool build idea here. Focusing hard on AoE. It has 11.45 attack speed, which is faster than 11.45 attacks per second Whirling Slash, which is actually faster than the Deadeye did. Deadeye had around 10 with Tailwind. Resolute Technique is a big reason why, and actually went and got a little bit of accuracy, I think, on the gloves and the amulet, maybe? I don't remember. Maybe just the gloves. New tree? No, this is not the new tree. I don't think we're going to know the new tree until like 48 hours before the patch comes out. That's how that typically goes down. But yeah, this is a pretty nice setup. It has huge AoE too. Twisters that last 10.2 seconds. That's almost double the duration of twisters from Deadeye. Twister radius is 2 breakpoints higher as well. However, this is not a frenzy charge version. This is, 10-second twisters. Pretty effing crazy. Well, I mean, that's because I have prolonged duration connect with the 35% more multiplier to twister, as well as some, super beefy twister skill effect duration points, which are 50% more effect off of hulking form. So hulking form is huge for like skill effect duration and AoE on this side of the tree. AoE mostly. A little bit prog speed if you take this from nothing here. So the way this build would play would be you would just be really fast. You move really fast because you would just like whirling slash and then whirling slash 3 times twister, whirling slash 3 times twister. It's not a salvo build. It's not a frenzy charge build. So you would have fewer twisters out, but you would ramp them up because they last 10 whole seconds. And then it uses armor break here to get yourself endurance charges super reliably, which then grants you Ancestral Cry that actually lasts long enough time after you kill some enemies in a map. Because I tested Ancestral Cry with Whirling Slash. It's actually kind of nice. Kind of liked it if you had the option there. You needed endurance charges for that to make a lot of sense, though. And anyway, every single attack with Whirling Slash is a strike skill, so you know you just get infinite number of empowered Whirling Slash attacks, making it do way more AoE and damage. So it allowed Whirling Slash to do even more damage. And then again, twisters take a little bit of a backseat from the Deadeye because you're not doing the whole like Deadeye ascendancy, frenzy charges, and all that. But you would still have a lot of twisters out, and you would ramp them up. And you could do it out of combat too. Like on a boss fight, you could like put a bunch of twisters out constantly, and they last a long time. So you could start the fight with a bunch of twisters. So it's a pretty cool build idea. It's not something that I actually played, but I'm pretty sure there's no holes in it. I think it would work. I tested enough stuff to know how this would work. Should be pretty solid. Iffy on the defense though, only 12k armor with 3,500 life. Definitely going to be a bit squishy. Effectively no evasion from over here. So it would be if anything even more squishy than the Deadeye was. Maybe. Yeah, I guess because Tailwind had damage reduction. Nice, we play Wario Twister in 0.4. This is not the most likely class that I'm playing Twister on. It's mostly a toss-up right now between Druid, Invoker, or Titan. I'm definitely not doing Deadeye simply because I did it last time, but Deadeye would be very strong. Well, it got nerfed a bit, but it didn't get nerfed a huge amount because we didn't use Windward, so the only nerf that Deadeye suffered is Tailwind nerf. But Tailwind did get moderately nerfed. I don't see... We looked at Amazon before. I don't see any buffs to Amazon. This stuff still looks garbage. Unless I'm mistaken. Another new league, another season of Twister. Join late. What are we cooking? Yeah, we're taking note that the Druid looks like its ascendancies are not very impressive for Twister, unless there's some things that I'm not aware of. It looks like whatever hidden power that Druid has is probably in the skill gems specific to the talisman weapons, which any ascendancy can use. So I'm leaning like... I still got to think about this a lot and keep looking at stuff. But right this second, I'd say probably 60% chance. Maybe 60% chance that I go Invoker. 30% chance I go Titan. Nah, okay. 50% chance I go Invoker. 30% chance Titan. 10% chance Druid, 10% chance other. Maybe. I see the Spear Field Whirling Slash build? No, I haven't. What's that? From nothing? Usual slots? I really, really like the Druid's first few passive points. It's really strong AoE stuff here. And crit, but I mean... I don't think there's much reason to spend much more time around this area for Twister. You go down here immediately. Yeah, and yeah, the Invoker gets a ton of Spirit. It's be so much easier to get. Like, that was one of the hardest things about going Deadeye instead of Invoker last league was the Spirit. You know, I did a ton of, like, tech updates and stuff, getting the Spirit and different weapon sets and things. That was, yeah, a pretty big headache to get all that to work with so few ways to get Spirit. Like, if you go Invoker, you probably don't even need Against the Darkness. You might not even need it. You might not need Spirit on your weapon. I mean, your amulet, rather. Invoker would, of course, be a crit-based ascendancy without much need for becoming Calamity, but I don't know, might still get Heralds anyway. Spirit's still in the body armor? Yeah, you could, but generally speaking, you don't do that because of Lead Me Through Grace. You would put a hybrid role on there. In practical terms, at the top end, Invoker is way more defensive than any of the other options because you are incentivized to go hard on evasion and energy shield on your body armor. And especially with the 0.4 release that we just saw, another reason why I would lean towards Invoker is that once again, we're not seeing any love to life-based builds. Again, there's just almost no love to life-based builds. So unless, well, that's not true. We're getting a ton of new passive points, that some of which will probably give life, I assume. But, you know, Ghost Dance did get a bit of a nerf. That hurt Invoker. But I think it's probably fine. One of my concerns with going Titan in this setup on this right here is that I don't exactly know what the middle of the road version of the build would look like. I guess, you know, yeah, it probably would be armor, huh? I do know what middle of the road build looks like with Invoker, and it feels pretty tanky. Like, Energy Shield felt nice with Twister still. Even without Energy Shield Leech Gloves, I actually shelved them, didn't need them, just went Ghost Dance. And I mean, there are some Energy Shield recharge stuff like here. It's like, I feel like Invoker is a safe bet because it's a little more familiar for me. I already know I can depend heavily on Energy Shield and Evasion as a legitimate survivability. I can even just get away with Ghost Dance there. I also have some other cutesy options like playing around with Hollow Palm again, or Cast on Crit version. Could look fun. Pathfinder for the separate starting location, I looked at that. If it had Druid, that looked nice, but it only has Sorceress and Warrior, so you can only start here or here, not on Druid. Yeah, also, another Invoker buff, massive Invoker buff for Twister, is it's getting 3 new Area of Effect attack wheels, which is enormous, because one thing you're completely lacking over here is Area of Effect. So you can't possibly play into, like, AoE Twisters. Like, to get AoE, you have to go all the effing way down here. And then you have to have, like, super endgame, you know, jewels, like this stuff, right? You couldn't get any AoE scaling until the deep endgame with Ranger or Monk. But now there's going to be some it's going to get a lot of love with new passives and other stuff too. Witch Hunter? Kind of sounds like you're talking yourself into Invoker. I know, I wanted to play Druid, but I just kind of realized that aside from the Druid having arguably the best, probably the best first 10 passive points on the tree for Twister, although honestly, you know, Ranger or Deadeye is still pretty good. A lot of percent increased damage. Aside from that, it was really just a matter of what the ascendancy points look like, and they just don't look that good. I don't see them being that good. Right here, added 3 new attack area of effect clusters to the monk part of the passive tree. That's clusters. Plus, it says area of effect, not area damage, so this won't be confused with area of effect. These are attack-based area of effect nodes, which are basically this right here. It's going to say increased area of effect for attacks. It'll specify 4 attacks. That's what that means. I'm pretty sure, I'm almost 100% sure that's what that means, and that we also have that right here as well. Increased area of effect for attacks. Why does Twister need area of effect? Area of effect is one of the huge scalers for effective damage with Twister, because it's an area of effect skill that constantly bounces around every which way, and if your Twister has a bigger radius, it's more likely the monster will get clipped by it, and more likely the monster might take double damage from it, like getting clipped on the front end and the back end off of the, what is it, like 0.25 second or less internal cooldown that it has. Yeah, it dramatically improves the clear. Twister has so many scalers. AoE is probably one of the sneakiest powerful ones, because projectile speed is huge. Obviously, the conventional ones are really big, like percent increased damage, more damage, crit. But skill effect duration is huge, projectile speed is huge, area of effect is huge. And area of effect is especially good for the build in general because it improves your whirling slash clear as well. The whirling slash benefits a lot from area of effect too. I mean, people make entire builds out of area of effect scaling whirling slash only. That's how important AoE is for that skill. Can be. So yeah, it's big. Very big. I was on the fence about that of Deadeye before. You know, when I picked Deadeye over Invoker, I made a whole video on it. You can rewatch the video on why I picked Deadeye over Invoker. The Deadeye's now been nerfed twice since I made that video. It was nerfed the day before 0.3, and now it's been nerfed again. So I still don't think Amazon is in a great place for Twister. Ritualist is still arguably the strongest one for like perfect, you know, perfect gear with like third ring or whatever. If I go Invoker, I'm also less likely to rely on surround tech stuff because it's even further down the tree, this side. So I'm not even necessarily going to go the route of surround anyway on Invoker. I mean, I could swing all the way down here maybe, but I don't know yet if I go surround tech with the nerfs. You think Monk, Tempest, Flurry, Flicker will still be good? That'll be good. It's baseline. Yeah, that's still a fine build. Flicker Monk, yeah. Oh yeah, this is getting deleted. So the super duper top end like Walker of the Wilds synergy that was here is also getting deleted, which indirectly is even more reason to go Invoker, because what that did is it crippled my Against the Darkness way to help make up for huge spirit requirements on the Deadeye. So I got like, God, what I got, like 90 extra spirit or something from the combo of like Walker of the Wilds and Against the Darkness here, because I was able to, you know, just get this, all for nothing. And so now we're gonna have we'll have less access to spirit through Against the Darkness than I did before, which puts the Invoker, elevates the Invoker indirectly even more, because the Invoker is gonna have a huge that's arguably the strongest thing about Invoker, is the amount of spirit access that it has. In 0.3, this got improved too. Resolute Technique is very strong from nothing Jewel Slot, because you can automatically get, you know, this. Overwhelming Strike. Just put it in here. This is a really, this is a super strong one, especially with the loss of Walker of the Wilds, which was over here. Which this was the king slot here, because I mean, you know, you got that. I mean, this is ridiculous. Over here we get 20% skill effect duration, 10 effect duration, 10 effect duration, 8% AoE, 3% live, 6% AoE, 6% AoE, 6%, oh, I guess 4%. Okay, I'd probably stop there, maybe. Yeah, maybe. 24% reduced slowing potency on buffs on you, maybe, if you want. Stun threshold, percent more life again. Overwhelming strike, that's probably the strongest crit notable in the game. AoE if you stun an enemy recently, which is usually up. Melee damage against immobilized enemies would be Whirling Slash damage against frozen enemies. Maybe, but probably not going to take that. This would be kind of this would be like the maximum that I would take out of this. But that's a lot, man. That's a lot of really good stuff for Twister here. This is kind of just the default really good one. The other good one is over here with Wary Dodging being crazy good. This one being good too. This was still being pretty good. A lot of skill effect duration here. A lot of evasion tech here. Actually, you can even take both of these. So I really liked this one mainly for Wary Dodging, which was like godly in Delirium maps. This one here isn't bad either. A bunch of AoE, get Catapult, it's prog speed 1, still get evasion stuff here. So might do this instead if I'm like giddy about prog speed especially. Or if this is all I need for the breakpoint on AoE. But nah, it's not that good. Sometimes you can path up to here too. Although with Invoker start, you probably don't get Catapult. Yeah, you probably don't take Catapult without like anointing it or something. Frozen Locust lost its ground effects. Yeah, that's the first thing I'm probably going to work on, or going to kind of keep my eye out for, is a way to get grounds. We do get Call the Weak as a tier 3 skill, which is like, you know, the 6th zone in Act 1 or something. And so you can get Call the Weak early and get Frenzy Charges early, and then you can get like Explosive Spear or probably you want Storm Lance. Oh, the Storm Lance is tier 5. But that's 2 extra skills just to get Elemental Twisters that still doesn't work against bosses. So I don't know. Right now, I'm hoping maybe a weapon swap talisman to wolf form is available early, because there was, you saw it in the reveal. There was apparently some strong tech for chilled ground in wolf form. I don't know. I don't know if it's available super early. Worst case scenario is you would play Act 1 without elemental twisters, and the first half of Act 2 without elemental twisters, and then you would, at least, if you're playing Invoker, you immediately get access on your first ascendancy points to elemental ground. You also have Frost Nexus as a tier 2 support gem, which would come in Act 2, and if you combined it with like Fangs of Frost or something, you would, that would be up, except for bosses, I guess. I'm the Blizzard would be not super reliable on bosses. I can already tell you that, like, you don't really shock in the campaign unless you have a decent amount of lightning damage, which means you would have to keep your gear updated with it, which is kind of annoying. Although I could maybe play around with like some shock-based skills. I haven't really looked into shock-based skills. You could use, I guess, lightning spear. Can we cook something with cast on crit? Yeah, that's the other special incentive for Invoker is actual cast on crit build, which is something I really do want to look into. I somewhat regret not looking into it last league, outside of conceptualizing something maybe. We looked at that before. Whoa! We just got a gifted subs. Let me see who it's from. Let's see for a second ago. Oh, Zushi. It's Zushi. Hey, Zushi, thanks. I should have known. You came early. You didn't hold off for the drops at League launch. Bringing them out early. Yeah, so here's a couple things that are kind of wild. Again, for Invoker. So just to paint the picture for you guys, cast on crit twister should be wickedly strong. You can still use salvo support, you can still get frenzy charges, and use barrage and get a crazy huge amount of twisters. Or you could spam cast them too. If you have a 100% chance to crit on twister, which you would if you were using inevitable crit, salvo, and all that stuff fairly easily on an Invoker, I mean, you would have. So you're double dipping crit anyway. You need crit to crit with the attack, and you want crit to crit with your spells regardless. And yeah, because you're using the spell inside a cast on crit gem. So the assumption is that you basically have a 100% crit chance fairly early on in gear progression. This really piqued my interest. One of the biggest changes that I've seen. The Soul Springs Eternal now additionally grants meta skills, have 50% increased spirit reservation efficiency. So on an ascendancy that is already primed to handle a huge spirit cost, we now can get meta skills gain 35% more energy, which would proc your meta skill more frequently. And then now it gets 50% spirit reservation efficiency on those gems. You're locked into only having one. Cast on elemental ailment and cast on crit. You could have up to 2 major cast on links. So cast on crit would proc more frequently. So you would put your most powerful gem setup in the cast on crit. Cast on elemental ailment would have a little bit less frequency of uptime, especially single target. So maybe that would be your utility cast on link, perhaps, or something else, probably. So likely your cast on crit setup would be, for example, it would be like and another thing that just happened is somebody was just talking about how Comet is already the #1 DPS spell skill in the game, according to Pewee Ninja, I guess. It's also extremely satisfying. On a practical level, it's not that amazing because it's like double delayed damage because you like cast on crit and then you need the comet to actually hit. But the game is going to be hard. The game is going to have, you know, less density and more HP monsters this time around. So maybe it's not like a complete joke right off the bat. Maybe the delayed damage hits will be nice. Comets are now doing twice as much damage, I guess, than before. Oh, you could get Fire Infusion easily anyway, if you need to. I can't remember if that... Does Fire Infusion double your damage? What does it do again? It won't be that hard to get infusions. You can just use it. You can just use the support gem anyway, or the spirit gem for infusion, like I did last time. Fire infused deal extra fire damage. Does this actually double your damage? That's pretty effing crazy if it does. Fire and cold damage. Fire infused comet now deals with... Wait, does that mean baseline comet didn't change? Oh, I didn't realize it increases the area of effect too. Wow. You wouldn't be able to infuse every single one. It would spam it would spam dunk your infusions. So I don't know how I'd get that much infusions. Yeah, they are buffing infusions. You can see that, yeah. It's the 820. 820. 24 to 829. Does that match up there? 24 to 829. These numbers don't really link up with what I'm seeing here. I don't know. It was obviously buffed a lot. I don't know the exact number comparison. Living Bomb. Tornado is not a spell. It's a... Oh, I guess I could do like twist or cast on crit tornado, right? Or something. Coming in out, I cause 6 definitely from fire infused remnant. This would go off frequently, I guess. Twister Deadeye is still very playable, yeah. It'd still be good. Yeah, I mean, maybe like, for example, still use Charge Regulation, use cast on Elemental Ailment with Profane Ritual and Living Bomb and Ice Nova. Just, I don't know, maybe not, I don't know. And just get the utility link there, and then Comet with every single damage support, basically, in the cast on crit link. How do we deal with Frozen Locust chill ground remove? I don't know yet. Worst case scenario, no elemental twisters until you get Wake of Destruction or the first Invoker Ascendancy, or like Fangs of Frost plus Frozen Locust. Or, sorry, Frost Locust, I think it is, support. You shouldn't have to wait much longer than by Act 3, you should be able to have Elemental Twisters, either way. Yeah, apparently, Frost Bomb plus Ice Nova will work in Act 1, but like be really clunky. Personally, I hope I don't have to use 2 separate skills just to get Elemental Ground. Although, Frost Bomb is a massive damage increase single time, or for the exposure sake. So, like, I guess maybe it kind of makes sense using that for bossing. I guess maybe it's worth using those 2. I mean, you have a bunch of skill slots you're not doing anything with anyway early in the campaign, but I don't know. To what extent do I want to promote a 5-button build in Act 1, right? I don't know. I don't know about that. Level as Hollow Palm? As Invoker? Maybe. 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 Yeah, I mean, that is true. Like, Frost Bomb, you get Elemental Twisters plus a huge cold exposure. Cold Twisters plus a massive cold exposure, single target. That would be pretty effing good. Elemental Trail for companions. Actually, what level can you do that? Wait, what level can you get companion? I didn't even think about that. Tier 9? Tier 9 is Act 2. Tier 9 is Act 2. Early to mid Act 2. Tier 7 is like the end of Act... Tier 7 is the end of Act 1. Tier 9 is beginning of Act 2. It's a spirit gem, though. So it's the same as Combat Frenzy. So, yeah, you get Combat Frenzy sometime in the middle... by the middle of Act 2. You just keep your eyes out for a chilled ground or shocked ground. Tame bees. Early Act 2 is Tier 5. No, Tier 5. Tier 5 is the second half of Act 1. You get your first Tier 5 gem automatically after you kill the guy with the giant two-handed axe. The Executioner. The Executioner kill quest is first Tier 5 gem. That's towards the end of Act 1. I know that because that's when you get like Tempest Flurry and I can't remember what other gem, but Tempest Flurry, for example, is Tier 5. I specifically remember in Act 1, 0.1. That's when I got that. Yeah, so again, just to reiterate, maybe 50% leaning 50% towards Invoker, 30% towards Titan, 10% towards Druid, 10% towards Other. And pretty much 0% chance I'm going to play Deadeye again. Mainly not because it's bad, but because I just did it last time. And if I'm going to play the same skill, I want to at the very least play a different ascendancy, a different feel for it. You guys, I'm sure you can understand. I think that's going to conclude the stream today. Milky BK is playing the wrong game again. Why does he do this to me? At the Intel just raided me last night. Streamception. Never ending. Yeah, Ritualist is still be good. I mean, Twister you can honestly do with just about any ascendancy that can path down to the bottom right somewhere, or bottom or left. It'll be good on Titan. It'll probably be okay on Druid at least. It's good on Ritualist. It's good on Amazon. It's good on Deadeye. It's probably even good on Pathfinder. I guess there's some reworks there. It's good on Invoker. It's good on so many. It's really good. Losing the elemental ground from Frozen Locust is definitely a little bit of a hit in its strength in Act 1 and Act 2. Unless we can figure out another way to get elemental ground that's reliable. Currently on the lookout for wolf form. Again, any ascendancy can use wolf form or bear form. It's not tied specifically to the Druid. So right now, I'm just kind of on the lookout for maybe a wolf form chilled ground thing like I saw in there early on. Maybe as early as Act 1, hopefully. We'll do like a weapon swap talisman thing to get wolf form, drop chilled ground, twister, stuff. I don't know. Maybe something like that. Worst case scenario, just you don't have elemental twisters early on until Act 2. You can use different leveling skill if you want. You could even use lightning arrow if you want. Oh. Alright guys, that's going to be it. We are finished for the day. Let's go ahead and raid Tatiental. I guess we already raided him on YouTube. I'm just talking to you guys on YouTube at this point.